of these other ones?
Yeah, this two will go. I need to have one word with you. Perfect. Yeah, it's the same for the other one. Good morning. How are you? So, yeah. Right now, our classes.
Thank you for my time. Thank you. Oh, that. It's so nice to see you. I'm sorry to be a problem child.
Oh, and we're neighbors. Okay. We're neighbors. I'm
Chris, I want to say hi.
Oh, yes. I figured if with demographic analysis on the agenda, I felt like I knew you would be here.
I'm glad you noticed it on there. Thank you for correcting me.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I would have said it all day.
Yeah. I got the other partnership today.
I see you.
Partnership letter.
Mr. Llewellyn.
Yeah.
Mr. Llewellyn. Irene, so nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
So,
Yes.
this
Did you get
is
their
Laura
letter?
for Jenny.
How do you do?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
And you saw already Mr. Whitley?
Yes. Hi, Joe. Nice to meet you. Thank
Find
you.
your
Joe
seat.
Whitley?
Yes, that's
Am I
Joe
on the
Whitley.
other side?
Get all the paperwork.
You know, I wish I had more money than I do. I have one
And,
stock.
yes, good.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you do such good work.
I'm trying. I am trying. That's all I can do. I try one day at a time.
Yeah. Well, that's great.
But I'm glad
You've
you're
been
here.
so responsive.
I try to do that. All righty. We'll talk more later.
Yes. Exactly. That's what my broker does.
So I'm thinking, I'm going to make sure I'll talk it through with the area, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, make sure that I've gotten it all perfect. I think I can always amend it.
Well, thanks for the headache.
Building. I met a trainer.
No, it's good. I wanted to do this actually. It's kind of inconsistent with the billable hours we have in private practice, but it's great to be here. Steve's a long time good friend. So
We want to make sure we got everything
I'm
ironed
so
out.
glad he's a great. He's here. Now, are you career?
Yeah.
How long have you been?
Well, I'm originally from Noah.
Okay.
5 years of water service. I've been there and helping out with the whole.
Good.
So I've only
Okay.
been here like 3 years.
Thanks for your service. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Nice to meet
It
you.
doesn't change the underlying conditions, I guess.
Yeah, or that part of it. You know, I don't.
When I got to college, that's like beyond the mile.
I actually this doesn't. Yeah, did you see which ones are cutting? So. Yeah. Well,
Hey, sorry.
they definitely some. Well, they didn't do a full analysis, but you know that there were, the multiple tables of children, children versus adults. So they cut some of. I think it was
Yeah, I'll be your neighbor. You guys want to say hello to
So
you?
they
Nice to meet you.
are not at all there. Some of those
Several occasions,
very
just
interesting.
for
And then there was one table, family type, really
the process along the way. I met Steve Dillingham and got to know him.
you know, like, and that was
And so did some work with the
so
census
it's
in
word,
2000, so that's kind of some pedigree. What's your place of work and all that?
no, it's a really easy spreadsheet. There's an Excel
Okay,
sheet,
great.
and you
For
can download
college.
it, and you just filter on the no,
So that
and
must
then
be a
you see
great
which
place
ones
to
they
live.
like.
Huh?
And it's, I mean,
That's, whenever I've been in Colorado, it's just so great,
because
so
I wanted
wonderful. More on the Boulder side, up toward the mountains, but mostly in the summer. I'm not a skier,
all of
but
the detailed
really do love your state.
you like it.
So that, yeah, I took one course in statistics in undergraduate school. I think it was required, and I did okay with it. But my son has fallen far from the tree. He's really very interested in public policy and statistics, and he's getting his
They are not.
master's, and I think maybe on his way to do something in the way of a doctorate at some point in the field you're in.
Anything else? And I'm like,
How's today's seeing the evolution of student population? They're a little bit different. They're hooked to their devices.
I try to bone up on my differential privacy. We're hiring a differential privacy expert.
This will I have those
Thank
with
God.
me.
So somebody can explain to me.
Databases are kind of separate.
I have been trying to bone up on it, but I wondered.
My wife taught high school English to gifted children.
I've seen it.
And so she had them to turn off their devices and put them up
Like maybe you don't need
beginning
all
of the class. And I think some schools are
Certainly not
put them in some sort of envelope.
Yeah.
The
for
parents are
for
freaking about that.
demographers, and the same thing with the family type by different age.
I don't know if you can teach them Colorado City.
Yeah. But people who are, yeah, I don't know.
I got there at the end of 2000. Actually,
Well, we're just hiring the position they've been interviewing, and they're about to make a, well, I haven't been involved in the process, but they said they're about to make their, so whether that person comes or not, that's obviously, I don't know. I think they said it was a very small,
Demographer types
I know, I was just talking about the cable show, so you should really look at the cable show. Sent around. Oh, good. Well, I just looked a little bit. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Well, yeah, I was saying that like as not a demographer, like it doesn't affect my personal research agenda, but I was like, this could affect other. The first thing that strikes me is that it's not clear. I don't think.
My father was a PhD. That's only plus he was small university president in Georgia, one of the state universities. So I grew up in academics. I don't know
About the
the president's home on campus and all that kind of stuff. So beyond that, I can't. Jay, that's
I don't.
I mean, there's so many different.
That's like a really big one. Yeah.
Joe Whitman, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Just fine. How are you?
I never use CCS because it's not really I would always go to the census, especially because it happens in really remote places, right?
You know, Michelle, Jimmy,
Good to see you again.
I didn't go through
there's good ways of that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, yeah, and this is like not the official proposal. You know what I mean? Like, essentially it goes in the and I think that I talked about people, one of the things they cut was households by tenure, average household size, which my understanding
Good morning. If the members would take their seats. Good morning. Good morning. I was reading all the recommendations last night.
Oh, for my.
You guys produce quite a bit. I tell you, it's unbelievable. Oh, I should turn my mic on. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Fall 2019 meeting of the Census Bureau Scientific Advisory Committee. Actually, a very warm welcome, particularly to everyone on the committee, continuing and new members, and everyone who's joining otherwise. Members, we're delighted to have you join us, and we look forward to a productive discussion during the next 2 days. My name is Tommy Wright. I am the designated federal officer for this committee. In this role, I am required to preside over the advisory committee meeting as specified by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA. When I'm not doing this, I am honored to serve as chief of the Statistical Research and Methodology Division at the Census Bureau. At this time, I would like to request my colleague George Barnett to walk us through our safety protocols. George?
Thanks, Tommy. Good morning. The Census Health and Safety. Thank you, although I don't often need it, but George Barnett and the Health and Safety Program Census welcomes you also, and justice safety is a primary priority for us, for our employees working in the field. It is a priority for those of us here at headquarters. So I'll take just a second to let you know what would happen if we had an emergency. And we have none planned for today, but there are a couple possibilities. We have a system that if there should be a fire, you would hear a fire alarm, you would hear whoops, and a verbal announcement telling you there is a fire in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit. For those of you here in the auditorium, the nearest exits are along this wall, the doors that you see behind and to either side of me, and that takes you to a sidewalk where you would go and walk away from the building beyond the sidewalk, and you would wait there until you hear an all-clear program. Similarly, if we had a different type of emergency, where it might be required to take refuge here in the building, you would hear an announcement over our public address system advising you of the type of emergency and giving you instructions to either stay where you are or to move to a specifically named place. One thing that's very important for us is we want you to know that if you have any concerns about your ability to respond or move or relocate in an emergency, all you need to do is to speak to the KIND program staff here, and they will make sure that somebody is assigned to assist you. So that said, we hope you have a very enjoyable stay. We know you'll have a productive meeting, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, George. As we begin, I want to remind members and those joining us in the room that Census Headquarters, inside Census Headquarters, you are prohibited from taking pictures with your smartphone, camera, or other recording devices. The proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on webcast via the Census YouTube channel, which is linked today and tomorrow to the census.gov homepage. All meeting materials are posted on the Census Advisory Committee website for public viewing. Before proceeding with the view of today's agenda, I would like to introduce those sitting at the head table. To my left is the committee chair, Allison Plyer. Next to Allison is Al Fontenot, Associate Director for Decennial Census Programs. Next to Al is Dale Kelly, Chief of the Field Division. Next to Dale is Kevin Smith, the Chief Information Officer. Going around the corner there, next to Kevin is Laura Figioni, Chief of the Office of Program Performance and Stakeholder Integration. And Ronnie's going to join us later, I hope. To my right is Steve Dillingham, the Director of the Census Bureau. To Steve's right is Ron Jarman, Deputy Director. Next to Ron is Enrique Lamas, Senior Advisor to the Director. Next to Enrique is John Abald, Associate Director for Research and Methodology and the Chief Scientist. Next to John is Tori Velkoff, Associate Director for Demographic Programs. Going around that corner is Ali Ahmed, Associate Director for Communications. And next to Al is Nick Orsini, the Associate Director for Economic Programs. Allison and I will share in facilitating your deliberations today and tomorrow. Between the two of us, we will do our best to keep the discussion moving and ensure we hear from everyone who has a comment while staying on schedule. So the way we do this is that I will introduce folks from the Census Bureau, presentations will be given, and Allison will coordinate the discussions. Acknowledgements, we would welcome all members of the public and staff who are participating by way of webcast and in person. We want to recognize anyone from the Department of Commerce, congressional staff, and regional staff who may be attending. I don't necessarily see any faces from this distance. Now our telecommunications office will provide an iPad navigation overview for those sitting at these tables.
Good morning. My name is O'Brien Grant. I'll be giving you a brief demonstration of how to use your iPad for today and tomorrow. The iPad should be currently at the home screen. If they're not at the home screen, please press the home button on the right of the iPad. When you're at the home screen, you will see 3 applications. The first application is MOS 360. This application is used to view all presentation and documents for the conference. The presentations will be on the left-hand side. Select the presentation you would like to view, and it will open on the right. If you would like to expand the view, there is an X on the middle top screen. Select that to expand it. Select that to expand the document. If you want to go back to the follow documents, to select docs to go back. If we go back to the home screen, the next application is notes. There you use to create and send emails to the NAC chair. Once you're there, you can create any email you like to send. Then you'll see a box with an arrow pointing up. And then you can select any, I'm sorry. There you can select, I'm sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. Like I said, this application is notes. There you will be able to create any documentation you would like to send to the NAC chairperson for any recommendations you would like to send for the conference. If you press the home button to go back to the home screen, the next application will be Safari. Here you'd like to view any website you would like to, enter any website you'd like to visit. In front of you, you have 2 handouts. The table overview show you the application, their functions. If you have instructions on emailing from the note application to connect your personal device to the guest wireless, go to the wireless setting and connect your device to System 10. Once connected, go to your preferred web browser and try to access any website. You will then be prompted to enter the credentials that are displayed on the tent cards. Once you enter the credentials, you will have internet access. If you have any questions throughout the conference, myself and any analysts will be here to help you. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much. Our meeting agenda reflects a broad range of topics. We developed the agenda in response to the Census Bureau's need to share and introduce research and program developments requiring your attention. The agenda also includes topics that this committee recommended on critical program areas and research. Topics are broken into 3 parts. Census members will present, typically followed by discussion, presentations, and then the entire committee discussion. First on today's agenda, our committee chair, Allison Plyer, will share remarks and introduce committee members. Following Allison, Steve Dillingham and Ron Jarman will provide executive remarks. Alfonso and Michael Thiem will present an update on the 2020 census, followed by committee discussion. We will pause for the group photo and morning break. Maria Olmedo Malagon will discuss the update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program, followed by committee discussion. Willett Allison and Robinson Bachman will present an update on Partnership Program, and it will be followed by committee discussion. We'll stop briefly to grab lunch and continue with the working lunch and the plans to evaluate 2020. Jennifer Reichert, followed by committee discussion. Then Eric Jensen will present on the 2020 Demographic Analysis Program, followed by committee discussion. After your 2 p.m. break, Allison Plyer will lead the committee discussion and formulation of recommendations from presentations today. We will end promptly at 5 p.m. The bus will leave at 5:15 p.m. at the same place where you entered this morning. A few other matters. I would like to remind members to please turn your tent card up when you're ready to speak. Once called upon, turn on the microphone at your table and clearly state your name for the record. So I will be interrupting. Hopefully I will not have to interrupt people to remind to please always, before speaking, state your name. This is needed each time you speak for the most accurate transcripts. As a reminder to the audience, during the question and answer sessions occurring today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or make comments. The public will have an opportunity to comment tomorrow, on Friday at 11 a.m. during the time set aside for public comment. If anyone intends to give public comment, please leave your name at the registration desk. If you have comments that exceed 2 minutes, please submit your comments in writing at the registration desk for the record. Finally, due to federal guidelines governing meetings and conferences of this type, the refreshments provided are for committee members only. So please join me in welcoming Allison Plyer, committee chair.
Thank you. This is Allison Plyer. Good morning and welcome to everyone to the Fall 2019 CSAC meeting. You might be wondering about my hand. And I had a little bike riding accident and I fractured my wrist. So I thought it was fitting because you might remember at my first meeting I'd been playing Frisbee and I fractured my ankle. So we're consistent apparently. So on doctor's orders, I'm supposed to keep it elevated. I hope you all like the color blue. You'll be seeing it a bunch. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Just as a reminder, the purpose of the Census Scientific Advisory Committee is to provide scientific and technical expertise to address Census Bureau objectives and programs. And we're excited to have 7 new members joining the CSAC, 5 of whom are here in the room. And in addition, one, Deborah Bach, is joining us virtually for the meeting. Thank all of you for your service to the country. To get us started, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves. You can, if you would, please say your name, your organization, and maybe one sentence about your work or your research. So maybe we can start with Peter.
Peter Glenn, Department of Management Science and Engineering at Stanford University. I do research in the area of data sciences, analytics, machine learning.
Krishna Rao, I work for Zillow Group and work on questions around kind of housing economics and machine learning.
Hi, Andrew Samwick. I teach at Dartmouth. I'm an economist. I do work in public economics and finance.
Hello, my name is Llewellyn Fisher, Lou Fisher, and I'm an attorney in private practice in Salem, Oregon. I spent 27 years back here in various federal positions, and that's my background.
Good morning. I'm Juan Pablo Urcad. I'm in the Computer Science Department at the University of Iowa, and my field of research is human-computer interaction.
Good morning. I'm John Chaika from Mathematica Policy Research. My areas of expertise are administrative records and surveys. I've had great familiarity with many of the Bureau's surveys.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeff Lauer. I work for a company called IIC Technologies, and my area of expertise is geospatial analysis and surveying and mapping. Traditional surveying, not census surveying.
Hi, my name is Mario Marazzi. I'm an economist and a data scientist. I'm formerly director of the Puerto Rico Institute of Statistics, and my areas of expertise are pretty much everything census, particularly state-federal collaboration.
And I'm Allison Plyer. I work for the Data Center. We're a local data intermediary. We use data to advance disaster recovery by helping form a common understanding for decision making, and we've now shifted our gaze to looking at measuring and informing decisions around resilience.
My name is Kunal Talwar. I work at Google Research, and my area of research is algorithms, machine learning, and privacy.
Hello, my name is Rochelle Winkler. I'm at Michigan Technological University, where I'm a sociologist and a demographer. And my area of expertise is in rural demography, as well as population and environment and spatial inequalities.
Good morning. My name is Joe Whitley, and I'm with the law firm of Baker Donaldson in Atlanta and Washington. And in the previous lifetimes, I've been in a number of federal agencies, Department of Homeland Security most recently, and Department of Justice before that. And so in the Department of Homeland Security, we had responsibility for immigration issues and national disaster response issues. And then in 2000, I was on what was called the Census Monitoring Board, which was a unique organization that oversaw the census in the sense of commenting on it and encouraging people to comply with the census.
Good morning. My name is Jay Bright. I'm a professor of statistics at Colorado State University. My interests are in general mathematical statistics, but particularly survey statistics.
Good morning, I'm Chris Moore. I'm a social psychologist. I work at Child Trends here in the Washington, D.C. area, and my areas are obviously children and youth, but also survey design.
Hello, my name is Kathy Pettit. I'm with the Urban Institute here in D.C. My own research there is around housing and neighborhoods, but I also co-direct the National Neighborhood Indicators Partnership, which are groups like Allison's around the country.
Morning, my name is Jack Levis. I'm a recently retired senior director at UPS. While I was there, I was responsible for all of the planning and methods and tools for our final mile, all the brown drivers you see. I had a couple of advanced operations research groups as well. You know, delivering a lot of packages at Christmas and doing the census have a lot of similarities.
Great, thank you all for being here. I know your time is really valuable, and I very much appreciate your contributing a substantial chunk of your time to the Census Bureau. I also want to acknowledge Enid and the team that manages the Census's advisory committee meetings. They've been shorthanded since Tara left, and they've really kept everything rolling like pros. Is she over there? Oh, yay, there she is, yay. Enid. You've been great, Enid, and she worked really hard on many things, including getting us materials in advance so we could review them. And given that several agenda items were scheduled without discussants, we were really hoping to get materials more in advance to review. Some of the PowerPoints weren't available until Tuesday. And given that we travel on Wednesday, that made it quite difficult to do much reviewing in advance, and you know, really our intent is to have some meaningful conversations here, right, that are helpful to the census. So we thank Enid for her very hard work at getting us the materials in advance, and really ask the SMEs and the directors to cooperate with her entreaties on our behalf to get those materials to us. And thanks to Tommy, who does such a great job at making sure that the census presentations are kept to their allotted time. I always feel really strongly that presentations should not exceed their allotted time, so that we have as much time as we can for committee discussion, because that's why we all came here today. Tonight, we're going to be having a non-required, optional, pay-your-own-way dinner at McCormick and Schmidt, which is right near our hotel. It's a great way to you know, get to know one another. Usually the director attends. I don't know if you'll be able to attend tonight. Oh, good. Excellent. And maybe some of the other directors. I don't know if anybody else is. Oh, yeah, John's going to be there. Anyone else? Great. Excellent. Okay, so I think, Enid, are you sending around a sign-in sheet? Okay, so please sign up if you're planning to be there. Also, I'll be checking in with everyone. We now have, I think, 4 members. With the new folks, we have 4 members who are local, and a couple of them have said that getting to the dinner in National Harbor is very difficult from a distant part of the metro area. So, so we might think about in future staying in downtown DC again, as we have in the past. And I'd be interested in everybody's thoughts. So, you know, check in with me, let me know what you think about that. So just to clarify a little bit about sort of my role and what you can expect in these meetings, what I will do is work to ensure that the topics around on the agenda really are topics in your expertise area. I'll work with Census, as you can hear me doing, to get the materials to you in advance so we can really provide meaningful comments. I'm going to keep encouraging the census presenters to have questions at the end of their presentation. Some of them have been really great at that, and that's very helpful in terms of guiding our comments to the census folks. Again, I'll keep reminding everyone to keep their presentations to their allotted time, so we have plenty of time for discussion. You know, we always work hard, and I will do this and ask everyone else to do it, to express respect for everyone's expertise and operate by consensus, as we've always done. And as you know, we'll have the discussant for each item lead the documentation of the response and recommendations for that item. Where we don't have a discussant, I've already assigned or asked a continuing member to play that role and provide leadership around documenting responses. And then the discussants, or those leaders, will email the drafts to me, and tonight I'll compile them, and then tomorrow we'll put it all together in our final document that we edit as a group tomorrow, which is quite the process. And we've gotten good at it, haven't we, team? Yes, we have. So we can do it. All these things are going to continue, and if you have other suggestions or questions about how to improve the way we work, please let me know. Everybody's suggestions have always been very productive and helpful, and so I'm interested in all of those. So I just want to circle back to one item that was on our meeting agenda, the first one I chaired, and I think Dr. Dillingham wasn't here yet for that, and that's obviously a topic that's dear to my heart, which is disaster recovery. The responses from the census were largely that you all don't currently have funding to do much more in terms of providing metrics of population recovery after a disaster. And, you know, I think it goes without saying that this is a topic that's going to become more and more pressing. I was just reading an article from the Oroville Mercury Register, which seems to be a local paper around where the campfire was, and they were trying to guess how many people had moved into Chico. And based on some data I've seen from international agencies, the population of Chico may have increased by about 50% because of that fire and that evacuation, but they don't know, and they won't know for a couple of years, and that's a real hardship for communities that are trying to grapple with the kind of population shifts we're seeing. So, you know, we at the data center are going to continue working on finding ways to help organizations come up with those metrics, and we'll also continue to talk to the census about how we can get some funding for that. We also suggested you come up with a task force that includes on-the-ground disaster experts, and you all let us know you've got task force that work with the White House and with FEMA working groups. But for those of us who have lived through a disaster, we know that if you haven't actually lived through one, you don't understand the dynamics. And we highly encourage you to add some on-the-ground folks to those task force in order to make sure that the long-term dynamics are understood. That was my little executive privilege as the chair to talk about a topic I'm passionate about. But I know we have a lot of other topics to cover. And so without further ado, I would like to turn over to Director Dillingham.
Good morning, and welcome to all of you to the Census Scientific Advisory Committee, which we refer to as CSAC. Thank Allison. I want to thank you for chairing the advisory committee, and despite your recent injury, I'm sure you'll be recuperating. And I'm sorry it's your right hand, but thank you so much for being here, and to all members for your time and your insights. I welcome everyone that's watching via our webcast on Census Live. The work of the CSAC is important, and I'm pleased that we can use technology to bring this meeting to you and make it accessible to our stakeholders. At the Bureau, we are undertaking hundreds of exciting and innovative projects, many of which will be discussed over the next 2 days. I'd like to welcome our continuing members and our new members. I had a list here of the great expertise, particularly the new members that I wanted to mention, but I will mention those that are not here, that and maybe perhaps one will be arriving, but and I know at least one is listening virtually. But Dr. Rochelle Winkler is an associate professor of sociology and demography at Michigan Technological University with expertise in demography, applied demography, migration, spatial demography, and community-engaged participatory scholarship. Dr. Deborah Balk, who is joining us virtually today, is a professor of public affairs in the School of Public and International Affairs at Baruch College and at the CUNY Graduate Center. Dr. Luther Carter, who's not able to join us, has served as the president of Francis Marion University since 1999 and previously was the executive director of the South Carolina Budget and Control Board. And Dr. Chow Lee Ming, who wasn't able to join us today, is the Whipple Jones Professor of Statistics and founding editor-in-chief of Harvard Data Science Review. So we're excited to have everyone on the advisory committee and to have such diverse interests, talents, and experience. We rely on you for advice on a wide range of important issues, and the federal statistical landscape and the work of the Census Bureau are changing, as you will learn. You will hear how the 2020 census is changing and realize that the decennial census in 2030, now being studied, will change even further. We thank members past and present for many contributions to the 2020 census design. For example, helping us to develop our geospatial database and incorporating the use of GIS into the 2020 census design. Also for contributions in developing the operational control system and optimizer that's now will be used, particularly with the non-response follow-up, our term is NRFU, to make it much more efficient. Innovations continue, especially in the decennial census. Census Bureau has many innovative projects underway, including the expanded use of administrative records, the ingesting and managing of data through a consolidated data lake, and instituting differential privacy to protect confidentiality. While these innovations for the 2020 decennial program are being evaluated for the purpose of incorporating them into our operations at the Bureau, the investments and operations of the 2020 decennial will help us to modernize the Census Bureau operations moving forward. As Al will explain shortly, we are ready for the 2020 census. We're on mission, on schedule, on budget, and on course to complete the biggest and, we think, the most efficient and effective decennial census ever, despite challenges. Some of those challenges that you're well aware of, the response rates of surveys and censuses are declining. Households are more complex. Our nation continues to be highly mobile, with 15% of the population moving annually. Many households speak languages other than English. There's competing attention during the 2020 decennial with elections and other matters, Olympics and other things of interest. And finally, people have concerns about sharing their information and the protection of their information. We are preparing our workforce for program modernization. Data innovation is a mission-critical goal for the Bureau. It would help us to equip our workforce with skills for an ever-changing environment. We are working to recruit and retain employees to make our statistical processes more efficient and effective. We must stay relevant with today's industry standards and compete with public, academic, and private industry. Our team is focused on training and development of current Bureau employees, as well as hiring people with special skill sets. The introduction of data scientists at the Census Bureau creates the opportunity for new skills to explore and analyze data. So stay tuned as we continue to roll out a talented data science workforce and transform our core business practices. Innovations are occurring in our demographic directorate. We continue to support and redesign our surveys, as well as the surveys of other agencies, so that they are improved and that they reduce the public burden. An example includes the Streamlined National Health Interview Survey, NHIS, sponsored by the National Center for Health Statistics. We are reducing the burden by 30 minutes for participating households. Our eHealth initiative has matured this year. We have partnerships with federal, state, and academic researchers in public health to explore how census demographic data and health data can be combined. Innovations are being undertaken in our economic directorate. We have a new supplemental quarterly retail e-commerce table. Recently, working with industry experts, the Bureau issued a new data product providing more granular e-commerce estimates. The Economic Directorate continues to explore the use of third-party data to supplement survey responses. We successfully piloted machine learning techniques to improve data quality and reduce time spent editing data. Example being the 2018 Annual Capital Expenditure Survey. Finally, we have data on new technologies. Robotics, AI, and automation questions have been introduced in several economic surveys in order to directly measure the adoption of these technologies and indirectly measure the impact on employment and productivity. We foster innovation through the Census Opportunity Project. The project provides a process for engaging government, communities, and technology industry to create digital tools to address national challenges. 2020 census developments substantiate our increased readiness. Security for the census is progressing. We have designed our cybersecurity program to protect the networks and systems, ensuring they are resilient in the face of cyber threats that aim to either access our data or disrupt our operations. We work every day to balance employing advanced security features while ensuring a positive and productive user experience. The President issued Executive Order 13880 in July 2019 on collecting information about citizenship status in connection with the decennial census. Part of the Census Bureau, part of its responsibility will be to obtain administrative records for developing citizenship statistics. Collecting administrative data reflects opportunities for developing valuable statistics on new topics in new ways. Our address canvassing operation for the 2020 census began on August the 18th, at least officially, across the nation. For the first time, we used satellite imagery to detect areas where housing changes occur. Again, Al will have more details on this. We conducted the 2019 census test with and without the citizenship question to inform our operations and generate knowledge for the future. Preliminary results will be available next month in October 19. Aside from the 2020 census, we have a number of other national collections upon which governments at all levels, businesses, and nonprofit organizations rely. Accordingly, we are very optimistic about the exciting path ahead, knowing full well there are new and significant challenges the Census Bureau will face. But with widespread, traditional, and bipartisan support, we fully expect to continue to achieve results in an effective and efficient manner. The Bureau will continue its work and remain a national and international leader in data and statistical products that enhance knowledge and promote evidence-based decision-making. On behalf of everyone at the Census Bureau, thank you for your active participation on the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. We appreciate the time you're taking from your schedules to work with us. We're looking forward to these discussions and your contributions to new and better ideas, statistical practices, and preparations for a brighter future. Thank you.
So I'll just take a couple minutes real quick. Good morning, everybody, to talk about where we are on the budget. I hope everybody got into town last night, in a less dramatic fashion than I did, landing in a thunderstorm at Dulles Airport. But so anyway, so our FY19 appropriation of approximately $3.8 billion fully funds our request for the 2020 census. With this, we've launched our first major field operation, address canvassing. I'll probably talk more about that shortly, and continued opening the 248 area census offices that we'll need to support our major field operations next year. The funding supports our integrated communications and partnership program that you'll also hear more about, and we are hiring our partnership specialists to work on building these key partnerships. I was just in Seattle yesterday or Tuesday, I guess, working with a bunch of those folks, and that's, I can tell you, is going along very well. Funding also provides continued development scaling of our IT infrastructure, the printing of materials, which we started earlier this summer, and that we'll use to encourage response and assist those speaking languages other than English. At the same time, the FY19 appropriation supports our other monthly, quarterly, and annual demographic and economic surveys, including the processing of the data to begin publishing information from the 2017 economic census, which will be coming out later this month, or the first look, and also the collection of data for the ACS and our other programs. So for FY20, the budget total of $7.2 billion is an increase of $3.3 billion over FY19. This includes $1 billion that was appropriated in prior years for use in FY 2020. So $6.3 billion, including that $1 billion appropriated earlier, will support the decennial census. But we also have funding approximately $3 million for our CEDSI, our new CEDCAP, our data collection and processing program, about $65 million for our dissemination systems, $140 million to continue implementation and begin the data releases for our re-engineered 2017 economic census, and $561 million to continue our other programs. Our primary efforts in FY20 will be, obviously, to conduct a complete and accurate 2020 census, and the budget will support the operations, including self-response, non-response follow-up, and other efforts. Again, fully supporting our integrated communications campaign, which, we'll be rolling out advertising starting after the new year. Also the integrated systems to support the collection and the processing of the data. So I'll try to keep this short. Our budget provides the most complete, provides for the most complete address list and map support for the 2020 census operations, and continues to release data from all of our normal programs. It also supports with the 2017 economic census the data that's critical to use for the Bureau of Economic Analysis to set the baseline for GDP and other principal economic indicators, and also the 2017 Census of Governments. All of that information is critical for GDP and other economic indicators, and supports government-wide efforts to modernize our data collection and analysis and dissemination in partnership with the BEA. So we'll be able to preserve data collection for the CPS and the SIP, and also other federally funded administrative data and administrative records clearinghouse activities. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Allison, and we could do Q&A or.
We have one of the new Census Scientific Advisory Committee members on the phone would like to introduce herself, and then actually Ken, who just got here, we can have him introduce himself too. But so Deborah Bach, are you on the phone? Can you hear me? No, she was apparently. Well, let's have Ken. If you can say a sentence about where you work and what you do, that'd be great.
Good morning. I'm Ken Simonson. I'm the Chief Economist for the Associated General Contractors of America, and several years member of this committee.
Thank you, Ken. That's great. And Deborah, can you hear me? We'll give you another shot. No. Sounds like not. Okay. Hopefully we'll get to hear from Deborah a little bit later. So we have some time for Q&A about anything perhaps that you'd like to ask the director or the deputy director about what they talked about or otherwise. Don't be shy.
Ken Simonson. Mr. Director, I welcome all of the initiatives that you mentioned. I did not hear one regarding construction statistics, and I know there has been a lot of work behind the scenes by the staff, hoping to hear a little more about timetable and types of enhancements to the construction spending and related numbers.
Nick, you want to give an update?
Yeah, sure. So we have been working to redesign many of our construction programs, and we are looking at alternative data sources to incorporate into our construction programs. I think we'll have a little bit more to present to the committee at the next meeting. We plan on developing some presentations on how far we've come with that, and we'll be talking a little more and provide more details at the next CSAC.
If I could press a little more, can you provide any more detail at this time about whether things are on track? Have you been held up by budget constraints, staffing constraints, technological or, let's say, data limitations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the major constraints we'll have over the next going forward, I would say, is staffing. So we are losing one of our key players in the construction area who has been a long-standing and very knowledgeable staff member, and we're going to be struggling to make that up. So that will pose a little bit of an issue for us.
While I have you on the hot seat.
You probably know who that is.
While I have you on the hot seat, can you say anything else about other programs in the economic business data area that you either have plans for or things have been sidetracked for now?
There's a lot going on in the Economic Directorate regarding the re-engineering of programs and the use of alternative data. Our primary focus right now is the economic census and getting that data out on September 19th for the first look report. As you know, we've been, our budget for the economic census has been, I would say, severely cut over the 2017 cycle. And it may be evident when we produce our data and see some of the quality concerns we have with it. So, you know, between a 15 and a 20% cut in the economic census budget over the 2017 cycle compared to the 2012 cycle will have some impacts down the road. And, you know, we've implemented many innovations, including a 100% electronic collection, using machine learning techniques to review data as opposed to analysts, cutting back on our sample size for the use of administrative records. So a lot of things we've done in order to do a 2017 economic census. In our indicators area, we're looking to produce an advanced construction indicator. I think as you're aware of, we're looking to move up our durable and non-durable goods report to release them simultaneously as opposed to coming out at different points in time over the month. So there's a lot of activity going on.
One last shot, Mr. Director. I know that the immediate focus, the most important thing on your agenda has to be the 2020 demographic census, but we're already moving up toward 2022 when the economic censuses will take place, and I think it's very important for not so much construction, but the entire business sector and for that matter, economic policymakers in the government to have timely, complete, as accurate statistics as possible about the scope of the economy through the economic census and through these regular annual and monthly programs. So I hope that you will be a strong advocate for adequate funding, which I don't think has been the case in the last few years. Not to criticize yourself or the partially acting director or the previous director, but frankly, I think Census has been losing out in those budget requests, and I hope that you can help reverse that over the next budget cycle, which I know you're well into now.
Just let me say that we're very supportive of our economic directorate, and the deputy director has a particularly strong interest and experience in that area. So we continue to look at options, and we continue to advocate whenever we can. And as members of the advisory committee and other groups, we hope that share with others your thoughts about some of these data collections and products and the importance of them.
Any other questions? Yeah, Joe.
Mr. Simonson has been infectious, so
Start by saying your name.
Causes me to
Yeah.
think some questions. From a Homeland Security background, concerns arise about population movement in the event of a disaster like Katrina or some sort of radiological event in one of our major cities. Population preparedness is an issue at Homeland, and I'm guessing that in the 18 years since 2001, when we had the attack on America, we learned a lot of lessons post that event. We learned a lot of lessons from Katrina, but those lessons seem to evaporate with time. People forget about them. If you weren't in that experience, as you mentioned, as regarding Katrina, you don't really appreciate it. And the same goes for New York City, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the Pentagon. So I was not here in Washington, D.C. when people were trying to leave this city in 2001 to go wherever they were trying to go. But we really need to think about how the census might play a role in gathering data about preparedness and planning, and it may be too fine of a point for the census to assist with, but I wanted to just mention it remains a passion of mine, and that also ties in with cyber dependency. The failure of cyber in the event of an attack is something that we have not really fully appreciated. The ability of different communities, law enforcement, first responders to connect with one another post a disaster is still an issue in America and needs to be addressed. And then also language assimilation, whether or not one believes in English as being the primary language of our country or not, the ability to communicate with one another in the event of a disaster is geometrically challenging with new populations in America that speak other languages. And so these are things that all sort of fit within the Homeland Security responsiveness area that I wanted to just reference as something I would like the census, and maybe the census is looking at these issues, but I just wanted to reference it as something that's a bit of a passion for me. Thank you.
Just one quick comment, and some others may want to comment on this, but as Ken said, we do have a large amount of our focus right now is on the decennial census, but certainly the hurricanes and the language needs and everything come into play with the decennial census, so that I think when we go over the decennial census progress, you'll see at least in that arena what we're doing with to help with the disasters that we encounter, particularly in counting the population. I know there's much more to it, but I think you'll get some insights as to how we're focused, and we're focused in doing things more than ever before in the language area, particularly in administering the decennial census. But I know that we have a further conversation with all of our data and how that might be brought to bear in some of these situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would just add, I think we've done a relatively good job of working with FEMA and Homeland Security and other organizations in terms of preparedness. So, we have data tools that are useful for looking at what's on the ground prior to the disaster, or what was there when the disaster occurred. I think Allison's point that there's There's less resources focused on measuring in the short, near term, what happens immediately afterwards. That's something I think we'd like to look into. It's obviously a budget and staffing priority, meshing that with other things. But I think this is one of the areas where better access to other administrative records and stuff like that can help us out. Sometimes, situation's very fluid after disaster, and you need some ability to follow people more continuously over a period of time, and administrative records are pretty well suited to do that. So that's, I think, an area that we can actively look into to try to do more in, but again, it's going to have to balance with all these other things like, construction statistics, and which is, obviously closely related with disaster response. So, it all kind of comes together, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I might mention, Enrique, you may want to just mention the Fusion Center and one of the things we're doing right now with in monitoring disasters.
So one of the challenges of going into the 2020 census is the whole social media atmosphere that is out there, and looking into the trends. And we have put together, under the work of Vatri Kaluri here at the Census Bureau, a center that looks at not only what's going on in terms of events and disasters, but also what's going on in terms of social media, what's going on in terms of any other aspects, and trying to put together kind of all of the themes together so that we can bring ourselves to get more information out to the public, whether it's things that are being said that are that need further clarification from the Census Bureau. We work with our Public Information Office to put materials together for that. And a large part of it is what's going on in terms of events. It's not only hurricanes that are going to affect us, but it's also fires out west. It can be earthquakes. It can be any of a myriad of things. So we're trying to take a more holistic approach. And as Ron mentioned, we have various tools that we work with FEMA. We have visited the National Weather Service in terms of seeing how they track things and how we might leverage that. So it's really a holistic approach that we're trying in this new Fusion Center.
Anyone else? No? Well, that's all right, because then that gives us 5 extra minutes. We could maybe start our update on the 2020 a little early.
Thank you, Allison. Good morning. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of our new and continuing members of the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. I want to apologize right now that I will miss dinner with you tonight, and I will miss you tomorrow. I'm in a season where I am very active out in the field, selling people on the importance of the 2020 census, getting states and committees to be involved, to be engaged, to work with the Bureau, to try to make sure all their people get counted. I'll be in Michigan and Ohio tomorrow, so I'll be working on those kinds of things. At this point, I also tend to get very involved in seeing what happens to our field operations while our people are on the ground. We've started the census. I've been on the ground with listers in the Bronx, down in the lower Ninth in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, in Atlanta, and getting around seeing what kinds of challenges they're encountering. Some of my colleagues have been out west on Native American land, on Indian reservations. Some of them have been in the South. And we try to get out and be firsthand in terms of seeing what's happening on the ground and developing slight revisions in this program if necessary, but really thinking about when we go to knock on doors during non-response follow-up, making sure we're at the maximum efficiency. I want to start off the decennial portion of our meeting today with our help. Yeah, I'm pushing the buttons and nothing happens.
Help is on its way.
All right, it moved. I want to start this portion of the meeting with our roadmap slide, which shows where we are now and lays out our upcoming milestones. As you can see from the highlighted row on our list of key milestones, the 2020 census has begun, and we are in the middle of in-field address canvassing. We're only 202 days to Census Day, April 1st, 2020. But before we begin to discuss the status of our ongoing operations and preparations for the 2020 census, I want to provide you with a brief look at some of the analysis we have done with the data from our 2018 end-to-end test. As you may recall, at the spring CSAC meeting, we discussed the preliminary analysis of self-response rates broken down by race, Hispanic origin, and tenure. Today, I'd like to discuss some of our preliminary analysis on the Internet Self-Response Tool, break-off rates, rates of ID and non-ID response. As we have indicated in prior meetings and in our program management review, the 2018 test resulted in a slightly higher than expected self-response rate, 52.3% versus a projected rate of 49.3%. 33.2% of housing units were enumerated via non-response follow-up operation. Those are the people who chose not to self-respond. And the final 14.5% were enumerated from what we call other. Other includes enumeration by administrative records and by count imputation. So we wanted to make sure we had methods in place to get 100% count. Let's talk for a minute about how the self-responders responded. 61.2% of self-responders in Providence used the internet. 31.3% responded via paper questionnaire, and 7.5% used our telephone questionnaire response centers. As a reminder, the primary objective of the end-to-end test was to evaluate our systems and the capabilities of our systems to perform successfully and integrate effectively with each other and to evaluate their functionality when being operated by real people in a real field environment. Additionally, the test served as an opportunity to evaluate our field management capabilities, our procedures, our tools, and secondarily, the test provided an opportunity to gather information on demographics and self-response rates. The test was very successful. The systems proved that they could successfully operate together, and we were able to identify several areas that we could refine and improve to optimize performance before we began our work on performance and scalability. Michael Thiem will be talking about performance and scalability testing a little later this morning. The test had no media or partnership component, so it's important to note that when we talk about a 51% response rates, that's with no stimulus going on in the community, no media, no partnership in the field. So that links to our plan for a 60.5% self-response rate in the 2020 census, which we are continuing to maintain as our expected self-response rate. When we look specifically at the self-response data we received over the internet, we see that 85% of respondents who started the questionnaire submitted a response, meaning 15% didn't submit a response. This data is very encouraging because it shows us that most respondents who started the questionnaire went through all the questions and submitted their response and did not drop off or break off during the questionnaire. Let's get into what happened to those who did. Of the 15% who did not submit a questionnaire after they started their response, most breakoffs occurred at the confirm screen. That's the second screen. 22.6% of the folks, when asked to confirm the address associated with their census ID they provided on login, generally stopped at that point. And so we're examining that and saying what can we do to get people past that point. But that's the first security screen. So at 22.6 said, oops, I'm not going any further. The second most common screen for respondents to exit the questionnaire was the other complete screen. Now, I don't personally consider those people having dropped off because that's a screen that indicated they would not be living or staying at this address on census day. They stopped right at that point, which was not really a break-off, it's just an exit at that point in time. The other respondents who dropped off were at the resident screen. 13.9% of all break-offs occurred at the resident screen. That screen was the first screen that respondents saw after selecting the non-ID option, and we asked them to provide a complete street address for their residence. Those three screens accounted for half of all of our break-offs, and the other break-offs fragmented all up and down the questions. But like I say, 85% had no break-off and completed the survey. Further analysis shows that almost 97% of self-response data submitted over the internet came from respondents who actually used their census-provided ID. This slide shows three different device types, PC, tablet, and mobile, and the percent of people using an ID to respond via that device type. Of those responding using an ID, respondents spent the most time on the screen that asked them to provide the name of each person living or staying at the address on April 1st, 2018. The median time on that screen, however, was less than a minute. So people moved through that screen at a fairly good progression. It's important to note that in a test, we expect to receive non-ID responses mainly from people who received the introductory letter and the reminder postcards, but who chose to respond at a time when the ID number may not have been available or convenient for them. In the 2020 census, we expect to receive some non-ID responses in the same circumstances, but also from a second cohort of people, those who respond because of the census environment, people who have seen the advertising, seen the media awareness, had conversations with neighbors, friends, and family, and go in to respond without their ID. In 2020, this second cohort might be larger than in the 2018 test. In a test, the census environment typically is very minimal, and as I mentioned, we had no media, we had no partnership, there was no real census environment. So someone who doesn't receive mail from us in the test may not even know or be aware that a test is going on and may not respond. So this data is not totally projectable to what will happen in the 2020 environment, but it does inform us of some of the characteristics of response and breakoff. And we're continuing to analyze the data from the test to learn about the behavior of respondents using our self-response tools. Let's shift to 2018 now. There's been conversation about disaster and disaster recovery. Hurricane Dorian enabled us to activate the Decennial Rapid Response Team. The goal of the Decennial Rapid Response Team is somewhat internal. Our first goal is to ensure the safety of our staff, our equipment, and our facilities. Our second goal is to ensure our ability to achieve our mission to complete the count as well as possible. We activated because Dorian appeared to be coming very heavily into areas in Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, where we have major operations and facilities. In fact, we closed two of our address canvassing offices. Those offices were closed for approximately 3 to 4 days. Even though those offices were closed, the people doing address canvassing in areas that were not evacuated but were headquartered out of those offices continued to work. We pretty much put it up to the local management on the ground to be able to better and effectively evaluate the conditions on the ground for the safety of their staff. We had daily calls multiple calls a day between the local office in Atlanta, which controls the Southeast, and our field and our decennial teams to make sure that we were keeping our people safe and that we were keeping the mission focused. We closed 3 of our Wave 2 offices. Now, just to explain, a Wave 2 office is not supporting address canvassing. Those will be opened in November of this year, and they are just in the stage of being outfitted for 2020. They may have had 2 or 3 staff there. They may have had some people putting in furniture, making sure wiring. We closed those for several days just to get people out of there to ensure that their safety. All have been reopened at this point in time. I'm delighted to report none of our field personnel reported any injuries, or did we have any property damage to any census facility as a result of the hurricane or the flooding. A little less than a month ago, August 18th, we started our first major field operation of the 2020 census. The census has started. In-field address canvassing is the operation. For those of you who are new to the CSAC, address canvassing is the operation that enables us to validate every mailable address in the country using both our master address file, the U.S. Post Office delivery sequence file, our people on the ground. In 2010, we walked every address in the country and validated the mailing address by personally having a lister check every address. In 2020, earlier in this decade, we began verifying the addresses across the nation using aerial imagery to look for physical changes in the housing configurations, which combined with the U.S. Postal Service delivery sequence file and our existing master address file allowed us to validate that an address did not change during the decade. If you looked at housing stock in neighborhoods that absolutely did not change, the postal delivery sequence file did not change, we could pretty much validate those addresses did not change unless it was an area going through an E911 conversion of addresses. So we had that information also. So during our field operation, approximately 30% of the nation was not verifiable through our in-office address canvassing, and we are putting people on the ground to walk the streets of the nation and verify those addresses. We have over 30,000 temporary census employees that are currently walking the street to validate the addresses in our address canvassing operation. They are working from our early census offices. There are 29 early census offices, and those staff are working there. They knock on doors. They ask about potential hidden housing units. Are there basement apartments? Are there converted living spaces in garages or other places on the property where people may be living that are not on the address list? They're also looking to observe any situations such as multiple meters, 3 meters on a 1 flat or a 2 flat, things that are indicators that there may be hidden housing units. And this is part of the process and observation, so we can identify every place where people may be living that may not be on our current address list. We're a little past the halfway point of our operation, and I am delighted to say all of our supporting IT systems are functioning effectively. I would say better than effectively. They're functioning great. We're ahead of schedule, and we are within budget for this operation. It's a great start to the actual 2020 census field operations. This operation will be completed on October 4th for the operational side and October 11th for our quality control activities. Production activities for address canvassing for the 7 early Wave 1 ACOs started on August 4th. We did a stepped start. We had a soft launch with 7 offices, then we rolled out 32 additional offices. I think I said 29, I meant 39 earlier. It was just a mental slip. For the 32 remaining offices, they began production on August 18th. The orange lines on the chart represent our plan, and the blue line represents the actual. As I said, we're ahead of schedule and within budget for this operation. As of September 9th, we've completed almost 50% of the in-field address canvassing basic collection units, BCUs, and over 55% of all addresses that will be listed during this operation. The field listing activities wrap up on October 4th. The one thing that I would like to address is the gap in the budget between plan and actual. There are 2 reasons for that. One of the primary reasons is we're seeing higher productivity, meaning number of addresses per hour in the field than our plan indicated. We are seeing significantly higher productivity as a result of some of the efficiencies designed in the program, which means no daily meetings to turn over paper payrolls to crew leaders, no daily meetings to turn the work in to crew leaders. All of this is automated, and all of it is happening on an iPhone 8, or in this case, on a laptop computer using one of our programs. And so we're seeing good productivity, and we're seeing better productivity than we did in the 18 address canvassing test because we've smoothed out some issues that we learned in our lessons learned from the 18 test. The other reason is that we recruited and hired the number of people we needed, but we had a higher dropout rate than expected between the date of hire and the date of start of training. So we started with lower numbers going to the field than we had actually anticipated, and in spite of that, we're ahead of plan. So we're feeling very good about the operation, but it has caused us to adjust our funnel. The funnel is we look at how many people we need to recruit, how many people we need to hire, how many people we think will complete training, and how many people will deploy into the field. We're adjusting the funnel to widen the top so that we can put more people in. So if we get the same level of dropouts that we're getting in address canvassing in further operations, we'll have more people coming through the funnel at that point. Let's talk about quality control activities for a moment. Quality control canvassing started for the early Wave 1 ACOs on August 11th. The remaining 32 Wave 1 ACOs started on August 25th. As with listing, we're on budget for this operation. There's not a plan, a production plan for QC because those roll out as a result of offices actually being finished in production. But as you can see from this slide, 32.7% of our basic collection units did not pass quality control. There are three main reasons that we're seeing this higher error rate when compared to 2010. First, for 2020, we're only listing BCUs that are more likely to have changes. Remember I told you we had in-office address canvassing. It removed 70% of the BCUs that had no changes. It pulled them right off the top. So now we're working at the 30% that were more controversial, that had more changes. Second, we're sampling more heavily from BCUs that are more likely to have errors. Because we knew that, we have a heavier sampling model. So, for example, BCUs that listers made several adds and deletes will be more likely to be selected for quality control. And third, the standards for passing a BCU in QC are more stringent than they were in 2020. For example, if a BCU has 50 housing units, in 2010, we would check 3 housing units from the BCU, and if any one of those 3 fail, the BCU failed. In 2020, the same size BCU, we're checking 20 units. If any one of the units is wrong, then the whole BCU fails and will be recanvassed. By being more conservative, we're able to get people out to recheck and validate and verify a higher percent of the addresses. So we'll have a much more complete address list when we're completed. I just want to stress one other fact. That while the overall proportions of BCU have failed QC is 32%, over 87% of our listers have had a BCU checked already, and they failed 2 or fewer BCUs. So when we look at all the internal performance metrics, we're seeing people are basically doing the right thing when they're checking their addresses. As you know, our automated recruiting and assessment application has modernized our hiring application and testing process. Despite the challenges of hiring our workforce in a strong economy with low unemployment, our recruiting efforts so far have been highly successful, with over 845,000 applicants having created a profile in our system using our online tool. Of those, over 675,000 have completed their assessment, surpassing our goal for this point in time. But despite this, we're going to be working closely with our advertising agency campaign and with our community partners to continue to aggressively recruit potential applicants from various categories, not just the unemployed, but categories such as students, teachers, homemakers, people participating in the gig economy, such as Uber and Lyft drivers, retired persons, and people seeking part-time work. That helps us not be totally dependent on this diminishing pool of unemployed workers. Selection and hiring for peak operations is starting. We have over 1,700 recruiting assistants, over 320,000 office operations supervisors, and over 1,300 clerks having already been hired. So we're aggressively looking to continue to hire to be prepared for the census. Selection for our enumerators that will be used for non-response follow-up, our largest operation, actually begins in March 2020 for the main operation, and in February for early non-response follow-up. For those of you who have been with census a while, you know that we do an early non-response follow-up in areas with colleges and universities where we anticipate students not being there when the actual operation starts. So that starts several months early. We continue to make progress opening our area census offices. All Wave 1 area census offices are fully operational in support of address canvassing. Wave 2, which will support the rest of peak operations, continue to open. As of September 9th, 150 Wave 2 ACOs are ready for business. The remaining Wave 2 ACOs will be ready for business by November 29th, 2019. The Census Bureau and GSA continue to work closely together to ensure that all tasks related to opening the remaining ACOs stay on target. Complete count committees are vital partnering organizations. They get groups of different constituents together in either a community, a state, or an organization to develop programs to communicate the importance of participating in the census to local residents. I was appearing at the National Conference of Mayors meeting a couple of years ago and wanted to talk about how important complete count committees are to small cities. And before I presented, one of the mayors raised his hand and said, "May I make a comment?" You always get a little nervous when that happens and you're getting ready to do a presentation. But I said, "Sure, come on up." He stood up, and he was from a small town in Minnesota. And he said in 2000, his city was in the bottom quarter of all cities in the state in terms of their response to the census. They did a 2010 complete count committee. He said he took $10,000 of his city budget over the objection of many members of his city council and dedicated it to putting signs on his garbage trucks, putting signs in his communities, to having informational meetings. And one of the things they found out why people didn't participate in 2000 was they didn't know it mattered to them. They thought of the census as a government program, not a program that affected funding for their community centers, their roads, their hospitals, and things in their local community. By communicating that knowledge, by making people more aware, he said he was now in the top 25% of all communities in the state as a result of the work done by his complete count committee. He said it made a difference of $1 million a year in federal funding that flowed into his city, and it cost him $10,000, and over 10 years he picked up $10 million. He turned to the mayors and said, "Who would not want this type of return on investment?" At that point, I could sit down. I mean, he had made my pitch. But these are great organizations. So in 2020, we have focused on starting it at the state level. We started this early in the decade, experimenting with certain states and trying. So state complete count committees or commissions get together at the state level, develop a plan, they roll it down to the counties, to the cities, and some of them roll funding with it. California, for example, has $182 million dedicated to supporting the census that they're funded their complete count committee with from their budgets. Other states have smaller All other states have smaller amounts than California. But different states have some to no funding to various amounts of funding, but they put a program together that enables the other states to participate. State complete count committees are vital. We have 45 states that have complete count committees that are underway, that are functioning right now, including Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. Additional 4 states are committed or in the process of forming those right now, and 1 state is still considering forming a complete count committee. Oops. In addition to the state complete count committees, significant work is occurring to establish complete count committees at the tribal, county, city, community levels. To date, we have over 4,500 local complete count committees established nationwide, including 100 tribal communities. Additionally, as you can see, there are over 750 local complete count committees in the 7 states that don't have a state complete count committee. So we're making sure we get coverage from the local communities to customize their appeal to what their community needs, to why they should participate in the census. Finally, I want to take a moment and let you know briefly about some of our efforts to increase awareness for the 2020 census. Later on today, you'll have a more in-depth presentation on our integrated communications campaign and our partnership program. But I want to let you know that for the 2020 census, we are using proven techniques from prior censuses, paid advertising, statistics and skills, community and national partnerships, but additionally, we're infusing it with modern approaches like social media, digital advertising, and advertising that's targeted to particular audiences to promote 2020 census and encourage self-response. This new digital environment presents opportunities for advertising that we have not been able to use in past censuses. Specifically, for the first time, we have the ability to drive response to digital ads that connect viewers to the online response tool directly. Our partnership and communication efforts play a critical role in helping us reach the goal of conducting a complete and accurate count by helping explain to every community why participating in the census is so important. Spreading the message and mobilizing stakeholders to respond to the census will provide accurate data for every community in every state. This concludes my update, and I'm going to hold questions until Michael finishes because his presentation is a critical part of the 2020 presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael Thiem, my Assistant Director for Decennial Census Programs for Systems and Contracts, provide an update on our 2020 system readiness. Michael?
Thank you, Al. I actually don't have the clicker, so I'm wondering if I could get that okay. Thank you so much. I'll just start out. This may or may not be a familiar slide. It should be familiar for the existing members. This is the way that we Thank you so much. This is the way that we organize our software development and delivery to the 2020 census. We've broken it up into 16 operational deliveries, and we have tried our best to align our deliveries with when systems will be needed in production. Essentially, the way this works is we have the test readiness review, and that is the date at which systems are ready for testing. We can begin testing. We have our production readiness review, which is our pre-production activities, which include dry runs and soft launches, which include field procedures. And then we have our conduct operations date. So the dates in green up there are the dates that we have successfully passed so far, and the dates in black are the ones coming up. As you can see, our latest green date is September 3rd, which we essentially put into production all of our peak recruiting and hiring systems. So that means we are able to, all the systems needed to hire people are in place and running. Our next operation coming up is the integrated partnership and communication, but that's not really a data collection operation. Our next data collection operation is really what we consider the launch of data collection for the 2020 census, which is remote Alaska, and that's going to be January 21st of 2020. And we hope to have somebody in our leadership riding a sled up in Alaska. We're not sure who it is yet to launch that. Okay, so I quickly want to, Al has given you a lot of information about address canvassing and the success so far, but I just want to reiterate, mobile solutions are successfully supporting the operations. Our reporting and dashboard systems are functioning as designed. Our operation support processes and our personnel are 100% functional, and that includes our network operations center, our security operations center, and our decennial service center, which is really the help desk for all of our operations. The big part of this presentation is the part that I am most interested in for the 2020 census, and I hope I can interest you as well. We really do take a scientific approach to making sure that our systems can scale for the census. Everything else the Bureau does isn't subject to the rigors of, and I don't mean to denigrate any of the other things the Census Bureau does, but we are big. The census is big, and we have to make sure that we can go from 0 to 60, 70, 80 miles an hour in a very short amount of time and then slow it back down and bring it to a stop. So we essentially have a 4-phase approach to making sure that happens. And in recent presentations, I've actually changed this to a 5-phase approach, and this should probably be especially interesting to the scientific advisory panel. We have a phase 0 in here. which is really the research and modeling for our loads that we anticipate we're going to have in a census. We spent the last 5 years and more in terms of experience, but about the last 5 years doing statistical models of what we think is going to happen in the 2020 census. That includes information from the American Community Survey, how people respond online to the American Community Survey, what sorts of field operations we can actually try to extrapolate from for the 2020 census. So that was really actually the biggest part, the longest duration part of this 4-phase approach. So I like to call it a 5-phase approach now with a phase 0, which is research and modeling. In phase 1, we essentially do a paper exercise with architects, computer architects, who look at our loads and decide what they believe is a good design, system architectural design to handle the loads that we're going to need to do in the census. In phase 2, we actually test what I like to call a single scalable unit of our systems. So if we have a system that we anticipate to be a 12 server cluster system for the census, we test a single cluster and then use that to actually confirm our math and see if we have a good starting point. Phase 3 is actually an integrated performance test, meaning that we put systems end to end and make sure that the bottlenecks are identified and that we're able to load the systems up from end to end in a business process progression. And then phase 4 is what I like to call our soak test and our failover test, meaning that we make an attempt to break the system. We try to find the breaking point, and we load it up, and then we see if we can recover after it breaks very quickly. So that's sort of the basic way we look at this. So what I wanted to do today is give you some results of our testing so far for address canvassing, and then not only show you the results in this sort of tabular format, but show you some actual performance from production to see how that compared to what our modeling gave us. So this may be difficult to, I think you can see it on your iPad screens better than up on the big screen, but this is essentially a tabular review of our results for performance and scalability testing for address canvassing. You can see we test business threads. So for example, we test multi-factor authentication, people's ability to log on to the devices we give them into the field. Our targets were that we wanted to have 624 peak concurrent users on that and 54,000 cases. We actually achieved in the testing, after doing our planned 3 tests, 200% of the targets with 1,200 peak concurrent users and 320,000 cases. And all of the systems were well below key performance indication targets, meaning below breaking. Initialized, this is our ability to send out the workload to all the systems, where our goal was 1.2 million basic collection units. We keep on saying BCUs. I'm not sure if people know what BCUs are. That's just our group of addresses that we consider to be an assignment area for a lister. Again, those performed within targets. And that dark IF, where you have greens meaning we passed, you have grays in the light gray means that there wasn't a reason to test, there wasn't an interface there, and then the IF just means that we tested the interfaces and they performed as expected. Assigning cases, we wanted to assign 90,000 BCUs and we achieved actually 158,000 in our testing. Lister operations, we wanted to actually be able to show uploading of cases. About 11,000 cases uploaded was the target. We achieved 200% of that target. And QC operations, a transfer of 10% of the workload, and all of those performed within targets. Again, then that was phase 3 actually. So that was your integration between all those business threads and all the systems across the top at the beginning of the table shows all the systems that had to integrate with each other or interface with each other. Phase 4, again, this is our soak and break test. We had the stress test, and that really, the goal for that is trying to see if we can get to the point where the CPU gives out. We achieved a 6 times concurrent user target with small performance issues, even at 70%, when we were pegging the CPU at 70%. Our soak test, we went for 12 hours. We did an 8-hour and a 12-hour test actually, and the systems did not have to restart between tests, so they were constantly in operation for 12 hours with no issues. And then our failover test. So when we were able to break the system with load, we were then able to redistribute the load among the remaining clusters and actually recover and get have load distribution go back to normal after the crisis. So all of those things were successful for address canvassing. What I want to show you now, this is an example of some of that phase 0 work where we modeled what we thought the peak ADCAN day along with our buffer for how we build systems. We generally have a 5x rule. I think maybe you've heard me say this is the Brooklyn Bridge rule, where we build it 5 times stronger than we think we need it. So our goal for address canvassing was to have 50,000 uploads per hour from listers in the field. That's that big green peak in the graph. We also had downloads per hour. That's downloads per hour. We also had uploads per hour and active listers and active lister downloading per hour. So those are the other lines on the graph. What we have here is right now our peak day, it turns out, was August 19th, which is the official first day, which surprised us. So we may yet hit our peak day, but our actual workload transfers were about 8,000, up to 8,000 at 11 a.m. And if you go back to the graph, our prediction was that we would have peak at 11 a.m., roughly around 11 a.m., between 9 and 12. But you can see that peak hits right about 11. That's also when our peak was hitting in our actual peak day so far in address canvassing. And just to add to it, we wanted to do some network analytics. This is actually the 3 major systems in address canvassing and how much they affect our network. And it's hard to tell from this graph, but we are only using, well, peak traffic was 70 megabits per second download. This is downloading to client devices. Our current capacity is 10 gigabits per second, so we're actually only using about 1% of our available bandwidth to do the work that we're doing for address canvassing. So all of this is good news. It makes me feel confident that when we get to real peak operations, the non-response operations, that we're going to have the capacity and the performance that we need. And I just wanted to give you that quickly and try to stay on schedule. And I'll take questions, or maybe Al will need questions, but thank you very much.
Jeff?
Thank you, Al. Just had a question about the in-office address canvassing. Has there been any evaluation of the cost savings that is an end result of the in-office or address canvassing as compared to what was expected to be saved for that effort?
Yes, there has. Right now, we want to complete this operation till we do a final result of overall address canvassing, taking in-office and the complete results of the in-field, and then we'll have an assessment at that point in time.
And then you mentioned the failure rate of the in-field being 32% or roughly.
Right.
Was there an assessment of the failure rate of the in-office address canvassing?
Yeah, Tori, can I ask you to step in on that one for a minute?
What was the question?
The question related to when we were doing in-office address canvassing.
You mean Deirdre?
I'm sorry,
Deirdre.
excuse me, I meant Deirdre. I turned to the wrong person just now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, excuse me. No wonder I woke and surprised her. Deirdre.
Hi, good morning. I'm Deirdre
Deirdre's
Bishop. I'm the
the
chief of the
chief of
Geography
our
Division
Geography
here at the
Division.
Census Bureau. And we conducted our in-office address canvassing operation between September of 2015 and March of 2019. We had about 150 clerical staff at our National Processing Center using 2 versions of satellite imagery in combination with housing unit counts from the MAF. As they were conducting the work, there was a rigorous QC process. We had the production staff, the supervisory staff, and then the managers at our National Processing Center. That occurred on a daily basis. I don't know the numbers offhand, but happy to provide them in terms of failure rates. But we corrected throughout the process as needed.
Jeff Lauer again. And then the failure rate is there any, of the 70% that were captured in the office, is there any validation of those BCUs in the field with the current effort to assess the accuracy of those?
There is. We have a sample built into the current in-field address canvassing universe to look at the results of in-office ADCAN.
Okay, Andrew?
Andrew Samwick. I just had a question. I was interested in what you do with the information you get from an incomplete response. Does that help you formulate a strategy for non-response follow-up, or, you know, sort of targeted advertising, if you can sort of see where the incomplete questionnaires are going?
Yeah, if we can see where incomplete questionnaires are going, it helps us move some of our focus media, some of our media that we're able to use, and digital advertising focus against specific communities if there are demographics connected with an incomplete response. For the actual census, when we get into the actual census, we will accept census data as people submit it, and in some cases they will not complete the census. I mean, people are going to leave questions off as they do on every one of our surveys. That does not invalidate their response. We may then have to look at their community, look at the areas in which they are, and then make estimates based on the items that they did not answer. If there were certain demographic questions that were left off, we may impute those demographics for that housing unit based on the information that we have.
Krishna?
Yeah, Krishna. I wanted to return quickly to the quality control discussion for the field address canvassing. Part of what you said is it's hard to compare to prior efforts because we've changed kind of what we're selecting for quality control and what we're doing in field. The number seemed high. That it's hard to know. What was your expectation? That 30% number, is it higher than you expected, lower than you expected? Is there a way to do more of an apples to apples comparison between what it was in 2010? There's always a worry that increased productivity is coming at the expense of lower quality.
I'm going to ask our chief of our decennial statistics division, Pat Cantwell, to come up and talk about that for a few minutes.
Hi, yes, Pat Cantwell from the census. For 2010, we had different rates for which people were failed in their load, and we through our studies we've changed some of the numbers in those. So, for example, up through a certain parameter, a certain threshold of number of cases in a block, we will allow 0 failures in the addresses in that block. And as that number gets larger, we adjust the threshold up to 1 error or 2 like this. And so right now they're not comparable directly for various reasons. Part of what Al mentioned was that these are the blocks that are more difficult because the blocks that are easier to handle have been removed from the workload.
Is there a way to arrive at what a comparable number for 2010 would have been?
There may be ways to model it. We could take a look at that. But currently we have done nothing to compare it directly. As we would expect, if we did the address canvassing in the entire workload, then we would expect a bit of a lower rate all the way through for the other 65% of the addresses that don't go into the workload.
Our math stats throw rocks at me when I do things like this, but I would tend to look at the fact that I'm only working 30% of the full workload, and I'm about a 30%, which then I'm saying if it's the full workload, that's kind of a 9%, which is about the range we were in 2010. But our math stats really don't like when I start doing that thumbnail kind of math like that, because there's a lot of errors in doing it that way. But that was my first glance.
I'd also like to add one more thing, since I also am over the geography division here. And one of the things that I think it's important for everybody to understand, and Deirdre would come up and say this too, that we're starting with the best address list we've ever had. We've had operations through the decade, working with partners, working with new technology, working with imagery and timely imagery that we've never had before. So we're starting at a base that is much better than it's ever been in any other census. So the changes in the quality discussion have to start with that understanding. I think it's important.
Can you say your name real quick for the transcribing? Thanks.
That was Michael Thiem.
Michael
Pat
Thiem.
Cantwell again. I did do some quick calculations on what Al had talked about, just simplifying it, and actually I was fairly close, at least for the smaller size of the blocks, that just taking about a third of it because of our percent of the cases in is not a bad way to go, making some simplifying assumptions. But as the blocks get larger, you have to be a little more careful with some of the procedures and the way it affects how many cases that we check and what the thresholds for failure.
The other point that is really important to understand is if we find a failed block in the field, we don't just say it failed. We send someone back out to recanvass that block. So that's one of the reasons we're putting more strident standards in place to enable us to go back and check those blocks. And we had a conversation before the meeting. A QC lister interprets an address one way, and a production lister interprets the address another way. The one thing that you can truly say was they were different. One may not have been wrong and one may not have been right, but they just saw the block differently. So a third person coming back in gives us a better validation. So if a block fails, we send a different person back out to do that block.
I've got other folks here, but Deborah's on the phone and apparently has a question. I want to see if we can hear her. Deborah, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Allison. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep. State your name.
Oh, great. Yeah, hi. This is Deborah Balk. Sorry I can't be there in person. I am watching on my computer with a little bit of a delay. But and part of the question I have has been answered in the preceding few comments, but if you could just comment a tiny bit more fully on the feedback between the address list findings and how corrections and improvements are made to the Tiger line file and their derived products in real term, especially with the increased number of blocks that's occurred over between the last two censuses, and I assume that will continue. Those very fine blocks are sometimes, have people in them when people don't really live there. So it's a fantastic product, but knowing a little bit more in real time how those corrections get made and how they trickle down through the Tiger line files would be helpful to know a little bit about. Thanks.
Deirdre Bishop, our Chief of Geography, is going to respond.
Hi, good morning. I'll keep this at a very high level for the committee, and then those that have a greater interest, we can talk more in detail offline. But in past decades, we worked to update our geospatial database, both our address list and maps, toward the end of the decade, in the years ending in 7, 8, and 9. This decade, we're very pleased because we've had the opportunity to do that work throughout the decade. Beginning in 2013, we started reaching out to our tribal, state, and local government partners to ask if they had address or spatial data that they would like to share with us. I'm really pleased that throughout those years, we were able to ingest almost 107 million 107 million addresses from our partners. And when we matched that information to our master address file, 99.5% of those matched. This was the first time that we were able to do a validation of the math in that way. In previous decades, we were always just using their information to update. That cycle allowed us to add over 520,000 new addresses to the math as well. At the same time, we were working to update our Tiger database, our geospatial database, and have added thousands of miles of new roads throughout the past decade, as well as corrected the locations of the administrative and legal boundaries through our boundary and annexation survey. All of this information is being taken into account as we go out into the field for address canvassing, and then as we create our new statistical boundaries that will be used to tabulate the census data. So happy to talk more in detail. The question about the blocks, we're doing our best to eliminate blocks that have, that are solely water or zero pop blocks.
Kathy.
Hi, this is Kathy Pettit. I have two different kinds of questions, so I'll put them both out there to answer. One, just hearing a little bit about the feedback loops between what kinds of blocks are failing and then how that feeds back into training, so that if there's any patterns would be helpful. And then second, on the sort of flexibility or the responsiveness of the partnership program, I was sad for South Dakota and Nebraska and Vermont and those others that might not have a state complete count committee, but it seems shifting some attention or having the partnership program and having have specific focus in those states that don't have the backbone that the other states are validating would be helpful. So both those things.
Okay, I'll start with the partnership answer. Deirdre, were you going to talk a little bit more about the blocks and the QC efforts? And let me start with the partnership effort while we're getting it together on that end. Yes, what you say is very true. We will have flexibility to shift the partnership staff into areas that do not have support. But the important thing that we wanted to talk about is there were, let's take Florida, for example. Florida has 192 complete count committees. Nebraska only has 24, but it's somewhat related to the population of Nebraska more than anything else, more than the lack of interest in the census. If you look at South Dakota with 11, you start to see, the states with smaller populations tend to have fewer groups, and those groups are government groups, so they're covering counties. They're covering the larger governmental units short of the state to be able to help sell the census message. But yes, our partnership staff is also focused on knowing where those needs are, and there's a great tool they have in their capabilities to be able to go in and see where there are no responses, where responses have changed, where there are no partnership groups, and that gives them assignments at the local level. Tim, do you want to comment on that just a little bit?
Good morning, everyone. Tim Olson. I'm the Associate Director for Field, and partnership is one of those components that Dale and myself and others are responsible for. So just to kind of lay the groundwork, in 2010, we had about 800 partnership staff or so. This time, we're almost at 1,300, and over the next few weeks, we'll be going up to around 1,500, and we'll actually, after a few weeks, we'll be a little bit more than 1,500. So when you boil that down, we've got more than double the staff that are going to be working in partnership. Right now, I think the latest report as of this morning, there's about 54,000 organizations that are actively partnering with us, and that changes by several thousand every week. And so in terms of states in 2010, we did not make an emphasis for states to form a statewide complete count committee. Some did, but we really didn't make that an emphasis, and we don't even have good metrics from 2010 on how many did. I know Puerto Rico had some efforts. I know California had some efforts. DC had efforts, but it's difficult to do a comparison. 2020, we've made that intentional effort, and you saw from the map, almost all states are actively doing a statewide complete count committee. So it's really on top of what we've always done. For those states that haven't or are in the process, we have partnership staff on the ground. And my view, or my experience, I should say, is the real partnership doesn't happen at the national level or even in a lot of ways at the state level. It happens at that local community level. That's where the most effective partnership is going to occur, where community leaders, local people that are known, tend to be more trusted, are going to collaborate and get the word out to the neighborhoods. the residents in the neighborhood saying, you need to be counted. You know, don't worry about Washington. Don't worry about this political stuff. You need to be counted because this is our future. And so we've got an incredible, amazing work going on right now at that local level. So I'm less concerned about the state level. It's cool to see a map where you see, you know, 47 states that are active. That makes you feel good. But the local stuff is what's really critical. And so we're on track, and I think we're in a good place on that.
Do you want me to talk a little bit about the training loop?
Can you say your name?
Hi, good morning. I'm Deb Stempowski. I'm chief of the Decennial Census Management Division. So let's look at a couple of things. We've been talking a lot about that quality control slide right there. So we have that. Pat has a staff that actually daily we're looking at what's failing, where it's failing, you know, and if a particular area has a higher rate than the rest of the country. So we take that information and we feed that back to our partners in field so they can see who's failing and look at it from that perspective. I would say, you know, in terms of improving training long run, we will use very similar procedures when we go into update leave in the spring. So yes, they're like, I'll call it more of a global change. Yes, we can do that now. For what we're doing, though, within the field on a day-to-day basis, here it's interesting. We have the statistics right down to listers failing and how many block collection units they're failing. So it can be more one-on-one to course correct somebody maybe who's misinterpreting or not following the procedures as designed in there. Another thing that I think is very important and is in place for address canvassing and relatively new is a staff within Tim's area that's also looking, the DFQM, and I'm going to not remember what that acronym means, but there's a separate staff looking at, similar to how Pat's staff is looking from a quality control perspective of what's happening in that quality control operation. They're also looking for, are there themes? You know, if we see an office, and I don't want to call out an office because that would be a bad idea to do. So say office A seems to have a higher fail rate. We have a different set of eyes looking kind of from a different lens of, is there a systematic issue going on there? And I'm really happy to say to date where we are in the operation, there has not been systematic things. It's really, I think, gone to that more individual feedback. So I think that covers the basis on that.
This is Tim Olson. If I could just add in 2010 when we, well, 2009, when we did the address canvassing in the field, we used a device. It wasn't an iPhone, but it was kind of a custom devised device, and the screen that the lister had was about 3 by 3 inches. And that was our first time doing an electronic data collection, nationwide address canvassing. So 3 by 3 inches, I mean, just put that in your head. Now we're using a laptop. And I don't know exactly the screen size, if it's an 11 or a 13 inch, but I've seen a lot of these in use. It's a lot better. It's an amazingly a lot better for the end user who's out there in the field. You can really actually do a better job. And also the number of people that are failing, it's a very small subset of the listers. My experience having, like Al and many others, being out there to observe, being able to conceptually understand geographic concepts is not something 100% of the population gets. I'm trying to be legitimate here. Some people look at a map and they don't know what they're looking at, right? I won't ask here among you if any of you've got that issue, but it's an art more than a science, and so we expect people to fail, and we do the retraining, and some of them, the retraining doesn't give them the art, and so they don't address canvas for us anymore. So that's just kind of how it works, and we're pretty pleased where we're at so far.
Jack?
Thank you. Jack Levis. Really, not a lot of, really, I didn't see any bad news in here, Al, just good info. But I do have a couple of items that maybe you want to look at from my own experience. On the production versus cost, I've noticed, generally in my experience, those two will be very parallel lines. If you're performing faster or better, generally your cost will look very parallel to that. In this case, your cost is down much more than your performance is up. So chances are they were just planned differently. Chances are there's something else in there. But usually when I see something like that, I want to double check that there's not work that's not done that the cost is going to end up catching me later. So just something for you to look at because I would have expected those lines to be much more parallel than they are. From the system side, again, I didn't see anything negative. It looked to me like the item's not ready to test yet. They don't look like critical path to me, so I just wanted to validate that. And then I noticed, you know, there's a number of items that are waiting for production.
I just want to understand, items not ready to test?
Well, there you got a test readiness review, right?
Oh,
There's
yeah,
items
yeah,
in the
yeah.
future. I'm looking at the things that are not ready to test yet. They don't look like critical path items to me. So I'm just assuming that to be correct.
Michael Thiem, I would say they are critical path for the census. They're just, we just have set this up in a way that that's when we want them to be ready to test in our,
Yeah,
in our
right.
plan.
My point is that I didn't read in there that you couldn't start the test, that those items aren't going to stop you from beginning the census.
Correct.
As they look.
Correct.
They look normal to me.
Okay.
So I'm also assuming that testing is going well, so the items that haven't finished testing, I didn't see anything that looked wrong there. So my only question to bring back up is what I bring up all the time is, one, do you know your critical path? Do we really know the critical path left and are focusing on that? And maybe you could just a minute on what are the big risks left in front of you now that you got this. At this point in the project, where you don't want to be is fixing history. You don't want to be sitting here saying, what do I need to do to fix yesterday? You want to be looking ahead.
Sure.
And it feels to me like that's where you are. So what are
Yes.
the big risks in front of you that you're trying to, you know, clear the way for to make sure things are clean?
Right. The game of the census, the big play is the non-response follow-up. Combine that with, and that's always the game with the census, but combine with that the internet self-response, and those are the two points that I focus the most on. Everything else, first of all, we're very lucky that we have the staff we have and the preparation that we had through the decade. But those are the things we're focusing on. We're getting a lot of great experience, as we always do when the address canvassing operation is really the launch of the census. So there are a lot of things that have to work in a almost identical way in address canvassing as they do in non-response follow-up. So any of the hiccups we've hit, any of the unexpected things, for example, if somebody predicted that their log file was going to only need a half a gig to run, and we found out it needs 3 terabytes, we're finding that out now. And when we see things come up, we're figuring out ways to anticipate the big operations. There's nothing that compares to production, though, and so we always anticipate the first few weeks of production to be at least rocky, sometimes very rough. But like I said, we have a good staff. I think we have good tools in place, good processes, and ways to handle the things that are going on. If there are specifics that you want me to address, I mean that's really where we are. It's non-response follow-up and ISR. But Deb wants to say something.
So as Deb Stempowski, Chief of DCMD, as to my fellow operations comrade here, the other thing that address canvassing has bought us is a great opportunity for us to run our operations management structure. What happens daily at 8? People that are in the Bureau know 8, 1, and 4. We have been able to exercise that regiment since we started it actually in the middle of July with the training for AdCan figuring. That was kind of training for us, and we've run that routine every day since then. And then it was, not good luck, but it was an opportunity with Dorian to engage another part of that special situation with rapid response. So, I agree with Michael. We tested so much of this, but this is the biggest volume of people, and you could never have that many people in a test. So in terms of, mitigating risk we've got a lot of people here. We have to work in a big team to move these things forward. We've actually got, I feel very good, we've got a lot of experience now under our belt with what has become very routinized with how we handle smaller problems, how we get status, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's all I was going to say on that. I don't know if Al wants to add anything, but.
Jay?
Jay Bright. So this is a question of clarification. So the in-office review cuts some areas off the top and says, according to aerial imagery and validated sources, these are clean. But is there then some opportunity for those to be sampled and checked down the road?
Yeah, that actually, Deirdre had the question about that before. We are actually putting some of those back into the workload for in-field address canvassing to validate that the in-office did what it was supposed to do.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, but I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Joe?
This is more of a generational question.
You can state your name, just thanks.
Forgive me. Sorry, Allison. My name is Joe Whitley. Thank you. This is more of a generational question for me because I'm not a millennial. But as we look at millennials and how they deal with the responses is something that I wanted to ask about. Atlanta, where I live, there's a discrete phenomenon going on, which is just a massive amount of construction cranes in the area. Apartment complexes, condominiums, where people live is changing in Atlanta, where I live. And as I drive past these condominiums, apartment buildings, I wonder who in the heck is living in those places, and who are they? And I'm exceedingly large numbers of millennials are choosing to not live in a community block per se. They're living in these new construction, really. Some of it's going up as I speak, and people moving in vast numbers, sort of relocating in the Atlanta area to these preferred locations in the city of Atlanta. And I was just really curious about those people in those units, who they are, their responsiveness, which is the issue you're dealing with, which is non-responsiveness, people choosing not to respond, people who may have tuned out because of social media to responding to the census, see government as a phenomenon that they don't really want to spend much time thinking about, not necessarily proud of America, citizens in America, but don't want to be, they're not engaged. This is a generalization on my part, but I was just curious about how do you reach that group of people in those new places that are a different type of individual who doesn't necessarily care about being counted.
Two things. I'm going to ask Ali to talk a little bit about how we reach out to them from a media perspective, but we realize that in spite of our best efforts to go in and get people to self-respond, approximately 39% of the nation will not self-respond. And so the 500,000 people that we're sending knocking on doors to get the response during a non-response follow-up period will be focused on those people who choose not to respond, no matter what incentive, no matter what motivation, no matter what advertising goes out to them. We're going to come and visit them and attempt to get them to respond that way. We have found that that percent can be managed, so we will get a good count with people coming door to door who are neighbors who live in their neighborhood, recruiting them into our workforce. And a lot of those folks I have found are interested in a part-time job with Census. And it's a $13 to $30 an hour job to go be social and knock on doors, meet your neighbors. Just like McDonald's sometimes run their ads that don't talk about their pay, but it talks about working with your friends and doing those kinds of things. That's another motivator to people in the millennial group to participate in the community, which is Census, for their own community, which are their fellow brothers and sisters. But yeah, we will be aggressively visiting them during non-response follow-up, and that's our primary effort. And then, Ali, from a media perspective.
So I think in the interest and part of keeping us on time and giving us towards the break, we're actually going to go through a deep dive, our communications campaign, and a even deeper dive into partnership, both at the local and national level after the break. But that key question of how to increase self-response among people, whether they're millennials or even the younger generation, the following generation that may be moving out of the graduating from high school now, moving out on their own, how to get those folks who absolutely have not participated in a decennial census before, and how to reach other populations, particularly those that might be renting, and other hard-to-count populations. It's woven throughout the entirety of our communications campaign, and we'll probably discuss as part of our upcoming meeting a little bit of the deep sort of research that went into figuring out what are the mindsets, what are the motivators to move those folks, and we can address sort of that young and mobile population specifically.
Okay. Ken?
Ken Simonson. Very encouraging to see the cost savings and the production results, and I just wondered, is there flexibility to reprogram funds if it turns out you do have money that you don't need to spend on this activity? I realize it would stay within the 2020 census, that's fine, but I assume that there are areas that you would like to be able to put more money in.
Yes. My budget team meets with me weekly, and we look at reprogramming funds that we have gained efficiencies and saved to places that we have greater needs in the census. Now, we're not going to be touching the address canvassing differential until the operation is completed. I mean, as Jack says, we may run into something toward the end of the operation that causes us to deploy some of those funds. But when that operation is completed, yes, we're looking at how do we redeploy funding within other areas of the decennial census to meet other needs that we have. In some cases, it's IT needs. In some cases, it's partnership. In some cases, outreach to hard-to-count communities. But yes, we do maintain that flexibility.
If I might add, Al, Enrique Lamas, Census, we do have some parameters that are based on appropriations law that we must follow. So we can't move it from 2020 census to construction programs, which are your two areas that you had talked about. So I just want to make that clear. Al is talking within the 2020 program, and we do follow appropriations law.
Of course. This is Allison Plyer. I'm going to call on myself. You know, as I've been talking more and more with folks who are very interested in ensuring a complete count in our area, various partners, it's become really clear that there are lots of questions about how it's going to work with the online responses that that I haven't been able to get answers to. Maybe people have answers and I haven't asked the right people, but so I want to ask y'all. We haven't seen the internet self-response, functionality yet, but barring that, I'm wondering what that user experience will be like. Will it populate addresses the way we tend to see in Google Maps, or are people going to, assuming they don't have an ID, right? Or will people be actually typing in their addresses? Because there could be some user error if it's filling in addresses from the master address file. So I'm going to give you like 3 questions.
Can I ask them one at a time?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, it will not populate.
It will not populate.
Self-populate. People have to fill in their address. One of the reasons for that is they may not be at their residence at the time that they opt to do the census. I mean, we've optimized it for mobile devices, and one of the things that we've said to partners is you may have an event where you have 200, 300 people, and you say, okay, everyone take out your smartphones, let's do your census now. So we don't want to get everybody at that community center or church because it populates based on their GPS location. So they really have to put in their own address.
But Al, let me just say, if they have an ID, they will see their address with
She's saying non-ID.
Yeah, okay, that, okay.
Yeah,
Non-ID.
okay. Great, that's excellent. That's a good segue to my next question, which is, can partners supply devices, right? So could a partner have,
Yes,
an
very
iPad that would-
definitely. We're working, for example, with the libraries.
Okay.
And the libraries have computers within their actual library where people can come. Some of them are going to dedicate certain banks of computers for people who want to fill out their census on those computers. Partners can bring in iPads and have, let's come into our location where we have iPads and you can come in and fill out your census. Yes. The device, we're just device agnostic to a certain extent. It could be any device or anybody's device, as long as you put in your own correct information.
Excellent, these are great news. And so then, if partners are wondering if there's any requirements or considerations or legal issues or anything they have to consider when they're using their device to help somebody fill out the census.
They can't fill it out for the person, number one. The person must fill it out for
Okay.
themselves,
Okay.
okay? Outside of that, they're using their device. Someone could just go in and go to our internet and fill out the census on the internet. There are no other
No others.
stipulations that
Person
I
has to do
can
it
think of.
themselves.
that
What if
would-
somebody was like visually impaired? Could I help them by filling it out?
If they're visually impaired, you could help them by filling it out. Just like when we had a paper form, if someone was visually impaired, they could help them fill out their paper form.
And so is there some written guidance on that that would be helpful to partners? Or will?
Yes, go ahead.
So there has been some written guidance shared with partners already. I'd say more like a two-pager with the broad outlines that Al's just gone over. And I understand we are working right now and probably clearing through Decennial Communications right now, more in-depth guidance to answer additional questions like many of the ones you just brought up.
Great, that's so fantastic. And then if there are a lot of people answering all at once in one location, will there be any problems with that sort of?
We're
load?
working on making sure that doesn't happen, okay? And I'm giving you that answer because we have certain security protocols in place to protect us from bots and automated answers. We want to make sure that doesn't also impinge on people being able to have group sessions. We may end up saying to our partners, this is how we prefer that you do it if you have groups of people together so that it passes through our security system properly. But we're working on that right now. We're actually running tests on various levels of parameters to determine exactly when we run into a block and when we don't.
Oh, I love it. You guys are so cool. And so this is what people want to know. And so, and then will there be like a phone number they can call if they're having an
Yes.
event and they have a problem? Okay.
Absolutely.
You put that in your information stuff?
Yes, I mean, we're talking about now the Census Questionnaire Assistance Center, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, so that will be widely shared set of numbers when they're ready.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But the other part of that too, in addition to our questionnaire assistance center, often they will have worked with one of our partnership specialists to set up this event and work with them. And they're there to also help them through the event and work through the event with them.
Yeah. And people are so
partnerships-
eager for this information,
The
so we're ready.
partnership specialists provide incredible support to local groups looking to do their own, right now it's obviously awareness stuff, but Tim can probably sort of expand on this. They're going to be there helping with the actual execution of different motivation events too.
Okay, good. I've gotten bazillions of questions on these things, so we're looking forward to when you put this out. And my last question is, if folks come to a library, will libraries also have the ability to just give them forms if they want to fill it out?
No, they won't.
So the
no.
only way, to get a form is to get it mailed
We
to
get
you?
it mailed to you,
You
that's
can't like
correct.
pick one up at the post office or?
Correct.
That's
We
it.
mail you the form.
Yeah.
There are three ways to respond, to self-respond. I want to emphasize that the way that we're seeing in all of our tests, the majority of people self-respond online. But if they don't want to respond online, we have two opportunities. Those people who live in areas that have low internet connectivity or have a propensity not to want to respond on their first invitation to participate in the census will receive a paper form. Everyone who has not responded by the fourth invitation, which will occur sometime around April 16th through the 24th, will then also get a paper form to fill out for the census. But pick up the telephone, they can go to our Census Questionnaire Assistance Centers, and they will take it right over the phone. We have a sworn agent on the phone to take it. If that doesn't work, they'll get to meet one of my 500,000 best friends who's
That's
going to
right.
come to their house and collect it on a smartphone.
Yeah, good. Okay, and then I have one last thing. And so in those areas where they don't have good internet connection, and I know the enumerators will be going, to follow up, how much personal information can they store on their device without?
No, first off, no information is being stored on their device. As they put the information in, when they go into a person, that information is transmitted directly in an encrypted form back to Census Bureau.
I mean, but if
But
there's
Al,
no
not when
cellular-
they don't have connectivity.
Yeah,
We-
if they don't have connectivity.
It stores it as for the minimal amount of time until they get connectivity
Until they
again, then
get
it's gone.
connectivity. Well, how much can they store? More than a day's work.
More than a day's work.
For a lister, yes.
And it'll be secure.
Yes.
This is Michael Thiem. Data are encrypted on the machine and in transit, so there's no point at which data aren't, well, Kevin can correct me, in which data are not encrypted.
Hi, this is Rochelle Winkler. So I think that it's really encouraging, all of the in-office address canvassing that's going on. And we've had a couple of questions whether there's quality control going on in the field, testing the outcomes of that, which is great that there is. But I think one of the potential concerns associated with doing it in-house and using satellite imagery so heavily is the possibility for hidden apartments and things like that, right? And so I'm wondering if you could say anything more about whether these quality control tests are already happening, and if so, what you're finding so far, or if you have any results from that. Are there error rates associated with this, for instance, that we could compare to the field operations?
Deirdre?
I'll talk a little bit more about the process, a little less about the error rates. But there are so many inputs that are going into building our address list right now. I've worked at the Census Bureau for almost 24 years. My entire career has been around managing geographic programs, and I've never felt so confident about the state of our geospatial database. I mentioned that we've been working with partners throughout the decade. We've also been working with the United States Postal Service. We've added over 5.5 million new addresses over the course of this decade using information from their delivery sequence file. So we have the DSF, we have the Geographic Support Program, where we've validated 99.5% of our records. We offered governments the opportunity to participate in the local update of census addresses, which is a legally mandated program. It's the only opportunity that tribal, state, and local governments have to review the Census Bureau's address list. They have to sign the same confidentiality agreements that we do in order to see our information. We had 11,550 governments register to participate in this program, and that represented over 98% of the housing units in the nation. I'm really pleased that through their participation in the program, we received about 20 million address records. The program as designed was really meant to have them submit new address records to us or changes when they saw those in comparison with the two databases. In fact, many governments just sent us their whole list. But when we accepted those 20 million, 81% matched to the master address file, and over 3 million were actually new adds to the database. That program ended in March of 2018. And in order to give governments an opportunity to capture the new housing units, so all the cranes that we see as we're driving through our neighborhoods, governments are now participating in the new construction program. Any housing units that they know have been built between March of 2018 and Census Day, they're going to send to us. So combined, we have all these programs working to update the master address file, and we're maintaining a history of every input we receive for each address record so that we can conduct validation throughout the process. This will all come into play with the QC. We're doing an in-office address canvassing and in-field address canvassing.
So Juan Pablo. And then we'll cut to the photo.
This is Juan Pablo Urquat. So I have many questions on the 2018 end-to-end, and I know the data you have right now is preliminary, so I don't expect you to have answers to my questions, but maybe some are obvious and other things, maybe it's questions that should be easy to answer, but maybe haven't been considered. So I think the first one that came to mind was estimates on overcounts and undercounts by demographic group. And hopefully that information will come through at some point, but that might take a little more time to obtain. How did the modal response vary by demographic group? That should be relatively easy to get. What % of internet responders use the ID mailed to households? Yeah, so and we can copy and paste these and later ask. What % of internet responders use the ID that's mailed to households versus how many had to enter the address? The other interesting thing is in terms of drop-offs, it would be interesting to see maybe, I don't know if the system uses cookies or maybe IP address to get a sense of how many people went back and tried again. So maybe they dropped off, but then they went back and they finished it versus folks who you had to go out and get. Let's see. What was the breakdown of PC versus tablet versus mobile responses, and how did they vary by demographic? I think this would be interesting in many ways for you, but also just generally.
I think some of that was in Al's presentation today. I mean.
A little bit, yeah, okay. But not in.
We didn't get into how it varied by demographic group.
Yes.
We talked about % of PCs, % of mobile. And just to give you a blanket answer on some of these, they're still in the phase of data mining, the 18 tests, to develop a lot of this information. And some of it is not developed yet. Some of it is, but we chose to abbreviate it for the purposes of this presentation. And we would be glad on some of this information to provide it to the group at a later date.
Yeah, and that's exactly
And in
what
addition, we will be posting, eventually, we'll be posting a complete analysis of the 18 tests, which will have all that information. But right now, we can work with you on some of these questions.
Yeah,
at a later
and
date.
then there were.
And certain things, like if you think about the way we develop our overcount and undercount estimates for the census, it has somewhat to do with our post-enumeration survey. We did not conduct a post-enumeration survey during the 18 tests. So some things that we do during the census, we didn't do during the test, because the test was really looking for certain other specifics. How do the systems work? Do they work? Yeah. And that was critical for us. Can people work with the devices more than some of the demographic data from Providence, Rhode Island, to be projectable to the nation?
Okay, can I have a couple more?
Go ahead, please. I'm writing.
Let's see, what were the differences in drop-offs based on the technology used to respond? So I could give you clues, for example, as to whether the instrument needs a little more work for one of the types of technologies. And same thing by operating system. And one thing that would be interesting is looking, for example, at the age of the operating system. That might give you a sense of technical sophistication of the respondent, and where you might have different kinds of issues. This should be, a lot of these, you have the data, it's just a matter of pulling it out. And I guess I'll reiterate what Allison and the rest of the committee has been saying for some time, but we would love to see the screenshots at least, or some of the instrument for the internet self-response. Yeah.
We are going to be talking with the committee about a meeting a little later this year where you can touch, handle, work with the self-response instrument on a device and have full demonstrations for the committee on that. So that's in discussion right now in terms of planning and timing. Screenshots are easy, we can provide that, but this was better than screenshots. We're going to put devices in your hands and let you play with them. and
Yeah.
we'll get this all.
Yeah, this is Allison. Thanks, Juan Pablo. I think all those are great things we can make sure we write in the recommendations too about metrics for them to consider. They're really helpful, yeah. Great, okay, I think it's time for a photo and a break. And what time, Tommy, should we plan to come in? 10 after 11. We'll be back in our seats. So we'll have a photo. Committee members, please don't leave. We're having our picture taken, and then we'll have a break, and we'll come back in our seats at 10 after. Thank you so much.
Tommy, right, I think the photographer wants you to assemble where? Right here, up near the stage, up front.
said they would have a list. Worst said exactly what the list of questions you might ask. And a lot of them are like, we want to see all the line items and the budget by line item. And I was talking things like that. Yeah. And they want to see that so they can push more appropriation money towards. You know, their intent's well, but whether it happens or not is another story. Hope not. Yeah, absolutely.
This was. It turned out he had a girlfriend who lived in the building, so he knew about that problem too.
All right, we're going to start. Tommy Wright, I understand that Maria will not be able to be with us this morning, and instead Kathleen Stiles is going to present an update integrated communications program and maybe some other folks there that she'll introduce. I don't know who's going to be the lead off. Kathleen, okay.
It is me. So as Tommy indicated, I am not Maria Malagon. I am Kathleen Stiles. I'm the Chief of Decennial Communications and Stakeholder Relations. I am Maria's boss, and Maria is unavoidably absent for medical reasons today. She regrets that deeply. Maria is an advisory committee junkie. She loves speaking to advisory committees. Those of you who have been here before have heard her present on many occasions. She hopes to be here tomorrow and come by and say hello to you all individually and meet those of you who are new today. So, accepting me as a second best replacement, I will proceed with some information about our integrated communications program. So also here with me today are Jack Benson and Alec Hughes, and they are with Team Y&R. And they will be doing actually the bulk of the presentation today rather than me. Since we have a limited period of time today, and since you have received presentations on this in the past, we wanted to focus on answering your questions and having committee discussion rather than going through our slides. We gave you a complete slide deck. There is an update in there on all aspects of the program, and we hope that you have looked at that and are ready to ask us probing and insightful questions. So before we start with going through the questions, I did want to offer you just a couple of highlights. I will be super quick on this. And first is I wanted to remind you of the research-based nature of our communications campaign. The entirety of the communications campaign has been built around research. Since we last met, we have conducted over 180 focus groups total. Some of those may have been before the last meeting, but over 180 focus groups. We have finalized our research and segmentation model, and I'm pleased to announce that on September 9th, we started our monthly, what is now a monthly 2020 tracking survey. This research has been used to create tailored messages, to craft creative materials, and to identify efficiencies in determining where and how to allocate our advertising. You'll be hearing more about all of these subjects from Jack and Alex, about some of these subjects in a little bit. Also like to highlight that we have an updated version of our website. On August 30th, we updated the website. We added features, resources, and material to help inform the public and you, of course, about the 2020 census. The site incorporates campaign branding, and it is optimized for mobile display. I invite you to browse on 2020census.gov. Also want to point out that Al highlighted the progress and the success we're experiencing in our address canvassing operation. Our little part in that is working on the recruitment advertising, which helped us bring on staff so that we could proceed with the field operations in that. And just to point out to you that in a very, very short period of time, roughly 90 days from now, our first advertising, if you lived in remote Alaska, you would be viewing and hearing some of our first of our creative campaign. So with that, let me turn to the questions that you all had asked in advance. And the first is, have we accepted the recommendation to begin this fall using social media targeting for our hard-to-count populations? The short answer is yes. We have done a lot on this, and we do anticipate doing more on this front. So first, let me point out that we have started within the last month being much more active on social media. You should have been noticing this in your Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram accounts. We are doing specific posts related to the 2020 census, and these are educational posts. My favorite one that I have seen recently came on the occasion of Grandparents' Day, and it's a lovely picture, and it is an educational post, and it is about making sure that you count everyone who lives in your home, even if it is your grandparent rather than a member of your nuclear family. Remember, of course, that our early education efforts are all about, or our early awareness efforts are all about education. They are not about motivating response. We are very deliberately not talking about specific actions and call to actions until we're in a period where we have something that people can do online, which will not happen until March of next year. We think we are going to be able to do more than that. We're close to being able to do more than that, but the specifics of what more we will be doing involving social media and paid social media are still under some contractual negotiation, and we cannot be specific about them right now. I anticipate in the near future that we will be able to be more specific about what more we're doing on that front. More questions. So the second question was, will advertising during the early half of the motivation phase be evaluated and ad selection adjusted so the most effective ads are used more intently during the later phases? And the short answer is yes, absolutely. This is a major focus for us. It is its own task order under our contract. We call it campaign mobilization, and it's something that we're very much planning to do. And the next is, what is the current status on efforts to address the undercount of young children? I'm going to give you some brief information on this and some information about what we're doing in terms of the 2020 operations on this front. And Jack and Alex will talk more about what we're doing on the communications campaign side. And then when we get to our partnership conversation, Willette and Robin will talk on the undercount of young children from the partnership perspective. So a little background information. In 2020, our estimated net undercount for children aged 0 to 4 was 4.6%. That is nearly 1 million young children. The undercount of young children has been a persistent effort, a persistent issue in the census, and the net undercount of young children has increased in recent decades, whereas the undercount for other groups has decreased. We formed our first task force on this issue in 2014, and in various permutations with different focus and different names, that task force has been working ever since then. Initially, we were focused on research, then on implementation, and now on the 2020 program. And a couple of things on the operations front. The undercount of young children is part and parcel of undercount issues generally. And there are a whole host of activities and operations and improvements that we have made in order to improve the census generally. And we spent a lot of time this morning talking about our address canvassing operation and getting a good map in place. Deirdre has told me on many occasions, one of the single greatest indicators of a high quality, accurate census is a high quality frame before you start operations. And I think we're making great progress on this. I have a laundry list here of operations that we're doing generally to improve the census, and those should also have the side effect of helping ameliorate the undercount of young children. But I do want to point out a couple of things that we are doing specifically in operations that deal with young children. So first is, we have added clarifying language on our primary solicitation materials about young children specifically. Our question that asks about everyone living or staying at this address, we are now more specific. We ask for information on all adults, children, and babies living or staying at this address. We have updated the wording of the undercount probe on the questionnaire so that it now specifically mentions grandchildren and unrelated children. So it is more specific as well, instead of simply were there more additional people. The coverage improvement instrument has 2 undercount probes. One of those specifically deals with children in terms of probing for individuals who may have been left off the household. The NRFU, CQA, and coverage improvement instruments have help text, and FAQs to provide information to respondents to help them, and to the field enumerators to help them include their children. We have improved our training for NRFU enumerators on the issue of counting children in the household. I reviewed the training, and it specifically includes a case study that is about a respondent who's confused about whether they should include a grandchild who lives in their home. So we think that will be an effective tool to help train our enumerators. And these are just the operational changes. We've got changes in how we're communicating on the undercount of young children and also in partnership. So with that, let me turn it over to Jack and Alex.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you this morning. My name is Alex Hughes. I'm a 32-year veteran of Young & Rubicam, the prime contractor on the ICC. With me is our Deputy Director, Jack Benson. Jack comes from one of our small businesses, a subcontractor, and we purposefully made a subcontractor one of the deputies on this order in order to get the full extent and range of our participation from our small businesses on the contract. So with that, I'm going to walk you through just some highlights quickly. You've already read some of this, obviously, if you've read the deck, so this may not be a surprise, but we'll go quickly through it, and then Jack will talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing on the count of young children, and then we'll turn it over to you all for questions as you see fit. So I just wanted to start here on page 4 at the top. Under the creative area, we have just completed our testing of all of the creative work that went into test. That report is going to be due at the end of December. The campaign is now approved, and we are in the process of moving into what we call the production phase. This is where we send out crews to actually film the TV spot, do the photo shoot, voiceovers for radio spots, that kind of stuff. There's quite a large number of assets being produced. This process will last all the way until the end of December, when, as we say in the industry, everything has to be in the can, a reference to those old film cans that you may remember. We still actually use the term, even though we're in a digital age. In terms of paid media, it's been a very exciting summer. In April, we started with announcing that the media budget would be between $200 and $250 million. That announcement was made at our Media Day, Vendor Day in New York, where we essentially put an RFP out to all of the media across the country. There were 2 sessions. There was one in New York and one in Puerto Rico. The process netted for us 2,292 proposals from different media outlets. Some of them might have covered digital and traditional, some of them digital only, some of them TV only. There was quite a few that we received, and we've been in the process basically all summer of evaluating those proposals and then putting that together with what's known as the upfront.
Can you advance the slide, please?
Sure, sorry about that. That's point number 2. The national upfront negotiations is an industry opportunity for both the media and the advertisers to get together to talk and to essentially buy media in advance, provide guarantees on price and on inventory. It's a very important part of the process for us because it does guarantee that in a very complicated media environment, pretty much from January till June next year, given both the election and the Olympics, that we will have guaranteed advertising positions. And because we've done the negotiation in advance and with the full weight of our media partner at the table, we've also gotten tremendously good rates for the government. I can't get into a lot more detail on the media piece today because those negotiations are still in effect. And until they're concluded, we wouldn't want to disadvantage the government in any way. So I'll leave my comments on that. The only thing I'll say is that the final media plan, which is version 2.0, is to be approved in the month of November by the Census Bureau so that we can essentially go out and complete the rest of the buying that has not been done yet, except for the upfront. 2020census.gov, Kathleen talked about the launch of 2.0 on August 30th. There will be a 2.1 release in October and a final release 3.0 with robust interactive functionality and a lot more content. That will go live in January, just prior to the start of the ad campaign. Consistent with that, we also launched for SIS a website on August 30th as well. It's very exciting. It comes with 67 new activities, videos, a pre-K song. I encourage you all to go to the website and listen to it. It's really terrific. And you could see how in a kindergarten or even a first grade, it would be a lot of fun for kids to sing along. We've produced a storybook, maps, fact sheets, frequently asked questions, and toolkits. And there will be a launch event in Memphis in the month of October, and we will also have a week in March of 2020, which we will call SIS Week. That's in planning right now, so I don't have a lot more detail to give you. Sorry, statistics in schools. Sorry, apologies about that. And then administrator kits will be mailing this fall of 2019. So this program's well underway. As is the partnership program, which you'll be hearing from Robin and from Willette later on, so I won't touch on that program at the moment. I'll move to Earned, Shared, Owned. So you might be asking, what is that? That is, owned would be your social media, earned would be social media, shared could be social media, but it's also PR, media outreach, as well as crisis communications. We've been very busy there. We had our first crisis drill completed in July of 2019. It concerned what happens if there's a fire at the National Processing Center, and so the team gamed out all of the communications and work that would need to be done in a crisis situation of that. Drills number 2 and number 3 are planned for this month and next month. The details on those are not yet available, but I'm sure when we talk to you next time, we can talk a little bit more detail about those. There's also at the same time under this order ongoing audience media briefs, public relations outreach, media outreach. In fact, we have a large team out in Los Angeles today doing a lot of media outreach. And exciting, very exciting for us, on September 17th in Philadelphia, we're planning Constitution Day, which is well into planning. As you can imagine, a lot of these activities need to be well understood, not just by the contractor, but integrated with everything else that Census is doing. So we are already in the process of doing social media monitoring. We're in the process of looking at a pilot media program, a social media program for the middle of October. And as Kathleen mentioned, the tracking study is already underway, so we will have some updated information, particularly on how people are thinking about motivators and barriers come the end of September, early October. Social media plan has been approved, which is terrific because we are on our way to content production. That's in process as we produce a lot of the traditional advertising. One of the things we do is we work the content piece for social media in conjunction with it because we're trying to achieve efficiencies, right? If we shoot a 30-second TV spot, we might shoot 5 minutes of film because then we have the opportunity to do a lot of other things which can be put into banner ads and into social media posts and what have you. So a lot of that work is ongoing right now. Again, that will all mostly be completed by December. The digital work, because we can do things quickly and in real time, some of that stuff may not actually happen until we're actually in the count. You asked the question about will things be changed during the count. The answer is yes. In the digital media space, there will be daily optimization that happens just through the regular buying, programmatic buying of digital media. We will also be making changes based on our read of where response rates are by tract. We will be looking to shift resources if needed, either take resources away from tracks that are responding better than we predicted and moving it to tracks that aren't responding as well, and or obviously addressing crisis situations or other sort of rumor situations that might require some kind of a targeted effort to overcome whatever the issue is. So campaign optimization, we're in the planning process on that at the moment. We're going to be doing tabletop exercises. We're integrating with all of the other orders, because if we're going to make a change, let's say at the end of March we decide this ad's not working, we want to put another ad on, and we need to do a quick record, we can do that. So all of the orders meet on a weekly and monthly basis to make sure that we're getting that kind of integration that's going to be required to move quickly when we're in the middle of the count and we're measuring things and seeing how they're going on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I'm going to ask Jack to walk you through some of the things that we're doing to improve the count of young children, and then we'll pass it to you guys for questions.
Great. Great. Thank you, Alex. As Alex mentioned, our efforts to support improving the count of young children really span all of our work areas. It's not a specific campaign. It's integrated through our partner work, through our earned outreach, our public relations work, our work within statistics and schools, our work on the website, in all areas, the development and testing of our creative. A few of the areas, a few milestones, or a few significant areas of effort to highlight here. One was with that launch of the website at the end of August. There were a number of activities focused on preschool, the storybook, the song that Alex mentioned. You'll see a shot here of that activity book that is now available. There's fact sheet and FAQ documents. There's a suite of partner materials that have been developed focused on ensuring young children in the household are counted. And these materials are available both in English and Spanish. You'll hear more about our partner outreach and material development from Willette and Robin. But there is a portfolio focused specifically around young children and engaging partners across the spectrum to help support that message and amplify that message in their communities and among their constituents. There will be a kickoff event, as Alex mentioned, in February of 2020. Details of that are TBD, but it will be in Cleveland, Ohio, again focused on improving the count of young children. We also have a bank of stories and talking points around this to be woven into our outreach to media and to community partners to also arm them with messages and examples. And then finally, we do have the ability, particularly in the area of digital, to specifically target messages to areas, to geographies that have higher concentrations of households with young children. We typically are targeting at about the zip code level, so we can use census data to help us identify those geographies where that message is most likely to have a positive impact. So with that as a backdrop, really what we wanted to do, as Alex mentioned, was turn it to Q&A and take further questions here from the group.
If I could just add one thing about the undercount of young children. The way we've approached it is not as a discrete program, but in everything that we do. It's not just in the Statistics in Schools program that we try to address the problem. We're trying to address the issue across everything that we do. So in partnership, obviously, in Statistics in School, obviously, in the advertising, in the digital, in the social. So it's been, I feel very confident that we've put a great deal of emphasis on this pretty much across all the communications that will be out there. The other thing I wanted to suggest maybe is that somebody asked earlier about the millennial population, and I was thinking if we jumped very quickly to this slide here, which is slide 46 in your books. I wanted to just point out that one of the things that we do know because of the segmentation work that we've developed, if you see in the upper right-hand corner, there is a group called Downtown Dynamics. That is very much a millennial segment. They have a slightly lower than average response rate at 59%, as opposed to the 62.5 that we were talking about earlier. So there's a little bit of work to do there. Interestingly, a lot of them will be families with young children. So again, this is an important family for us to talk to, and through our segmentation and our mindsets, we've been able to develop what we feel is very strong messaging to this audience in terms of what are the benefits for participating and why, and essentially trying to overcome the barriers that that audience felt strongly about when we conducted CBAMs back in 2018. So I just wanted to, the other thing about this segmentation is it connects directly to the media plan. So we know where these people are. Media is planned and delivered on a geographic basis. We know where they're located, so as a result, we can target them with different messages than, for example, we might do for Main Street Middle or for responsive suburbia.
Excellent. That was fantastic. Thank you guys so much for really focusing on the questions that we've had. That's so helpful. And I love it that you've got lots of extra slides that'll probably help us with the questions that people are likely to ask. So let's start with Juan Pablo.
All right, Juan Pablo Urqued, it's good to go first this time. So my question is about and you already talked a little bit about it, but I would like more information on the inputs that will make you decide where to focus a little bit more of resources. And you've given some clues, right? So you're going to be looking at non-response rates as things happen. You obviously are looking at populations that were undercounted in 2010. But I guess I want to get a little bit more of a sense of how fine-grained that is. For example, with young children, it was more focused on young children in lower-income families, right? That's where the big problem was. There were also significant undercounts, for example, for people living in reservations. So I don't know, I want to get a sense. There was also the, I guess, survey that we heard of our last meeting on attitudes towards the census, which I'm sure it's one of your other inputs. So just getting a better sense of what all your inputs are.
So the first thing I would say is part of the segmentation study was first conducting a low response scoring of all tracks in the country based on a number of different data sets, including 2010, the 2018 test, ACS 2017, because we need also not just to know whether they will respond and at what point, but we wanted to also understand what mode would be very important. Because if they're going to respond online, as I believe someone on the panel said earlier, it might have been Ali, we have an opportunity to take people directly from a piece of advertising in the digital space directly to the response mechanism. So that we're very excited about because it's obviously a real opportunity to generate efficiency and hopefully move the count up. We're also, so that was the first part of it. So we know which tracks are going to be problematic, and we have a curve of prediction. In fact, if we can flip to the campaign optimization slide, which I believe on mine would be, let's see. Thank you. I'm in mine at 16, but once they feed it in, it's somewhere above 45, I think.
49. I'll find it while you talk.
Okay. Yeah, it's the slide is illustrated. Okay, right. If we go to that one, right. Perfect. This is great. If you just look at the graphic, very simple graphic. Our blue line is our actual. Our orange line is what we predict, and you can see there's a difference between the blue and the orange line. In that situation, every day, we're looking at what that means. Are there areas in the country where the response rate is lower than we predicted? We then can go in and investigate. We can talk to the partnership group to see what they have happening. We can talk to the native platforms in social media and see what they're seeing out on the ground. And we can determine whether a response is required. probably will not have a daily response because things don't change that rapidly and you need to see a trend. But we could eventually say, hey, you know what, Responsive Suburbia is doing so well, we can take some of the digital away from that and plug it into one of the other hard-to-count audiences, particularly if we see, as we do here with the blue line, that we're falling below what our prediction was. The second thing is the learning coming from this can be very helpful to census operationally, because we can then say to the partnership group, here's what we're seeing in the data coming in versus what we predicted. Here's what we're going to be doing on the media side of things. They can then determine whether some heavy up in partnership is required. I would also say that the same method was used to determine which schools for statistics in school should be our primary focus. Not that we aren't going to go to all schools, but there are going to be schools that if we focus more on are going to help us, particularly with the hard-to-count audiences. So we've done an analysis to determine where those schools are so that it helps us target, number one, but also to heavy up if we need to further down the line.
Andrew?
Hi, this is Andrew Samwick. You know, I confess I hadn't appreciated the particular concerns with the undercount of young children, and I think I could benefit, and maybe others could, from a clear articulation of what you think the principal causes are of why that's a particularly challenging undercount. And just before you do that, you know, there are lots of places where those households are systematically reached, or people are trying to reach them. You know, some of them private, you know, companies that sell formula, diapers, you know, particularly for the youngest of that group, but also other government programs, you know, WIC, temporary assistance to needy families. Probably food stamps are probably the best mechanism because of the sort of the monthly frequency of that. So I just encourage you to explore those particular partnerships. Thanks.
So we're going to hear from partnership in a little bit, and they can address that on their end, but to provide a more precise answer about undercount of young children, Mrs. Undercount of Young Children, Karen Deaver. These are your slides from up here. If you want.
If you could just say your name, that'd be great. Yes, thank you. So I'm Karen Deaver, and my role here is the kind of the program manager of the Undercount of Young Children effort for the 2020 census. And as you can hear, there's lots going on operationally with partnerships and the communication strategy. But to give you just a brief background of where the problems are and kind of what defines the problems, as well as what we know about why those problems exist, I'll just kind of give you a very brief, and I think we've also volunteered that at another time, if we need a more deeper dive into the particular topic, we can do that over the next month or so, I believe. So in very brief, what we know about the problem is there's lots of things that influence. It's not just a low-income problem. It's not a particular race. It's not a particular ethnic group. Think of the concept of a complex household. So really, any child that's living in a situation that is not either a single-parent home or a nuclear family is at risk. And so that covers everything that you can imagine. You know, someone in kinship care with a grandparent, people who have, you know, my sister is living with me just for a little while because they're about to move into their own apartment. Oh, my house burnt down and my brother's friends are here just for a little while. And it can be very confusing. So all those types of things, people that move, young householders, people that have limited English speaking ability, all those kinds of things factor into who is at risk for being undercounted. We know less about why they're undercounted. We've got a pretty good understanding of the characteristics, but not so much as why. Sometimes we know people just are confused. Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to count the foster kid. I don't count them for taxes. I do count them for this. So there's some confusion. Sometimes people conceal because maybe they're undocumented. Maybe there's some issues there. So there's a lot of reasons that people may, but we don't have quite as good a handle on that. But we do know certain things that motivate people with children, and that's what we're seeing with our communications campaign, that we can hit, hey, this benefits your community.
there's schools, there's playgrounds, there's those types of things. So it's kind of a quick and broad stroke. Does that answer your question, or is there follow-up?
I guess the one item of follow-up would be, so for the purposes of classifying this, we say 0 to 4. Is the likelihood of undercount a statistic that is sort of declining with age systematically? And it's just, if that's the case, then 0 to 4 is the highest risk? Or is there something about what happens when kids enter school that systematically changes undercount possibilities?
I am not by training a demographer and all that, so I'm sure there's more experts in the room, but I think it's well understood that once the parents are getting a little bit older, a child is in school, by nature, you're becoming a little bit more stable, and so the risk is less because they're not moving around as much and parents are more involved. You also have the idea that kids, or some people think kids count more when, oh, they're in school now. That's like an official government thing, right? A public school. Yeah, they must need to know about them now that they're in school. And we find older people, oh, they vote, those kind of things for the older ones. So I think there's some phenomena that they become, I don't want to call them more real, but you know what I mean? But the idea that is, people don't always necessarily know, so I think the risk is bigger when they're younger, and all these other factors are combining, the mobility, the younger parents, just having so much on your plate that you can't even think about a census, much less about these kids that you're just trying to get fed and out the door, those kind of things.
That's probably a good segue to Chris.
So two questions, actually. One is, given the number of focus groups that were done, I'm wondering, didn't they elucidate the reasons why people aren't feeling it? And wouldn't, if you're planning to do more, that seems like a really important question to explore. Why are parents of young children not responding more highly? The other question I wanted to ask is about the activities and the stories that are planned. What are they like? Can you give us some examples? And I assume the goal is, maybe educate preschoolers for 2040, but really the goal is to educate, to use children as change agents, that they're going to go home and talk about the census, bring home homework, and thereby improve this census. Could you just say more about that process?
I think the first thing I would say is the fact that it's become an evergreen program is a testament to the fact that it is somewhat successful in what it does, right? It's been very important. I'm going to ask Jack here from Rheingold, who's very close to some of the activities. But I would say right now, given it's an evergreen program and given the level of work that's being put into this, we're anticipating that it's going to have the effect that you're talking about.
So the library of activities range from preschool through 12th. They're developed in conjunction with teachers that are in the field based on their needs and what's appropriate, as well as other partner associations of educators. And so they're all designed to be grade appropriate or level appropriate. So things like the basics of counting and some of the preschool activities within the classroom. And then another key component is take-home materials. So obviously as you go up the grades, it's more student-driven, the activities, but there are take-home materials as well to engage the parents. The activity book, for example, is a coloring book, and it's, circle all the people that you see in this picture and then count how many there are. Draw a picture of your future. What will your future look like? Or draw a picture of each person in your household, so they're counting everyone that lives in their house. Bring it back to class when you're done with a checkbox if you've talked to your parents about it. So it's engaging the student in the classroom, and then also particular, as it particularly relates to 2020, take-home materials to engage participation in the census.
On your first question, we did in fact talk to families with young children and learned quite a bit during our creative testing. As a result, we made modifications to things like copy and stuff like that. There are a number of really interesting different pieces that talk about, whether you're 1 day old or you're 80 years old, you're counted. So, sort of doing it in a fun and engaging way. And we also, by the way, when we conducted CBAMs, we also included families with young children in CBAMs. So you're getting this sort of thread of understanding, and I would say some of the things that Karen just shared with you in terms of the reasons why people might not consider responding with counting the young child are exactly some of the things that we heard across those focus groups over the last 2 years.
Kathy.
Hi, this is Kathy Pettit. I attended a meeting at Facebook earlier this year with a bunch of stakeholders around concerns about misinformation and phishing and really how in these communications to authenticate the census as opposed to everyone else who wants people to fill out their social security number and whatever. So I'm not a communications expert, so just how you're thinking about this and how is the direct connections with the major social media companies going?
I think, Jack, if you can start talking about how misinformation, disinformation is weaving into our campaign and the importance of education. And actually, Stephen, do you have a second just to talk about generally, maybe in a general term, engagement with social media companies?
Just remember to say your names.
Hello, my name. Good to see everybody. Stephen Buckner, Communications Directorate. So great question. So several years we've been working with a lot of tech companies and platforms to engage them, given this is the first digital census, to be able to understand some of the new trends on how we might be able to use tech platforms to get information out about the census, our data, and to make sure that the American public had factual information about what the census is and is not. And so through various relationships that we've established with the major tech platforms such as Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, and more, we're in the process of getting a lot of traction on this. There's been some media coverage about this recently in terms of some of the steps that we're doing, but for the most part, misinformation can really be just innocent enough to where people don't have factual information. They see something on social media or in the media, or they share something about the census that they're not quite sure about. We learned this in our research about people not understanding what the census is because it happens once a decade. So our campaign is really geared about getting the facts out to the American public about what the census is and isn't and how it benefits them and how they can trust that their information is safe. Once we do that, most people are pretty comfortable with responding to the census. But in the sense of some of the things that we saw during the elections and how the tech companies had to respond to that, how cybersecurity officials across the government have had to respond to that, we wanted to make sure that we were getting the census on their radar early enough to where they could help us. And each one of those entities has really stepped up to be able to provide teams that are focused on protecting the census from misinformation, disinformation campaigns as much as they are around protecting our elections. And so specifically with Facebook and Twitter, where a lot of the coverage is focused on, you'll see that they are actually updating their terms of service to specifically mention census and some of the things that you can and can't do on an account. So both those platforms have a lot of AI and other ways of detecting fake accounts. That's a lot of the things they're trying to shut down that were really surfaced during the elections. They also want to make sure they're getting rid of any bots and things that are perpetrating false information out there across their platforms, and they're doing a good job at that as well. But when it comes to census, they want to make sure that the information's out there is factual. Now, specifically with some of the social media companies, there are official third-party fact-checking organizations that actually rank what the content is and is not. And if they give it a bad ranking, the platforms will actually push that down in the feeds, but they'll also flag it as not trustworthy. They will also then put out stories about that information being not accurate so that it stops within that news cycle or across social media. Some of the things that we're doing with, let's say, Amazon and Apple are also very interesting. So how many of you use your voice assistants to ask for directions or any other question that you might have? So this is either Siri or Alexa or Hey Google. So we're also working with them to hard code into their platforms basic FAQs, frequently asked questions around the census, so that if somebody has a basic question, hey Siri, what is the 2020 census? Is it confidential? You'll get an answer out of that. And because a lot of people do a lot of voice searches, that information will come forward quickly and easily. So most of our campaign is not only about trying to identify where misinformation or people that are just sharing information unknowingly, if it was false, is to be able to put right information out there. And so we've set up specifically a Fighting 2020 Census Rumors website where people can actually go and see current rumors that we're seeing and surfacing across social listening and other platforms to be able to put factual information out there. You can also report at rumors@census.gov anything that you're seeing as a partner or an organization. Every time you do that, it goes into a system that we're researching, validating, and then trying to get factual information out to our vast array of partners. We're expecting up to 300,000. So we feel pretty comfortable that we have a really good system in place on the ground within hyper-local communities to flag content for us to be able to respond factually with correct information.
Tommy, you're right. I just want to call attention to time and also the lunch hour and grabbing lunches that needs to take place. Maybe Allison, I'm going to recommend maybe one more question, and then we're going to try to get the other session in before we break for lunch.
So I guess then Kunal.
Kunal Talwar, CSEC. So this is, I guess, more of a comment motive based on an anecdote. So there was a discussion recently in my neighborhood Nextdoor group about the census, where one resident basically said that they would not take part in the census because by being counted, they will increase representation for the state, and that was not aligned with their political preferences. I mean, I guess this can happen in a state that's very far from being a swing state. So I guess this was very unexpected to me, that sort of political polarization could affect people's willingness to take part in the census. I don't know if this is just a really outlier or if this is a real concern, and I guess it probably suggests that the communication should be geared towards sort of highlighting the local benefits one gets from being counted. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what we learned in CBAMS, that impacts to my local community are going to be the most motivating thing that would get me to respond. The one thing I can tell you is that we heard very little of that in the 180 plus focus groups that Kathleen was talking about, which is good news. And when people were exposed to the communications, they generally walked away going, oh, I didn't know that. I get it. You know, for those of you who have looked at the website and seen the tagline, Shape Your Future, tested it extremely well. There are other people doing research right now, other groups out in the country that are also looking at that line, and people are sort of seeing it as being a positive call, no matter where you fit on that spectrum. So,
if I might just
Also
add to
wanted
that
to-
in terms of closed communities like Nextdoor. So interesting enough, we've had a lot of conversations with Nextdoor, with WhatsApp and others in terms of forming partnerships with those organizations. But that's really where our local partners down at very grassroots levels can help us, right? They participate in these closed groups that the government doesn't necessarily have access to, but can certainly respond. So whether it's through Reddit or Nextdoor or some of these other communities, that's where we need the general public to help us. When they see certain things, they can then report it to us, and then we can go directly to the platform or just put more broadly out a communications channel. So we're not only doing sort of listening across the big social media platforms, but we're utilizing our network of partners to help us with this process to get factual information out. Ali?
And we will be launching in one of those updates to the website that was mentioned earlier in Jack and Alex's presentation. We'll launch a specific hub, which makes it very easy for you or anybody else who's a part of these closed networks to get the information on how to be that census champion in your own community. That's going to be one of the biggest things. Yes, it's the partnering organizations we get, but it's really everybody's responsibility to help, push out the important, factual, good news about the 2020 census.
Did you have a question, Jeff, real quick?
Yeah, Jeff Lauer, just want to add on to what Kanal said, and I won't make this a question, just to reiterate or emphasize what he said. As it relates to the undercount of the children and why it matters. And a lot of the groups that we heard from are child advocacy organizations that receive federal funds, right? So is there a way to, in the messaging, to quantify what it means to a community, what it means to those organizations, those child advocacy centers, in terms of every dollar? You know, each kid counted represents, you know, so many dollars of federal funds to our local community child advocacy organizations. So.
Just one quick point on that. One of the things, I think, to Andrew's comment before, what we do whenever we have the opportunity in the messaging is try to localize the impact, looking at the specific programs that may have an impact in that community, whether it's SNAP, whether it's free reduced lunch, whether it's rural mental health programs. So looking at that to move from very broad themes of healthcare or schools or roads and into specific areas of impact in the right forum with the right opportunity.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, everyone, in particular, Kathleen, Alex, and Jack. And we'll try to transition into the next session and maybe conclude at about, by that clock, maybe no later than 12:25, you can probably still grab lunch. Does that make sense? Okay. We will now hear from Willette Allen and Robin Bachman, an update on partnership programs followed by committee discussion.
While you're transitioning, just a reminder for everyone, and particularly the new folks. So, this is now is when you want to be writing down your recommendations, your follow-up questions, and then toward the end of the day, we have individuals assigned to compile your questions or recommendations. So then you'll want to get their email addresses at the end of the day and email them to them. So while they're fresh in your mind, go ahead and be writing them down.
Hello, I'm Robin Bachman. I'm part of the National Partnership Program, and I'm joined by my colleague Willette Allen. I'm going to start us off, and then I'm going to hand off to Willette. We're going to try to go quickly so we can get to the questions that were submitted by the committee. I wanted to first start off with a big thank you, though. The work that you're going to hear about is done through just a fabulous team. So it's not just Robin and Willette, it's a group of folks across the country who are doing great partnership work. There we go. And I'm going to move through the deck pretty quickly, but pause on a few slides. So the National Partnership Program, we enlist and engage national level organizations who are going to be trusted voices across the country to support the 2020 census and encourage their audiences to respond. We're part of the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program, so you just heard a wonderful overview about the integrated program. And it's a one partnership team, so I'm in communications, Willette's in field, we have colleagues in research and methodology, we have colleagues across the Bureau that are doing this work, but it's one program. We also do a tremendous amount of work with the CPEP, which is Willette will tell you a bunch about, and then also Census Open Innovation Labs. So if you've heard about create-a-thons and such, that's coming out of COIL. And then we do a lot of engagement as well internally with our colleagues who are subject matter experts, so the directorates that are represented around the table. Every single one of the folks at this table have helped to do a partnership event or have helped to do an exhibit or have been just great resources of information to get the word out about the work that we do. And that also includes like congressional affairs and statistics in schools. So what are some of the activities the National Partnership Program has been up to? We work with corporations, nonprofits, lawmakers, and many others to engage to get the word out about 2020 census. We're at about 370 national participating organizations, and I will say that number grows every day. So when I put the number in the slide and Willette and I were going over the prep, I'm like, okay, we're going to put that number in, but it's going to get bigger. So that's a very good thing. And when we talk about participating organizations, those are the engagements that we're doing at the national level. And some of the organizations have said, we're not quite a formal partner yet, but we're definitely going to do some commitments to help engage around 2020. And so that's that phrase that you're seeing there, participating organizations. And then I listed a number of our partners who have announced publicly. And with any list, once you start listing some, you know you're forgetting others, but we did want to give you just a taste of some of the partners who have announced their help to get out the word around 2020. The team for National Partnership, we've been doing quite a bit of work to get ourselves in a place that we can go from walking really fast to running. So we are doing work, and Anna Owens, who's the deputy in partnership as well, we've built portfolios. So we are in, there's about 22 audience segments or portfolios that we've built, and that's how we engage the work. So it's a way to try to have little mini teams doing the engagement for the different audiences. And portfolios are built off of the good work that you've heard about today and in the past. It's around strategic framework work that has been done. CBAM's data definitely had a lot to do with building our portfolios. And then the customer relationship management system, there's a taxonomy in that system, and those helped inform our portfolios. This slide is just a nice slide to show you some of the pieces that have come out already for partners. And if you go to 2020census.gov/partners, you can see the all the updates that we have done, and we are posting materials in waves. So do check it out regularly. And if you haven't yet, I'd encourage you to go to the Join Us button that's on that page, and you can start getting the materials too. So we're doing an awful lot of activities, obviously, to get the word out about the 2020 census, including email marketing and using all the other components that are available. National Partnership is part of the Communications Directorate, too, so you'll get that sense about a lot of how we talk about our work. And then we're out and about doing a lot of speaking engagements. This is just a nice little list of a few of them. We're at National Newspaper Publishers Association tonight, so we're trying to get out there to get the word out. Let me do a little bit on improving the count of young children, because I know it was a question that's come in from the committee. And we've heard some great updates from our colleagues just a bit ago. So it is a focused effort, and partnership plays an important role in it. It includes both the operations side, with Kathleen giving you a really good overview of communications and partnership, which is more of our world, and then there's an evaluation component as well. By helping to ensure that every young child is counted in the 2020 census, partners are shaping a brighter future for the children and communities in which they serve. I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that there is a new website up for young children. So if you go to 2020census.gov, who to count, and /young children, you'll find our website. Or an easier way to probably get there is just go to 2020census.gov and search young children, and the page will populate. Partners are pediatricians and dentists, child care centers, libraries, community centers. That's who we're engaging, and we're building those relationships every day. I'll rattle off a few. We are partnering with the USDA, including the Food and Nutrition Service. So I know I had a SNAP question earlier, so we are working with Food and Nutrition Service. We're partnering with Sesame Street, which is one of my favorites. No, all my partners are favorites. Annie Casey Foundation, Coalition on Human Needs, Family Promise, Federation of Pediatric Organizations, First Focus, the National Association of Certified Professional Midwives, the National Association for the Education of Young Children, the National Diaper Bank Network, National Diaper Bank Network, and Partnership for America's Children are a really good example of partners that we've engaged nationally. And I think Jack or Alex alluded to some of the promotional materials that we're doing, specifically, pardon me, for improving the encounter of young children. And we do have pieces that are like, the bibs, the sippy cups, the little caps. And so those are getting produced specifically for this effort, and they will be distributed at events and at conferences. And this is just a nice visual of some of the infographics that are available. Let me step it up so Willette has time. So what's coming up? I think some of my colleagues references Census Solution Workshops. So we're active with those in national partnership and do a lot of collaboration with CPEP on Census Solution Workshops. We've done about 40. We try to do a count just over the past couple of years, and we have more coming up. We also are good collaborators with COIL on Create-a-thons. We've done 5 of those. And basically those are ideation moments. So we get together with like complete count committees or partners and do some workshops to get ideas going. I also listed an upcoming event we're doing with USDA with the National Agricultural Statistics Service. That's coming up end of October, and that's a fun one for many reasons, in part that it's 2020 census, but we're also working with the Econ Directorate, ACS, et cetera, and that will be great to help get the word out about 2020 census, but also will help in the longer pull to really do enterprise-based work with NAS around our work so that into the future, partnerships isn't just a one and done, that we can do the work throughout the decade. That's some examples of how we activate locally, and then I'm going to turn it over to Willette.
Thank you so much, Robin. Again, my name is Willette Allen. I am the program manager for the Community Partnership and Engagement Program. So again, as Robin indicated, thank you for the opportunity to give an update on the partnership program. So I am going to go over, and I'm going to be brief. I'm going to try to get us out of here within the designated time slot. So I'd like to give you a quick update on our partnership hiring, and then I'm going to go into the progress that we've made towards securing partners, and then I want to dedicate the majority of my time to the 4 questions that you posed previously. So let me go in and start in talking about our partnership specialists. So we've established a goal of 1,501 partnership specialists. This slide is a little bit outdated. Developed this slide last Friday. Since then, Tim mentioned this earlier, that we're close to about 1,300 partnership specialists coming on board and working as of today. To date, we've selected more than the, Tim mentioned this as well, more than the actual 1,501. And we anticipate that we'll be bringing those folks on board by October 1st, all of the 1,501. So let me give you just a quick little update on who these folks are. So 27% of them are bilingual. So having a language component is a particularly good aspect of the partnership program. Of those folks that are bilingual, 69 languages spoken other than English. 100% of them, 100% of them come from the community that they serve. That was part of our efforts in terms of recruiting those folks. 100% have community outreach experience, and 40% of them have already completed 1 census. So really a tremendous, tremendous group of individuals. So this gives you just a quick overview of some of the languages they speak, anywhere from Portuguese to Farsi to, of course, Spanish as well. This also gives you just a quick glimpse at some of the primary initiatives that we have. We have government, Hispanic, media, congressional, Asian, healthcare, higher ed, LGBTQ, the undercount of young children, of course, faith-based, et cetera, et cetera. So what we're going to be doing in the next month or so really is training these partnership specialists. And this gives you just a quick overview of some of the training that these individuals will be undergoing. As you'll note, there's SIS, there's media, there's CRM, there's Rome, there's HTC initiatives, building relationships and conflict management, et cetera. Now on to partners. Tim mentioned this one. I'm not going to spend much time here. This slide is a little bit outdated. It says 52,000. As of this morning, we're at 56,000 local partners. This gives you just a quick overview of some of the organization segmentation for those partners. Shows you that most of our partners really are in healthcare and nonprofit and business and faith-based. So although we are a little bit behind in terms of bringing on our folks, we are actually on target in terms of activating our partners or getting our partners on board, rather. One other thing I want to mention is a congressional initiative that we had underway in June and July. As a result of that initiative, we were able to reach out to every single congressional office, and as a result of that, we secured 560 commitments from these congressional offices. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, just in the interest of time. I'm just going to flip through here and give you a key milestone update. So again, I mentioned the number of partners. We launched the CCC map in July. September, we're going to have most of our partnership specialists are already on board. We're going to launch a national event strategy in September. I think Alex or one of the gentlemen from Team Y&R mentioned this earlier. We have a November 2019, we're going to have a peaks operations briefing, and we are in the process of identifying prospective mobile QACs in the anticipation that we will receive funding for that event.
All right.
So I am going to turn it back over to Robin to do the questions that you provided to us previously.
Thanks, Willette. So these questions came in before we were to come, so we've been working on them, and so we'll go over them. How will the use of systems such as the Customer Relationship Management System and Customer Engagement Management System improve the effectiveness of partnership outreach to the hard-to-count groups? So I'll start off with the answer, and then I'll turn it over to Willette. So the CRM and SEM, as we abbreviate them too, is something that both the national and the local partners are using. So it's one system, which is really an advantage for the system and for us to use the system. We can segment our partners by communities and geographies, and we're able to target messages based on that segmentation and other characteristics. Oh, I have to give a lot of credit to the team that are building this, because Robin is not building this, but I am a user of it. But there's great functionality that is getting built into the system. We are trying to make sure that we are a statistical agency, so we're trying to make sure our data quality is high in what we're putting in there. So we're trying to make sure that we're doing duplication checks, and we do address verification of the partners we put in there. And we now have a mobile app too, so that's super helpful, because if I'm at an event, I can pull up my app and input a lot of the data right there on the partner that I just engaged. So, so thank you to the team who's building that. And then SEM is now being used as well, and it is an on-demand system that can do reports. And so you'll see probably SEM reference more and more as we go forward. And I know the Operations Center is using it, and our executive team are also getting reports out of SEM as well. So that's my component of that part of the question. I'm going to turn it to Willette.
Okay, so in addition to, Robin indicated that not only does NPP utilize the CRM, but also the local partnership team as well. And that's really what makes this effective in terms of a one partnership program. But in addition to CRM and SIM, partnership specialists utilize the Response Outreach Area Roam Mapper, which is also known as Roam tool, as an essential resource to accomplish their outreach efforts. The partnership specialists utilize Roam to acquire the data about their assigned communities, which then informs, of course, their outreach plans, where they're going to go. What is critical for us at the local level is that we get the right partners and we get them in the right place. And we do this utilizing Roam. And of course, the primary data critical element is the low response score. We want to make sure that we're getting partners in places where they have low response scores. Next question.
And I meant to give a good example on how CRM is used, so I can do that. So Boys and Girls Club, they're a national partner. Thank you very much, Boys and Girls Club. They're doing some great work and doing some, they just did a blog just this week, and they're helping us with hiring, so that's the type of work that our partner is doing. So that's at the national level. Obviously, there are Boys and Girls Club across the country, and so how does Willette's side of the work engage in that? And so CRM is a place that we do that work. So My team has inputted all the Boys and Girls Club commitments that have come from the national level, including the MOU in this instance. And then the local folks can go into CRM and see, oh, Boys and Girls Club suggested that they can do these commitments, and so they walk in and do an engagement based upon that. So it's a wonderful handoff for CRM, and it flows the other way as well. So we had one of our executives do a big meeting with a faith leader out west earlier this spring, and then we wanted to follow up nationally to leverage that conversation to talk to the denomination, the leadership here, and so we pulled that information up and used that relationship that was done locally to then translate into a national engagement. So that with CRM works quite well, and those are some good examples. But let's move to the second question. I think this is yours, Willette.
Okay, so the second question is, will partnership specialists be empowered to monitor local social media and be able to respond to local communication crises? So social media is managed at the headquarters level, much like, all of our media issues in terms of PIO, with input and insight from the regions. Now, the regions do provide input, but they will not have the capability to actually respond. They will not have social media accounts either. This integrated effort would allow us to quickly identify, respond, and mitigate any digital posts signifying a potential problem. We talked about that a little bit earlier with Team Y&R. Another social media monitoring and social customer care is although social media monitoring, social customer care is centralized at headquarters, regional staff will have access to reports, daily access. There was some mention also of Sprinkler earlier. Sprinkler is the platform that we're going to be utilizing to really hear conversations, social media conversations that are happening. And so the partnership specialists, again, though they will not have social media accounts and they will not have access to these tools, they will have access to the reports which the tools will generate. So in addition, our media and partnership specialists across the country also are able to view the local partner social media posts and interactions with our National Census Bureau social media accounts and flag any potential issues to our national communication team. And I think that's it for questions on social media.
And then our third question that came in, for both the communications and partnership programs, what leading indicators through 2019 and early 2020 would signal need to allocate resources, including staff time, to reach areas where evidence shows lagging response? Did you want to start off?
So I can start off with that. So I will say that prior to having detailed response data being available, our partners continue to be the trusted local resources to reach hard-to-count populations. We're going to be listening, talking to our partners on a regular and consistent basis so that they will inform us in terms of what's going on in the community. So 2020 Census Partnership Specialists are working now with local and regional partners, including complete count committees. We've already talked about that. They're geared towards hard-to-count populations such as those experiencing homelessness and young children. Though these partnerships we are able to hear, understand, and address opportunities and challenges pertaining to lower response through the use of Roam, our partnership specialists are also targeting partnerships in identified hard-to-survey areas. These efforts will help us improve response rates and also serve as our initial indicator for areas that could have lagging response rate.
And I just add, so you've heard an awful lot about the Integrated Communications Campaign, and so that's the intent. And so National Partnership is part of communications, and so we are embedded into the work, and so we will be part of that effort. So if Ali and Stephen and Burton out of communications say we need to do this with partners, we do have those tools to be able to do some focused work. And so that's the great intent of the Integrated Communications Campaign that we heard about earlier, and the wonderful work that Maria and team have been doing. And we were going to close with the last question, which I think we've done some decent content on, but Willette was going to add a few things.
So I'll start off by saying that as one of the fastest growing hard-to-count communities, the undercount of young children is of particular concern during this decennial. So consequently, we've taken specific measures to ensure that all partnership specialists receive training in this initiative. We've engaged our partners through complete count committees and subcommittees, and they've made this a central focus as well of theirs. We also have held partner summits in many of our regions. This is bringing not only partners together, but partners that really then become ambassadors, and they utilize their networks to actually bring in other partners as well. And so they go and carry that message forward. So through our partner summits and our create-a-thons, which Robin has mentioned briefly, with a focus on this community. As part of our national event strategy, I mentioned that just quickly, we will also have a 2020 event specific to the undercount of young children. So a couple things I did want to mention too is we've already talked about the great partnership with Kids Count, and that we're going to have a kickoff event planned for February 2020 for the Undercount of Young Children Initiative. We're working closely at the local level. We have a great partnership with the Cleveland Clinic, and what we're going to do is leverage some of the initiatives that they already have in place. And I just want to list some of these because they're specific to this particular community. They have a boot camp for new dads, infant and toddler CPR, grandparenting, one of the key populations that we're going to try to reach out to at the local and national level. Grandparenting for the new millennium, baby basics hands-on, caring for our caregivers. This is yoga painting and for guardian and so forth. So they already have these major initiatives in place, the Cleveland Clinic. So we want to come on board at the local level and also participate in those events. So additionally, Dallas is working with free clinics in Texas to participate in events designed for young children to obtain vaccinations. In Georgia, we're working with the Voices for Georgia's Children to host a Children's Day at the Georgia Capitol to highlight the importance of counting young children. We've also partnered with Pastor John Gray, who's a leader of a 15,000-member church in Greenville, South Carolina, to host a Family Day Festival in June. We've also we've got a really tremendous amount of response and feedback from the faith-based community, particularly as it relates to this hard-to-count population. So with Bishop Reginald Jackson, who's a leader in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, he recently laid out a roadmap involving the faith-based and census outreach. Bishop Jackson has asked more than 500 AME churches to create CCCs with a specific focus, that also have a specific focus on the undercount of young children. So I could go on, but in the interest of time, I will close there, and I think that's it. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Wright.
What's that? Yeah, so did we have some questions? Yeah, Mario. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Allison. Thanks, guys. It's a wonderful presentation. Just a couple questions. This is perhaps for the previous group, but in terms of the Statistics in School program, I understand the materials are going to be distributed to schools, specifically to public schools. Will they also be distributed to private schools?
There is a whole other task order for statistics in schools, but I sit on a lot of the work groups, and they are mailing to all schools, so both public and parochial and private schools.
And how are they gathering a list of private schools?
I don't know if Vicky's here, or if Jack or Alex know that, or we could take the question back. Okay, we'll take the question back.
Yeah. Great, that was my first question. Second of all, looking at your slides, slide 79 on partnership specialist initiatives, I was just a little confused. Maybe you could help me figure it out. The last one dedicated to LGBTQ communities, you passed it. Yeah. The chart, that one, yes. The lowest bar there, the red bar for the LGBTQ initiatives, does that mean that there will only be initiatives in Dallas? Okay.
My apologies. Willette Allen. Absolutely not. So this is really a graphical representation of really, to say it, I guess, in census terms, the workload, if you will. So as I mentioned, these folks come from various different communities. One of the things that I said in my presentation is that the beauty of this tremendously skilled staff is that they had multiple areas of expertise. So you look at the very top, you'll see general, see 117, and I can't really tell exactly the color, but I believe that's reflective of Atlanta. Atlanta. Clearly, Atlanta does not have 117 partnership specialists dedicated to general. What that's meant to depict is that in that 117, most of them have 2 or more. In many instances, they are covering LGBT and also the Black community and also faith-based, et cetera, et cetera.
These are initiatives, these aren't people, completely agree. But the lowest bar, just as an example, would suggest to me that it's only taking place in the Denver, Dallas office. Is this like, needs to be updated once the initiatives get going? Is that?
Yes, that's a correct statement.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. And then on slide 71, and the issue of the undercount of young children, this is a sort of a deep question from both the operational, communications, partnership side. But, you know, the Census Bureau may want to ask itself the question, when it has one of these children that lives between these 2 households and doesn't really know where he or she lives, and the parents don't, you know, think that the other one's going to respond, and then nobody responds, and then there's an undercount. In this sort of scenario, does the Census Bureau prefer an overcount, a double questionnaire with the same child, over a situation where nobody responds, right? I would think that we would, because if we have an overcount, then we can just, you know, eliminate one of the 2. And it seems to me that our messaging and our guidance should perhaps reflect that preference, and that that changing that message may be really important for getting the undercount of young children to disappear.
So we're working on, you know, more official answers on this, but in any instance where we think someone in the household has not responded, we ask that the person respond for the entire household. And that may mean we get multiple responses for the same household, but we would rather have that than miss a household. And we believe we've got the response processing on the back end to take out the duplicates and get the correct number in the household. So you're correct. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, if you look at the slide, and I can't really read it from here, but it says, you know, if possible, coordinate with the other to make sure that the child is counted where they live, where they slept that night, which is an ideal scenario, but perhaps we should forget about the ideal scenario and just say, count them just in case.
No, that's good feedback. And I think when you see the advertising, it's a lot simpler, obviously, to try to get to the parents to say just that, you know, congratulations, you just had a baby. Don't forget to count the baby. I mean, it's very, you know, but this piece is a little bit more for sort of our partnership work that we were doing, but we appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
And because I want to go have lunch, my final question, personal question. So how many partnership specialists do you expect to have in the island of Puerto Rico?
Hi, Willette Allen. I don't know that at the top of my head, but of course, we have a plan for staffing across all regions. So, I mean, it's something I can probably take the question and get back to you.
Thank you so much. I mean, we were hearing earlier today that the number of partnership specialists doubled for this census. So
That's correct.
That will be sort of the benchmark I'll be using.
I will make sure I keep that in mind.
But you mentioned the Boys and Girls Club, and I think it's a great example, but it also forces me to have to respond that the Boys and Girls Club of Puerto Rico is its own thing, and even though they are associated, they very much act like a separate entity. So you might find that in other Puerto Rico-based organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's the benefit of having these partnership specialists come from the communities that they serve in. They know these communities. They know those inner workings. They know the difference between, you know, what's island and what's not, et cetera. So that's the benefit of those folks.
Okay, Juan Pablo.
All right, this is Juan Pablo Rocad. Thank you again for your presentation. I just wanted to ask for clarification on one of your answers to the committee questions where would local partners be able to answer something they see on social media if they repeat verbatim or provide a link to something from the national communications team? So in other words, if they don't come up with their own response. And the reason I ask is sometimes one possible advantage, there might be disadvantages too, is that if they're trusted members of the community, their answer might be worth a little bit more than if it comes from a national office.
Willette,
I'm going to let Ali take this question.
So, Ali Ahmed, Communications, I want to maybe ask a clarifying question here that I think might solve this. If you're talking about local partners, those trusted voices in the communities that our partnership specialists work with, absolutely. And in fact, one of the big things the partnership specialists will help do is make sure that they're getting access to that information, that they know where to go for the rumors page, that when we have to counter something or just even we want to amplify something, we spread that out. I think the earlier question might have been worded about partnership specialists, and that's the thing, is that the field staff isn't responsible for crafting and responding to their own things on social media. So I think that might clarify here. But absolutely, trusted voices are a big part of responding to misinformation.
Okay, Rochelle.
Hi, this is Rochelle Winkler. Somebody in one of the responses about double counting or counting at all children in these multiple households, it sounds like the idea would be to go ahead and count them twice, and it made me think about the online system and entering the address, and I'm wondering if when somebody responds online and they enter their address, does that can the same address be entered twice or multiple times? Will the system allow for that? And then if so, how are those kinds of records going to be handled? I imagine that there's a real possibility for a lot of duplicates. And some of those duplicates might be legitimate. Maybe two kind of households have the same address if there's like a basement apartment or something like that.
Yes, the system will allow a same address to be entered more than one time. We have really thorough back-end systems, though, to look at the content of that entry on that address, the people that were entered on that address, compare it to other census records, and be able to unduplicate true duplicates, but to be able to capture when it's maybe multiple families entering from the same address or situations like that. So yes, we wanted to make sure we gave people the opportunity to enter it in those circumstances. So yes, they can do that.
Great, thank you.
Ken Simonson. This relates to the committee's question 3, but it's really for Al Fontenot and Enrique Lamas and perhaps the director. If you encounter a situation where you're seeing inadequate response, let's say, from a particular demographic segment or geographic area, do you feel you have a process in place for identifying what's the best way to up that response? Is it to go through the partnerships, through Team Y&R or other communications vehicles, or through putting in more people to go out into the field?
One of the things that someone mentioned earlier is we have a fusion center, and we meet as a senior management team on a daily basis at the end of the day at the fusion center. We look at the dynamics of what's going on in the operation across the board. If we see something like that at that time, we can collaborate on what we feel is the best option. Field is represented, every one of the major directorates is involved in that meeting. The daily stand up to try to determine what actions need to be taken. We can say, let's put more partnership focus there. We can say, let's see if we can do more of the directed digital advertising in that area. Or we could say, we know what our staffing is collecting data. We can work with field and say we need to focus more people to knock on doors in that area. And we're looking at that kind of dynamic on a daily basis. The Fusion Center has a subject matter expert from IT, from field, from Decennial, from COM, and from our technical integrator, all working together to look at security issues, to look at trends, and to combine that to report up to management when we come down on a daily basis of areas that we need to. They actually act as a focus point to look at the inputs coming from all those different directions, and then we as management can act on them on our daily meetings. When we get into the operation like this, It's a constant daily collaboration across the management, top management group.
Great, just what I was hoping to hear.
It's like one, Joe
Sorry, I
Whitley.
didn't-
There we go.
Joe Whitley, one final observation, and this is not more generic in terms of foreign actors. And the census is very much similar to elections. I assume that, and I'm guessing there's plenty of collaboration with the law enforcement and intelligence community to make sure that that's being thought about, correct?
Yes. Part of our cybersecurity efforts are working very closely with DHS, with other intelligence agencies, with the top cyber agencies in the government to collaborate on strategies to ensure that we protect the census from intrusion or disruption by foreign actors. We have had top secret meetings where we as a group had to go and sit in their facility and discuss where they see threats coming from and how they're looking to counter those threats and adapt that into our program. We're also working with private sector companies in terms of what they can do to counter threats to the operation. I was looking, but I didn't see our CIO because he is intimately involved with them on a day-to-day basis on developing that plan to protect the census from intrusion and disruption.
So I would just add to that, that it's important to remember that all of these organizations that are helping us have no access to any confidential census information, so.
That's everyone, huh? Okay, so what should we do about lunch, Tommy?
Thank you very much, Willette and Robin. And we should eat during lunch, so let's come back. I see Jennifer's here. I hope Jennifer's going to forgive me, but let's come back at about 1:05 by this clock. So that's about 25 minutes to grab your lunch. Jennifer's going to start talking at 1:05. Is that okay? She says yes. Thank you. Tommy Wright. I think we're maybe within a second or two of starting. I actually detect one member of the committee not yet here. Well, two, and so now only one, but I...
Oh. Lou is sitting with the director.
Okay, so
I
maybe
take out
they're,
them?
well,
No.
yeah, okay. Let's proceed. Is it the sense, am I going to be in real trouble if we proceed? No.
No, we have.
Jack says no, we won't be in,
No,
okay.
we're good.
Thank you very much for coming back. We will now hear from Jennifer Reichert on the 2020 Census Program for Evaluations and Experiments, known as CPEX. And everybody's here now.
All right, good afternoon. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about some of the research that we're planning to do during the 2020 census. I just kind of want to start this off by saying I'm going to give you a very brief overview of all of the different studies that are included within the CPEX program. There are lots of details that are available in the full study plan. Should you be interested, we can provide those. I am personally not the subject matter expert on every one of these studies, but there are various people in the audience, so if there are some questions, we might be able to answer some detailed questions, but we will look to the study plans to provide you with most of the details. Sorry, wrong button. Okay, so we're past that. Okay, so just a little bit of history. I think most people are aware that we sort of have a long history of doing research programs within the decennial census, leading back, probably all the way to 1950. The objective of the program is generally very consistent across the decades. We want to, one, evaluate how well we did in the current census, and we also want to test methods and ideas leading towards our next research phase in the mid-decade as well as the next census. So we're looking at how we're doing in 2020, and are we testing things that might inform how we would do the census in 2030. So that's this CPEX program. We have generally 4 categories of studies that we do in the CPEX program. We have the experiments, which tend to be studies of new methods or new tools or new ways of doing particular census operations. They tend to be designed to use random treatment groups, and we compare whatever the metric of interest is between treatments and controls. And then we have evaluations, which tend to be mostly evaluations of how we did something in 2020. Sometimes we'll do some extra data collection to kind of learn something more about what happened in an operation or in a particular program. But in a sense, they're really looking at what we did in 2020 as opposed to looking forward, which is where we are with the experiments. In addition to those, we have a pretty broad set of what we call operational assessments. These are more internal products that we use here in the Bureau, but they're incredibly valuable and they contain an enormous amount of information. We do them for all of our operations, and we'll talk a little bit about them toward the end of my presentation, but they're really the source of documentation for workloads and for costs and production rates and all of that kind of stuff that tells us how a particular operation went across the whole course of the census. And then the 4th category are our quality control profiles. These are studies that sort of document what quality control did we have in place for our major census operations and how did those operations go. So they talk about things that passed and failed and what actions were taken. So for 2020, for all of these 4 categories, you'll see some of the numbers there as to what our program currently has in scope. We have 3 experiments and 7 evaluations, and those are the 10 that I'll actually walk through a little bit in detail today. We have 51 operational assessments. They cover nearly all of the 35 official operations for the 2020 census. Obviously, since 51 is greater than 35, there are some operations that have multiple assessments. And then we have 5 quality control profiles that we'll be conducting. Just to let you know, we do have a handful of evaluations that are currently being vetted and approved for the CPEX program that are related to the communications program. I don't have the details about those today because they're still being reviewed and approved, but they will all be focused on trying to evaluate the communications program, and they will be added eventually to the formal CPEX scope. Okay, so here's our 3 experiments. I'm not going to bore you by reading through the titles. We're going to walk through each of them individually. So the first one is extending the census environment to the mailing materials. So in this particular experiment, we're trying to see if we can improve self-response and participation in the census by sort of taking advantage and embedding that unique decennial environment into our mail strategy. So the advertisements and the awareness around the census. So we have 3 treatments in this experiment, which are listed here. The first is a panel of households and geographic areas that are going to receive what we call a wearable non-monetary insert. In other words, a sticker. They're quite attractive. I have a couple of them here on my laptop. They say "I count." They're in the popular census blue color, both in English and in Spanish. And so these respondents will receive a sheet of these stickers in their initial mailing. And the idea is, maybe their children will wear the stickers to school and spread the awareness of the census. Maybe they'll wear them around their community to the grocery store, whatever they might do. It's sort of like when you go and you vote and you get your I voted sticker and everybody wears them around and make everybody feel bad who didn't vote. So we want to try to see if we can build that sort of awareness and participation in the census. We then have a panel that is going to receive their mail materials, but their mail materials are going to be a little bit more reflective of the communications campaign. So we're going to embed images and messaging that people might be seeing on their televisions or on their Facebook page and on billboards and that kind of thing to try to help them make that connection with the messaging and the imaging they're seeing in the communications campaign with the materials they actually receive in the mail, and see if that helps them to make that connection and garner more participation. And then the final panel is our Every Door Direct mailer. So this will be mailed out to entire carrier routes, if you will. So these are the areas that a postal carrier might walk through every day and deliver all the mail. So this will be a geographic based sample, and every household in those areas will receive a postcard, or it's actually a large postcard, but it'll receive on Census Day. So it'll be that last sort of kick to remind them, hey, it's Census Day, go online, respond. It's not addressed to any particular household. It'll be delivered just to every household in a particular carrier route. But it's kind of that sort of last-minute reminder to hopefully boost everybody's memory and get them to go online and respond on Census Day. So all of those are in an effort to try to boost up that self-response. Okay, the next experiment is called optimization of self-response. So we had 4 major innovation areas in our research program leading up to 2020. One of them was optimization of self-response. So this experiment is really designed to see how well did we do with that particular innovation area. Obviously, the biggest innovation for self-response was the introduction of the internet self-response option, which we have for the first time. But there were other smaller components of it that we want to look at. So this evaluation wants to understand what are the net impacts of all of those innovations that we implemented for 2020 to boost self-response. So the first 2 bullets here under our treatments are related, and they're meant to kind of capture the effect of what changes we made for 2020, and in particular the internet response option. So the first panel, we're going to look at a panel of households that's going to receive the 2010 mail strategy. So what does that mean? I don't know if people remember, in 2010 we had a different set of mailings. Everybody got a pre-notice before they received anything actionable. They got this letter saying, hey, we're going to be sending you something about the census soon, so stay tuned. The timing might have been different between the mail pieces, and obviously there was no mention of any kind of internet response option. So this panel is going to try to repeat that strategy. So we're going to have all of the same mail pieces as 2010. We'll change all of the required things. We're obviously not going to call it the 2010 census. It'll be the 2020 census. But it will be on the same schedule. It will be the 2020 questionnaire. So the content will be the same. But all of the materials will have no mention of the internet response option. So we're going to make it look like 2010 with the 2020 content, and we're not going to tell anybody about the internet response option. Now, should they find out about it, they certainly can go online and respond. Their ID will still be on their mailing, and they can still go onto the internet and respond. We're just not going to give them the instruction. The second panel is very similar, but here we're trying to tease out the effect of just that internet option. So they're going to get the full 2020 mail strategy. So it's going to be all of the 2020 materials on the 2020 schedule, but nothing will mention the internet response option. So between those 2 treatments, we're hoping to be able to tease out what was the effect of just that internet response option treatment. The third panel is to look at our strategy related to Internet First and Internet Choice. I think there was some talk about that this morning. I came in at the tail end of a discussion where some of the households, actually most of the households in the country, in their first mailing, they will not receive a paper questionnaire. These are the Internet First households. They'll just get, a package that instructs them how to go online and respond. The other smaller portion of the country will get the Internet Choice strategy, which they will get that paper questionnaire in the first mailing. This third panel in this experiment is going to switch that for some people to see how effective that strategy was. So if a household is naturally in the panel to get the Internet First, we're going to give them Internet Choice and we're going to send them a paper questionnaire. And vice versa, if they were naturally in the Internet Choice panel, we're not going to give them the questionnaire and they'll have to wait till the fourth mailing. And then the fourth and final panel is kind of a new and exciting panel that was recently added to this experiment. Then this is a panel of households that will receive no mailing materials at all. So we're not going to mail anything to them. We're not going to give them any indication about the internet or any other way to respond, and we're going to see how many of them actually self-respond. And our assumption is here, if these households manage to self-respond, then they must have heard about it either through an advertisement or through a partnership activity or word of mouth or just some other kind of general awareness about the census, and this will give us some indication of how effective all of those outreach and communications and partnership programs are. Of course, if they don't self-respond, they will just naturally go right into the NRFU operation, so they will get counted in the census. Okay, and our third and final experiment is the real-time 2020 administrative records census simulation. So this is an experiment to try to conduct an all administrative record census during the time frame of the census. So in previous censuses, we have done studies where we looked at administrative records compared to what we achieved in the census, but it's always been after the fact. So like in 2010, we did the 2010 match study, which was after the 2010 census. This experiment is actually going to compile and work with administrative records data that are available at the time of the census in that same time frame and see how well they're able to generate census results using just administrative records on the same timeline that we're forced to live by for the full census. And then obviously compare the results of those two efforts. There's no special data collection here other than gathering the administrative records and doing all of the compilation and analysis of those data. But it will give us an idea of not only how well can we capture the census data through administrative records, but what are the most complicated parts of it? Is it the vintage of the data? Is it the availability of the data? So it'll give us a lot of indication of what challenges there might be. Okay, so the next group are our evaluations. There's 7 of them, and we will walk through them. Again, I just want to remind you that eventually there will be about 12, maybe 13 in the final scope, because we have a handful of studies that are currently undergoing review about the communications program, but they're not listed here yet. Okay, so one of the other innovation areas we had leading up to 2020 was the re-engineered address canvassing. I think there was some discussion of this morning as well. This is where address canvassing was split between in-office and in-field. So we're not doing 100% address canvassing this decade, which was a huge innovation for our address canvassing operation. So this evaluation is going to look at how well did that design work. So it's going to look at the in-office address canvassing, compare it to results from the post-enumeration survey, compare it to results of another, an independent virtual canvassing activity to try to see how well that in-office canvassing worked for us. In addition, within this evaluation, we do have sort of an embedded experimental treatment where we're trying to get at the level of error associated with the field component of address canvassing. So we did something similar to this in 1990, and we're repeating it here, where we're going to do some salting and suppression. We are doing, because we're in the middle of the census now, or address canvassing, where we were going to salt the address canvassing workload with some known fake addresses, and we're going to assess how well the enumerators or the listers actually delete those addresses because they're fake. So that'll give us some level of understanding of that kind of error. And then similarly, we're going to suppress known good addresses, or we have suppressed known good addresses in the workload, and we're going to assess how often do the listers appropriately add them back in because they find them on the ground. So this will give us an idea of what level of error is associated with people going out into the field and conducting canvassing, as opposed to, doing the in-office work. Another administrative records-focused evaluation is our dual system estimation evaluation. So we're going to study how well we can use administrative records for dual system estimation instead of doing a full post-enumeration survey. So obviously, we'll still use the census data as one of our sets of data, but then we will generate the second source using administrative records instead of using the post-enumeration survey, which is obviously very time-consuming and expensive. So the idea is to see how well that will work. So it's a feasibility study. There are no additional data collections here, again, other than collecting all of the necessary administrative records data and doing the comparisons. Evaluating privacy and confidentiality. I think, as everybody knows, the Census Bureau struggles, as with all survey organizations, about reduced participation rates and response rates. And a lot of that, particularly in recent years, was due to concerns about privacy and confidentiality of data breaches, that type of thing. So we're going to do this evaluation. This evaluation will include some follow-up data collection with respondents and non-respondents. So they're going to do a telephone follow-up of any self-respondents from the census, and then they'll do in-person follow-up with some of the non-response follow-up respondents. The in-person follow-up will also include some follow-up with the telephone follow-up non-respondents. So they're going to reach out to a lot of people and ask a lot of probing questions as to what their concerns were about privacy and confidentiality. And in particular, they're interested in what people's concerns look like according to what mode they responded by, whether or not they were a partial respondent. So if they cut off in the middle of their interview, was it due to some concern about privacy or confidentiality? Was it due to a particular question that they encountered on the questionnaire? Try to do some of that probing to figure out how is the respondents' concerns about privacy and confidentiality translating into their behavior in their response with the census. They are going to look at people's concerns related to the use of administrative records. We're doing that more in this census than we have in the previous censuses, so we want to see if that's causing any concerns for respondents. And then also, just about any concerns about data breaches. We have a lot of efforts to try to spread the message that the data are safe and secure, and are we successful with those efforts? Undercount of young children, perennial problem in the census of young children being missed, so we always want to try to learn more. This is a qualitative evaluation looking at our census materials and our census operations to try to assess whether or not anything about how our materials are designed or how we're doing our operations have any impact on people's tendency to neglect to include their young children. So our researchers here are going to do some qualitative follow-ups. They're going to do some cognitive interviews and some focus groups talking to sort of target households that may encounter this type of problem, and talk to them about question wording, like the way this question is worded. Does it cause confusion as to who you should be counting and who you shouldn't be counting? Or how this operation is conducted within your community, does that cause confusion and make you unclear as to who you should be including? So they'll be focusing on this qualitative data to try to see if they can recommend any improvements moving forward in how we ask questions or how we approach certain communities in our operations. And then the next study will also address the undercount of young children, but much more than that as well. So this is looking at hard-to-count populations, so not just undercount of young children, but also non-English speaking households and complex households. And this one will also include some additional data collection. So they're going to go out and do observations of our field operations. They're going to walk around with our NRFU enumerators and try to identify households that may be in one of these categories, non-English speaking, complex household, maybe meet the criteria for possibly missed young children. So once they encounter these households, they're going to do some 5-minute debriefings on the doorstep with the respondents to kind of probe with those respondents about any issues they have in terms of, it might be a language-related issue, it might be something about how they report the people in their household because it's complex, it might be about if they think there's young children in the household that weren't covered. So the debriefings will depend on whatever scenario they encounter during the observation. They will look at things like, did the respondents have any issues with, did any respondents who speak a particular language, did they have any issues with how the questions were asked or how the enumerator asked the questions? Things about coverage issues, probing with the households about who they might have missed in doing the interview. And then again, also talking about any issues related to confidentiality. Were there certain questions that made these specific types of households uncomfortable and less likely to provide the necessary data? And then the other part of this evaluation is, again, an embedded experiment. From the language perspective, they're going to work with our field division, or are working with our field division, and they're going to develop an additional training module for bilingual enumerators. And then they're going to distribute this training module to just a sample of the bilingual enumerators, and then follow up with those enumerators to see if this additional training helped them to garner more participation with the target households, and thereby increasing the quality of the data that we collect. So focused on the internet self-response application and operation, we have this evaluation will look at paradata from the internet self-response. So as everyone knows, with all of these automated operations, we just have an enormous amount of data on the back end that we can analyze and look at. This particular study is really focused on language and how people who speak non-English languages, how well they interact with the internet self-response instrument. So the usability of the instrument by language. Also, do they follow up, do they end up having to call CQA a lot? And you know, the CQA, the Census Questionnaire Assistants, if they do their interview over the telephone, the CQA interviewer uses the internet self-response instrument, so it's the same instrument. So there's differences whether or not they're trying to do it themselves versus they're working with a telephone interviewer. But are there issues related to language? So are particular languages more difficult to navigate through the instrument? And so they're going to focus on all of the paradata that will allow them to study that. And paradata, I'm thinking, you know, do people that are in there in a particular language, do they back up more? Do they hit the help button more? Do they call, you know, CQA more? Do they hit the FAQ more? Those types of, do they leave items blank more? All of those types of paradata items. And then finally, the group quarters advanced contact operation. So this particular evaluation is really going to focus on one specific part of our group quarters our universe, if you will. So it's really focused on student housing. So anyone who has kids in college or had kids in college who dropped out, there's a new phenomenon in student housing, whereas back in the day when you went to school and you lived in student housing, you were in a dorm, right? These big buildings on college campuses and everybody lived there, and they're real easy to identify. They're dorms, they're group quarters, it's not a problem. Now, the students are living in these really nice apartments, and they look like normal apartment buildings, but they are student housing, right? It's just students in them, but they might be off campus, they're owned by a private company, they're usually a lot more expensive. But our field staff have a real hard time when they're out doing listing and doing interviewing and trying to classify these as to whether it's a housing unit or it's a group quarters. And so it's become a real gray area, and I know in the American Community Survey we've suffered with these places switching back and forth between housing unit and GQ depending on who was there that day and who they talked to. So we have a group quarters working group that over recent years has come up with the idea of developing a new GQ type code. So we have two. We have a 501 and a 502, which are university owned, like college owned student housing, your traditional dorms, and then these privately owned student housing. And we're hoping that by having these two different GQ type codes, it'll help our field staff and help the facility managers to kind of split their units into these two categories. And so they're going to test the use of these two categories within the group quarters advanced contact operation, and this evaluation is going to kind of look and see how well did that work. They're going to compare it to sort of a truth deck, if you will, that they have created over the years as to what are known private versus public, or not public, but college-owned student housing, and just see how much mismatches there are there, also compared to administrative records. So they're just going to see whether or not that new type code helps to alleviate some of the confusion. Okay, so we have operational assessments. I already mentioned there's 51 covering all the 35. An example I think I mentioned of an operation that might have two is like address canvassing. There is an assessment for both in-field and in-office address canvassing, so that's how we end up with 51 instead of 35. We talked about the assessments are really meant to document key metrics. So it's going to document all of the workloads. So how many households were in this particular operation? What was the production rate for the enumerators or the listers who worked that operation? What were the costs of the operation? A big part of the assessments is looking at plan versus actual. So the budget was X, we spent Y. What's the difference and how do we explain that difference? and that type of stuff, so these are very valuable moving forward as we move through the decade and in particular into the next census, and we have to develop budgets and we have to develop expectations. These assessments tend to be invaluable for that exercise. And then finally, the quality control profiles. As I mentioned, these will document the quality control that we have in place for our major operations. For the 2020 census operations, we will have profiles for address canvassing, non-response follow-up, and update leave. And then for the post-enumeration survey, we will also have quality control results for the independent listing and the person interview operations. And that is it in a nutshell. So I'm happy to take questions.
Jay Bright. So thanks very much for a really interesting presentation. So it seems like the 2020 CPEX parallels in a lot of ways the 2010 CPEX in terms of, you know, the same main components. And we had asked from the spring meeting for an overview of what's going on in CPEX this time around. And it seemed from the response that things were still in flux, even up to this point. And finding, you know, necessarily this was a high-level overview, and appreciate the high-level overview. I had a hard time finding details, like work plan details, in kind of a quick internet search. I came up with the same kind of level of information, which was sort of bulleted, sort of abstract level description, but not like detailed work plans or anything like that. So any one of your slides could have been a 15-minute presentation with lots of questions, and I'm sure my colleagues will have a lot of questions. But I have a few sort of overarching questions before any specific ones. And one was this thing about, is this still in flux? Because the response we got from the spring meeting was, we're happy to give you a finalized list when we have a final list, and it wasn't final at that time, and I'm not sure it is yet. We had 5 experiments described in that response, and here you do 3. So my first sort of overarching question is about timing, which is, how is this 2020 CPEX preparation going relative to what it looked like in September 2009 for the 2010 CPEX? Are you sort of at the same level, or have you been delayed in some way? And I have 3 sort of related questions on overarching topics. The next one, so that was a timing question. The next one is sort of overall scope. Thinking of the sort of complete suite of experiments and evaluations that CPEX is doing for 2020, is it comparable in scope to what it was in 2010, or did you feel you had to scale back in some way? And then the third sort of scope question is, within one of those studies, do you feel like you have comparable scope within a study to study, you know, sort of the real research questions that are of interest to you within that study? And do you have the resources, the time, the money, the personnel to really do it at full scale? Like, or have you had to scale back in some way? Because it seems that in past CPEX, there's been considerable resources for full-scale national representative samples to run a panel and check this feature, and I'm wondering if that's the case here. So those are kind of overall questions, and I'll add, I have a few specific questions, but I'll ask just one of those now and then give you a chance to respond. One of those specific questions relates to that sort of scope within a study. So if you look at the optimization of self-response, in past CPEX, you've had the opportunity to use a panel to kind of get a nationally representative look at sort of all the methodological changes compared to last time. And it sounds like one of the panels within the optimization of self-response is that study. And is it scaled the way you want it to be scaled? I mean, is that the big study that will really answer that question, or is it just a component of this larger study that you get some information, but you would have rather done it at a larger scale? So
Okay, so we'll start from the top. So as far as timing, I think In general, yes, I feel like we're comparable to where we were 10 years ago. I mean, we struggled 10 years ago to get the research, I mean, research is always kind of the afterthought. You're trying to get the census done. So I don't think that that's uncommon or it was in any way unexpected. I think one of the constraints that we had this decade that we probably have not, and this is going to address a couple of your different questions, but one of the constraints that we had to deal with this decade that was not an issue in the previous decades was the level of automation. So because everything is so automated for 2020, everything required a lot more lead time, right? Because you got to build systems and you got to develop requirements, and then there's all these testing phases that we had to go through. So by the time we had our initial sort of set of proposals and scope for the CPECs, we were already kind of behind the 8 ball because they had already started so much system development, necessarily so, to plan for all of this automation. So we were constrained about what impacts we could have, right? So it wasn't like we could just come in and say, oh, well, we're just going to, like in 2010, well, we're just going to develop another version of that paper questionnaire and send it out to 10,000 households. Well, now it's not just develop another version of that paper questionnaire, it's also develop another path in the ISR instrument and develop another path in the NERFU instrument, and those were sort of untouchable at that point, right? So in that respect, we're not at the same place we were 10 years ago because we were constrained by what we could do. So from a timing perspective, yes, we were rushing to catch up, just like we always are every decade, right? But from a scope perspective, not really, because we didn't have the entrance avenues that we did 10 years ago because everything was paper, and we could just, it's easy to print a new paper questionnaire, right? It's not easy to develop a path in an instrument. So from a scope perspective, we were a little more constrained, but that should not be unexpected. I mean, we knew that going in, that we would be limited in some of the stuffs that we could study. So within the study, the research questions and resources, I feel confident that our governance process around the CPECs program, we have a very engaged and active, what we call our decennial research objectives and methods working group. It's manned by experts from across the Census Bureau. It's methodological experts, it's subject matter experts, it's, all these different experts who reviewed every study plan and went through every research question with a fine-tooth comb to say, first of all, is that research question even worth answering? And even if it is worth answering, can we answer it? Are the data going to be available for you to be able to answer that question? So we did that rigorous review, and the proposers and the study authors had to come and defend what they wanted to study, and they had to prove to that group that, yeah, I can study this and I think I can get many meaningful results from it. So yes, I think from the within study perspective, I think we're in good shape. Resource-wise, yes, that was another consideration as these studies were approved, was are the resources available to do the work? Is it, are you going to have to hire a contractor to come in and do some of these special data collection activities? And if so, can you get that contractor on board on time, and do we have the money to pay them? All of those questions had to be answered before the study could be finalized. So yes, I think that is covered as well. Your specific question about the OSR evaluation, again, I think a lot of the self-response type experiments we did in 2010 were sort of off. They weren't really available to us this decade. We didn't have any proposals for major content testing. A lot of the big experimental stuff we did in 2010 was really content related. We had the alternative questionnaire experiment, which had I don't know, 38 different panels or something ridiculous like that. But sorry, Joan, not ridiculous. Fantastic, awesome experiment is what it was. But yeah, we just didn't have those options available to us given all of the automated data collection. But I think that it's scaled right. For the things that we are studying, yes, I think we've got the sample sizes that we need. I think we've got the treatments that will enable us to try to get at the different components of the improvements that we've done over the last decade. So I'm fairly confident in that, yes. And your overall question, no, I don't think we're in flux anymore.
Okay.
I think there is still, the door is not closed. As I mentioned, we have 5 or 6 evaluations that are coming through the approval process right now. I think we are open to entertaining additional ideas for research. I think the door that has closed is any proposal that's going to impact any production system for 2020 is probably dead on arrival, right?
Good.
But if somebody wants to say, hey, I want to look at the regularly produced decennial data and I want to answer this research question, I think that that's certainly something that could happen. But I wouldn't call the program in flux because of that. I just think that it's flexible enough that we might be able to entertain additional ideas. So.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's really reassuring. Can I ask 2 other questions? Okay. So 2 more specific questions. One about the real-time 2020 administrative record census simulation. So is that full scale? it's like a national census just done with administrative records, or is it? It's, okay.
Please state your name.
David Brown. So, yes, it's full scale all across the country.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. And I guess a related question to that is, given that it's at full scale, is this entirely parallel to the non-response follow-up targeting and the imputation, or does it feed into those systems?
It is totally separate from the non-response follow-up. So that group does, their administrative records. We're going to do a separate one, which may include some different sources. And so we can actually compare our results to what they have implemented in the actual production. They had a deadline that they had to set to, okay, we're going to use these sources, and we can't take any additional sources because we have to lock down our system. Yep. Whereas our experiment, we have more freedom to add new sources as we're getting access to them, which is happening now as a result of the executive order.
Okay.
So,
thank you. And then last question, also administrative records, and then I'm done. So the dual system estimation from the administrative records, how do you actually evaluate that? And a related question to that, if you're doing sort of classic mark recapture, you catch the fish and you clip its fin, but here you have to match a person to an administrative record, so there's a matching issue. And I'm just wondering about the way this will be done and evaluated.
Right, so we are going to compare what results of coverage, this is Tom Muley from the Census Bureau. We're going to evaluate what coverage estimates, particularly focusing on net coverage. We can compare those to the 2010 demographic analysis estimates, which you'll hear about earlier, and then also what can compare to the 2010 post-enumeration survey estimates, in addition to our comparisons to the census. So we're going to see how do ours compare to those. As part of the matching you're bringing up, we're going to take advantage of the protected identification keys that we're able to assign. So a lot of these sources that we're using, they have either Social Security or tax identification numbers. So we can assign our protected identification keys to those. And we're also going to assign those similar keys to the Census Bureau and use those as our initial matching.
Great, thank you very much.
John About, Census Bureau. I wanted to second a lot of what Jennifer just told you about the experiments and evaluations, and make the point that is probably not as clear as it could have been from the way we structure these things, that this is an enterprise activity. And the Research and Methodology Directorate was involved in all of the designs, evaluations, and reviews of the experiment preparations, the technical papers that document what they want to do, and the technical reports that are now coming through for earlier in the decade experiments and evaluations associated with the tests that were done leading up to the census. One aspect that is mostly in direct response to Jay's question, when evaluating the experiments for the 2020 census, we actually took off the table all of the ones that were about questionnaire form and design, and asked those groups to rethink their testing strategy and figure out how to do that in the context of the methods panel that is a part of the American Community Survey. And while it wasn't an intention of the CPEX program, we actually got a confirmation that that was the right way to think about it in the test that was just completed, the RCT that was just completed, which was done by using the American Community Survey framework, and actually by using aspects of its clearance as a method to do method studies. So I think it's important to remember that these are enterprise evaluation activities, and I've had multiple senior technical researchers devote very substantial portions of their time to this evaluation. One of them, as he retired, reminded me that he had done 140 such reviews in a single year. And that gives you some idea of the magnitude of the operation that Jennifer was conducting in order to get all of these things properly evaluated and to ensure that we got performance for the taxpayers' money.
Let's skip around a little bit. Peter hasn't gotten to speak yet. Go ahead.
Peter Glenn. Given that there's such a big technology turnover in this particular census relative to previous censuses, could you say a little bit about the operational assessment component? Because I assume that there's going to be a lot of interest in looking at what things did the census get right, what things did the census not predict correctly in terms of operational capability?
Yeah, so I think that the operational assessments will be paying particular attention to that in terms of things like downtime, right? If a particular automated instrument had bugs, or there were a lot of calls to the decennial service center or the technical help areas and stuff like that, that will be the types of things that will be measured. And what types of errors did we encounter? So, I mean, the only example I can give you is like in 2010, because we haven't done through 2020. In 2010, when we did address canvassing, which was the only automated operation, one of the big aspects of that operational assessment was early on in the operation, we had what we called the beach ball problem. You know, the enumerators were out there, the listers were out there, and the handheld just kept the spinning beach ball, and everybody was hung up and couldn't do any work. So that was a major thing that happened during the operation that was unrelated to the operation. It was all related to the technology. But the assessment had the job of documenting that issue, how many enumerators were impacted by it, what was the solution, did we determine the root cause. So any of those sort of technical issues that are going to impact our ability to get the operation done will be represented in the assessment. Whether or not there's a quantitative measure to put in there about it, maybe yes or no, depending on what the problem is, but certainly the assessments will document that those things happened. I hope that it doesn't happen, but should something like that happen where we have to extend the operation, like, maybe the instruments are really slow and it takes us 8 weeks instead of 6 weeks to complete an operation, that type of thing will get captured in the metrics related to the schedule. So, we were 2 weeks late finishing because we had this technical issue. A big part of the assessments, there are actually two questions that are required of all assessments. One is, if you do this again in 10 years, what would you do differently? And what was your biggest lesson learned from this particular instance of this operation? And that's the other opportunity for those operational experts to capture those things that they thought went really well or what didn't go well, and what changes I would make if I was going to do this operation again in 10 years. Because that sort of institutional knowledge has to be maintained, because the people that are working NRFU this decade may not be here next decade. So you're going to have to look to that document to find what things went well and what didn't. But yes, the assessments will absolutely have to capture those types of things.
One follow-up. A lot of what we've heard today related to scalability issues and projections and so forth relative to how things will go with the technology in the spring. And you'll probably want to do some comparisons of how things actually developed in the spring relative to what the predictions were, and sort of do some assessment.
In the
also on that
development
basis.
phases, is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, for example, some of the scalability issues today that we've discussed and that we've heard about, and we're sort of making assumptions about how the actual census will unfold based on those scalability predictions.
Yeah,
and if they're way off, that's certainly something you'll want to think
Yeah,
about.
there will be a little bit of separation. So the operational assessments tend to focus on the operations themselves. There are other operations within the census, and one of them that comes to mind is like the IT. I'm not going to remember the full name of the operation, but it's the IT-related operation. They don't have necessarily an operational assessment, because it's kind of a weird way to assess them, but each of those areas will have some type of documentation and quality assessment of issues they encountered and how did they address those issues. A lot of those are contractor-based operations, so within the contract there are requirements to document any issues and that kind of thing. So a lot of that documentation may exist over in that area, but in as much as those issues impact the operation, they should also be documented as to what was the impact of that scalability issue on our ability to do the update leave operation, for example. So yeah, there may be multiple places where we can find some of that. Yeah.
As you saw this morning, we are doing that. We look at the prediction, and then we actually track the actual and do that comparison, just as we're doing with address canvassing. So that's going to happen through the operation, and we're going to make sure we document that.
And that was Michael Thiel. How about John Chaika?
John Chaika. I had questions about both the administrative records experiments, and since Tom and Don are both here, maybe they could answer those. In addition, in the past, I've had trouble finding results of the experiments, years after they're done. Are they going to be placed in a very findable location on the Bureau website?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, we publish them on our public website once the reports are final. Certainly, if people are having trouble finding them, maybe we need to think better about how we publish them. But yes, I mean, the idea is that all of these studies will be publicly available through the website. So, yeah.
I think in the past, at least my difficulty was that they weren't under a clear census experiments portion. They were scattered,
Yeah, they
depending
may have
on
been
which
labeled
part
under
of the
some
Bureau
kind of
did them.
research tab or something. But yeah, we can keep in mind that maybe try to make them easily findable.
Okay, first question for Don. One of the things that's making the NERFU use of administrative records so potentially effective this time is the availability of fairly current IRS records. That's been an issue with administrative censuses, that the IRS data would be a year old by the time you could actually do it in real time. And will you have access to those current records when you do your real-time experiment?
So we'll have access to whatever is in-house as of next summer. And that will not be all of the returns
Right,
from
right.
2019, but it should be most of them.
Okay, that's good. And then for Tom, back around the 2000 census, there was interesting research done here on triple systems estimation, where administrative records were added to the PES and the regular census. And is that out of the picture for this time?
The goal of our study is looking to be able to see, could we use administrative records in place of the post-enumeration survey? Because the post-enumeration survey, with having its listing and then also its person interviewing and follow-up, it's a costly operation which needs to be developed. And the first time we are doing it is going to be in the 2020 census. So we are looking at ways of that the administrative records can serve that purpose. But I would add, while it's called the administrative records dual system estimation, we do have multiple administrative record sources, so there might be the possibility of pursuing some multiple system approaches, but it just wouldn't be using a coverage survey as part of that. And at least to elaborate a little bit on the IRS data, we do get monthly deliveries of IRS data, the 1040 returns and the informational returns. So those will be available to the 2020 production, and then also David's evaluation, and then our evaluation is going to be a little bit more retrospective done. Most of our work will be done in late 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, how about Juan Pablo?
All right. Let's see. Juan Pablo Urcad. Thank you for the presentation again. So my questions have to do with how overcounts and undercounts are going to be estimated, and I'm guessing most of that is through the post-enumeration survey, but I wanted to find out if maybe the administrative records might play a role in that process, and what the timeline is going to be for those calculations.
Right, and as you were saying, the estimates of under and over coverage, those are going to come, the post-enumeration survey in 2020 will continue to do our estimates of net coverage. It also will continue to do our estimates of components of census coverage, the correct enumerations, the erroneous enumerations, and the imputations. Those will continue to happen. You're going to hear a little bit more in the next session, the demographic analysis. Ours is just another evaluation. Ours is focusing on net coverage, so estimating the over and under coverage, and is another alternative that could be used as an alternative to those other two options.
So I'll have my question, which is just, given that this is the first online census decennial that we're doing, is there an ability to look at a research question around whether the digital divide, it contributes to any new undercount?
I don't think we have any specific research within the CPEX program about that. Now, it's very possible that within the coverage measurement, studies that maybe they do as part of PES, that they might address some of that, but within the CPEX program, that is not a research question that has been identified. So.
You say they hadn't all been identified yet.
No, certainly maybe somebody might introduce a new study that asks that question, but within the current scope that I'm aware of right now, it does not exist.
Okay. Did that cover everybody? Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry, there we go, Mario.
So I'm having some flashbacks from the spring meeting. This is Mario Marazzi. And given this is an online survey, given that we're going to be spending, $250 million on communications, and thinking about the 2030 census, right? I mean, try to think about the questions that we will need answered then for the design of the 2030 census, right? Increasingly we will be using technology and social media to direct people to answer the census in the future. I think that's a fairly plausible hypothesis. So shouldn't we include an evaluation of the integrated communications and partnership program within the CPEX somehow and their social media strategies to attract people?
So, yes, and that is, I think we have a set of 5 evaluations that are currently undergoing review and approval, and those are all focused on the communications program. So, off the top of my head, I don't remember all their specific research questions, so I don't know if they specifically address the social media issues, but certainly there's a whole suite of studies that are in the process of being incorporated into CPEX, and they will be related strictly to the communications program. So, yes.
Thank you.
So what do you think, Tommy? So I'm thinking we just dive right into demographic analysis and then we'll take our break and...
Well, we should probably thank Jennifer.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer.
Tommy Wright, and let's go right into demographic analysis, and let's welcome Eric Jensen, presenting on the 2020 Demographic Analysis Program, and will be followed by a discussant, Allison Plyer. I want to extend special thanks to Eric and make a note that if he disappears in about 45 minutes of his talk, it's because he's rushing to catch an airplane, literally. So we're very grateful that he has rearranged his schedule to be with us here, but thank you very much, Eric.
Yeah, and Eric did a great job of sending us this information in advance with a lot of details. We got to have a lot of back and forth. I shared it with the other demographers who are new to the committee, and so you can just barrel through this because most of us have heard it before.
Okay, I will. So thank you. My name is Eric Jensen. I'm from the Population Division, and I'm going to talk today about the 2020 Demographic Analysis Program. There we go. So we often hear that the goal of the census is to count everyone once, only once in the right place. But if we don't count everyone, or if we count too many people, that causes coverage error. So the Census Bureau has 2 different methods to measure coverage error. Demographic analysis, which I'm going to talk about today, and we've already talked a little bit in the last session about the post-enumeration survey. So demographic analysis is a long-standing program that the bureaus use to evaluate coverage in the census. It first started in 1960 that we use this method or this technique. What we do is we build an estimate of the size and composition of the population, and we do this using administrative records on historical births, deaths. We also use data on international migration. So we produce national level estimates of the population by age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin. And we compare those estimates to the census, and we can then calculate net coverage error. There's a lot of benefits to the 2020 decennial program that come from demographic analysis. One, it's an independent evaluation of the census. We actually plan to release our estimates in early December of 2020. This would be several weeks before the official census counts are released, and this is a way of showing that we are independent. DA is also a relatively inexpensive and non-intrusive evaluation of the census. We don't need to collect primary data. We use all secondary data and administrative records. The post-enumeration survey program uses the sex ratios from the demographic analysis estimates to adjust for correlation bias in the dual system estimates. And then also demographic analysis is used to has historically been used to highlight specific populations that have undercounts. For instance, black males or young children. So this graph shows the DA estimates of percent net undercount from 1960 to 2010. And since this is a percent net undercount, a positive value indicates undercount. What we see is that back in 1960, there was a really big differential between the black and non-black population, especially for black males. We see over time that coverage has improved for all groups, but even in 2010, there's still this big differential by race. So this is something that we learned from demographic analysis. There's been a lot of talk already today about the undercount of young children. We know that in 2010, the young children had the highest rate of any age group of undercount in the census. We know that mostly because of demographic analysis. We primarily use birth records, which are very good here in the United States, and so it's a strong and robust estimate. This graph shows the undercount of selected age groups from 1970 to 2010. What you can see is that for all these different censuses, that the population is 0 to 4 had the largest net undercount. And that for some groups, we see that the undercount has improved over time, but not for young children. We see that it's actually looks like it's getting worse. And so again, that's the reason why the Census Bureau has put so much emphasis on this population and hope to improve the count in 2020. So demographic analysis estimates are produced using a cohort component method. And we do this for the population age 0 to 84. So what we do is we take births to a specific age cohort, minus deaths to that cohort between when they were born and 2020. We add immigration into that cohort between when they came in 2020, and then people that leave the country before 2020. And so we do this for each birth cohort from 1935 up until 2020, and then to get our total population, we just sum across all birth cohorts. So for the oldest age population, those that are 85 or older in 2020, we use Medicare data. And that's in part because the vital records are not as strong for those older cohorts. Then the way we calculate net coverage error is we take the census count minus our demographic analysis estimate, and then we divide by the demographic analysis estimate and multiply by 100. So this graph shows the contribution of the different components of demographic analysis to the overall estimate. The main point here is that the births component really is the driver of the demographic analysis estimates. We see that for the youngest ages, it's almost 100%, but even as you look at the older ages, it's still the largest part. So demographic analysis, the births are the foundation for the demographic analysis estimates. For 2020, demographic analysis is a sub-operation under the Evaluations and Experiments integrated project team, and that's under Jennifer Reichert's area. DA is conducted by staff in the estimates and projections area of the population division. We use similar input data to what's used for the official population estimates. The main difference, however, is that the DA estimates are not based on the prior census, but again, we build from birth records back to 1935 up to 2020. And as we develop the methodology for demographic analysis, we work closely with research partners at universities, research institutes, and their fellow agencies. This is a list of our research partners for 2020. Some are either current or retired Census Bureau staff. Some come from federal agencies like the National Center for Health Statistics or the Office of Immigration Statistics. We have people at research centers like Pew Research. We also have people at universities, quite a few people at universities. So we work with these different demographers to help develop the methods that we'll use for producing our 2020 demographic analysis estimates. So for 2020, we plan to produce 6 series of estimates. Some of these we refer to as official estimates, and I'll talk about that distinction in a moment, and some are experimental. And the next slide is going to go into a lot more detail, so I won't go through these now. To try to measure uncertainty in our estimates, we're going to produce a range, and so a high, medium, and low for each of these series. So this table shows the different series that we're producing, the type of estimate, the characteristics, and the specific age groups that are going to be included in the series. So the official estimates use data and methods that have been used prior, either in 2010 or in earlier demographic analysis, in early demographic analyses. The official series we hope to release prior to the release of the census count, so this would be in early December 2020. The experimental estimates will be released later in 2021. And again, the experimental estimates, they use data and methods that we haven't used yet in like a production environment. So our main series is the Black alone and non-Black population. Because of what's available, what kind of race details available on the historical birth records, we're not able to do a lot of demographic detail or race detail for those older ages. So historically, we've used these two groups, Black and non-Black. And so this is our main series. We'll have estimates for the population age 0 to 84 by single year of age, and then the population age 85 plus. So again, this is our main series. We also are planning to do a series on the Black alone or in combination, and then non-Black alone or in combination. And this also will be an official series. We don't have confidence in the race detail and the birth records to do this estimate for all ages, and so we're going to do it for the cohorts born from 1980 forward. So this will be those 0 to 39 in 2020. In 1990, or after 1990, all states included Hispanic origin on their official birth certificate, but prior to that, states could or couldn't. And so we are producing Hispanic, non-Hispanic demographic analysis estimates. This will be for the cohorts age 0 to 29, and this will be an official series. Then talking about our experimental series, we're going to produce a series of estimates for the population age 0 to 17 that have full race detail. And so we plan to have 31 race and also 2 Hispanic origin groups. Here we'll be able to see undercount for specific groups that we weren't able to in 2010. This series is again designed to evaluate the undercount of young children or the coverage of young children in the 2020 census. And we have other age groups too, not just 0 to 4, so we'll have some comparison groups. We're also looking to have an extended Hispanic origin series. So I mentioned that Hispanic origin wasn't on the birth certificates until 1990, but going back to 1980, the states that had Hispanic origin on the birth records accounted for most Hispanics in the United States. So using some modeling, we're able to basically impute Hispanic origin on those other records. So we're trying to have this experimental series, and it would be for the population age 0 to 39. And then finally, we're looking to do state and county level demographic analysis estimates just for the population age 0 to 4. And the idea here is it'll give us more information about the geographic distribution of coverage areas for young children. So there's a lot of challenges, though, for creating the 2020 demographic analysis estimates. One of the big ones is assigning race and Hispanic origin detail to birth records. Birth certificates only have the race or Hispanic origin of the parents and not of the child. And so we have different methods that we've used historically to assign race to the child. What we're focusing on for 2020 and what we used also in 2010 is the KidLink method. Here we take information from the census, so we link child and parent groupings from the census, and we see how parents of different race combinations reported their child in the census. And then we use those distributions, we apply those to aggregated birth records. So we think this is an important method because it takes advantage of self-response rather than just what's available on the birth certificates. Also a big challenge is producing estimates that have race and Hispanic origin detail that's consistent with the census. We want to make sure that when we're comparing our estimates to the census, that the differences aren't because of classification, but they're because of actual coverage differences. And so that's a challenge. We use Medicare data to estimate the oldest age population, and that can be difficult because of the quality of the Medicare data. And then, as always, the foreign-born population is a struggle with demographic analysis because we have a lot of confidence in the birth and death records, not as much in our data, especially historical data on international migration. And as with other 2020 census products, when we release our estimates, we're going to have to follow the policies, the disclosure avoidance policies that we have for 2020. Okay, I'm going to talk about some of these specific research projects or issues that we have going, and just to give an idea of what we kind of deal with for demographic analysis. So one of the first things that we're trying to work through is that there's usually a lag on how recent we get the data coming from the National Center for Health Statistics for births. And so we're trying to incorporate provisional birth data so that we can have more recent birth data and not have to project out. And this is especially important as we're trying to develop estimates for young children. We're also trying to account for differences in race assignment between methods that were used for the cohorts born before 1980 and those born after 1980. And so we're trying to have a more consistent race series. This is in 2010, you could see definite breaks between those two groups, and it was a large part because of the methods that were used. Related to that, we're trying to standardize the race assignment across all cohorts, but also all of the different components that we have, so that we'll use similar race assignment for the births, for the deaths, and also for international migration. We're trying to improve the race assignment methods for people that report multi-race. We know that's a group that's increasing and growing, and so we're trying to improve that. And then finally, there are individuals who change their racial identification or how they self-report race from one census to another. We're trying to build that into our estimate so we account for that population. Okay, mortality. The characteristics that we have, the detail that we have on deaths comes from the death certificates, which are usually filled out by the funeral director or someone at the funeral home, and they may or may not consult with the family when they do that. And so we're going to look to see what sort of misclassification there is on the death certificates. We're developing a proposal right now to access the Mortality Disparities in American Communities database. This data is pretty interesting. It links observations from the 2008 ACS to death certificates. And so we'll be able to see how accurate are those death certificates and then make adjustments. For the oldest ages, it's hard to, the death data is sometimes not very good. And so we're looking to use Medicare to supplement that. And then this summer, we've been working closely with people at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, to try to filter out records that we don't think should be included in our estimates. There's a lot of records in the Medicare file that are really old. They're 115, 116 plus, and they never seem to die. And so we've been learning how they unduplicate records so that we can do something similar. Okay, I mentioned that net international migration is kind of the hardest part of demographic analysis. We're developing methods so that we can use a stock approach to estimate this population rather than estimating migration flows, which has been done in the past. If you think about it, if we're doing migration flows, it would be from 1935 to 2020, and that's kind of a difficult thing given the data that are available in the methods. So we're looking into a different approach. Also, we're trying to improve estimates of the native population living abroad, and this is especially important for young children. We did research after 2010, and we found that in Mexico's data, there was a large number of young children, about 200,000, that said they were born in the United States but living in Mexico at the time of our census. And so we want to make sure that we're taking those children out of the birth records when we're making our demographic analysis estimates. And then finally, estimating migration between Puerto Rico and the United States, especially after Hurricane Maria. Currently, the population estimates program is using methods where we combine data from the American Community Survey, the Puerto Rico Community Survey, and data from the Department of Transportation on airline flights to and from the United States and Puerto Rico. And so we're trying to combine all those data so we have kind of a more accurate measure of migration after the hurricane. And finally, I mentioned we have two series that are focused on the undercount of young children. So again, one is going to have extended or full race detail. Here we'll be able to say, what is the demographic analysis estimate of non-Hispanic AIN children, of non-Hispanic Black children, and that's something we haven't been able to do in the past. And we're also developing state and county estimates of the undercount for young children. I think this will be really important for identifying what are the specific geographic areas where we have coverage area for this group. And finally, we have some questions that we were asked to come up with questions for you guys. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for us as well, but are there any specific characteristics that we're not currently planning to estimate that you think would be informative? Are there additional sources of error that we should be addressing in our research? And finally, are there any specific report topics that would be of interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I guess I just need the clicker. Yeah. While that's coming around, I'll just say that that was great. I so enjoyed reading the research plan and then getting to ask you questions and having you respond and getting to share that with the other demographers. I think that everybody on the committee really likes to get into the details of their area of expertise, and I really hope we can do more of that as a bureau writ large, because I think it's really effective. So I think the demographic analysis is really important beyond just covering the era of the decennial, because the future of getting people to voluntarily respond to surveys is dim. Right? And it's likely that the census is going to rely more and more on administrative records. So this, I think, gives us some really good food for thought about some of the challenges that lie ahead. I know some of you are familiar with some of these programs more than others. Let's see if I can click. Oh, that way. There, I did it. So, oh, look, sorry, little format error there. I didn't do that. Anyway, so there's sort of a basic conundrum, if we're using administrative records to evaluate the decennial, but the decennial is actually used as the gold standard against the population estimates, which are based on administrative records, right? And so we kind of, evaluate the population estimates based on decennial, and now we're evaluating the decennial based on administrative records. And but the difference is that the demographic analysis that you're using for analysis is not based on the decennial census, right? It goes all the way back to when somebody was born. And in addition, your research plan really pointed out a number of ways the census is going to identify and correct limitations in the administrative records. So that's good. And that, of course, is going to be a lot easier to do at the national level, right, than at smaller geographies. So working with administrative records to come up with good information at small geographies is certainly going to be harder. That said, I thought it was great that you're going to do this special look at children, 0 to 4, for states and counties, right? Because obviously we all are quite aware now that that's a big area of potential undercount, and so the smaller geographies is going to help a lot identify the undercount exactly. And then, in case anybody missed it, what Eric pointed out was that 200,000 children who were born in the U.S. were actually identified to have moved to Mexico in 2010, and that was contributed to part of what we considered an undercount, right? So perhaps some of the undercount won't be as large this time simply because we'll have that information from the Mexican census, which is like, yay! So that's exciting. You also talked about looking at the accuracy of data, like the Medicare data, and it really is important because it exemplifies how that repurposing administrative data for other uses is not foolproof, right? So, the quality of the administrative data is only as good as the importance of that data quality to the mission of the organization from which it comes, right? So, congrats on working through some of those issues and working with those agencies. We do it all the time in New Orleans, as I think I told you on the phone, like working with our local governments to improve their data quality for our uses. So, glad you guys are doing that. You had a couple questions in the research plan. You were talking about you're going to use the 5-year ACS to provide more accurate estimates of demographic details for international migration, and you were thinking about maybe using the 1 year instead. And I almost always love using the 1 year, but in this case, maybe the 5 years better, just because, the quality of responses to the most recent 1 year might have degraded quite a bit, especially for immigration. And so, and then the 5 year always has lower margins of error. I know that's going to be sort of a pros and cons conversation you guys will probably have. And then you talked about, you need to estimate undocumented immigrants as a component, right, of figuring out how many people are immigrating, and that you might pull from the Pew Research Center, which is fantastic because, of course, they base their numbers on actual data, as you know, or even if you could get the component parts from them, because they pull from some Mexican censuses, et cetera. I would say that's probably better. Many people might have heard about the Princeton's 2018 estimates of undocumented immigrants, which were based on modeling and very greatly based on some key assumptions. So, so for anyone who's thought that might be a good source, I would say the Pew is better. And then you also asked, you know, should you maybe do some analyses of other groups? And I do think, based on this CBAMS finding, that the group with the largest concern about that the 2020 census results might be used against them were Asians. And folks might find that surprising, but for those folks who know the unfortunate history that the census supplied information to the federal government that was used to round up people for the internment camps. And it's very possible that the Asian community is very well aware of that and so if this is a recent finding that Asians are very concerned about this, I would say this might be a really good one for you all to estimate just to see whether we're having additional error there. Now, here's just a little bit of census history. I think this is just fascinating. These are the available racial categories since the first census in 1790. And in particular, the racial categories for African Americans or Americans of African descent, they were called various things over time, have changed a lot. And so if we split out that black column, we see that there, at one point, you know, early on, obviously counted slaves and other free persons. Then we started differentiating between black and then mulatto. And there was 1 year where they really trying to be very discerning about mulattoes and quadroons and octoroons. And by the way, this is all when the enumerators were deciding what your race was. And it was just a tremendous failure, because the enumerators had an extremely hard time determining, you know, which of these categories folks fell into. And so by 1930, they just collapsed it all to you could just either be black or not. And that kind of, if you are familiar with the one-drop rule, which has sort of a dark history, it kind of is sort of socially, we've all sort of started thinking about this as just if you have any bit of African ancestry, you're black. And that's kind of how we socially think about race now, and just shows that it's a concept that changes over time. So it's interesting when you think about assigning race based on administrative records, right? You pointed out that in past, birth certificates listed the race of father and mother, but not the child, and the rule was to use the race of the father, and it was called the father rule. So, that disturbs my sensibilities, but, of course, things have changed, right? So times are different, and so y'all have changed that. So my question was kind of, you said you're going to be changing the assignments for births for 1980 and before. Is that going to be using the KidLink approach, the newer approach, which is, as you described? But anyway, why don't you can answer that question before I go on.
Yeah, we're going to use similar approaches that sort of build on what we see in self-response. And so it won't be as linked to, in the past, like you said, we used either the father rule, or we have also used the mother rule to assign race, but we've been limited to that. And so we're trying to bring in other data to sort of leverage those data and give us more information that's closer to what a self-response would be.
Yeah, which is great, right? Because the census is meant to be self-response. So, hooray for doing that. And then obviously you still have sort of that problem of the death certificates being reported by proxy, like somebody else determining. So that might be a little tricky going forward. Now, you mentioned a couple other really interesting things, that you're going to be researching how self-identification can change over time, which is certainly understandable as people think differently about their identity, learn more about their identity perhaps in some cases, that starting in 2000, Americans could for the first time include themselves in more than one racial category, and nearly 10 million people changed the way they categorize themselves between 2000 and 2010, so good for you for considering how to model that change. And I think that's just a real core also sort of conundrum for the Census Bureau, which is better, self-reported or other reported, right? And, as I mentioned, through 1950, census takers determined the race of the people that they were counting, right? But now, we all determine our own race on these reports. And, one way to think of it is that for the purposes of apportionment and redistricting and federal funding formulas, maybe self-identification is what's most important. But, it might be useful to make it clear to researchers, especially researchers looking at discrimination. So if you look at the really famous study, if you guys don't know about this, it's impressive, of racial discrimination among NBA referees. So there's a lot of data, as you can imagine, on the calls that get made in NBA games, and, it's very analyzable, and they were able to determine that there was a lot of racial bias in the ways that, or there was detectable, I should say that. There was detectable racial bias in the way that the NBA officials made their calls, and most of it unconscious, right? So they've done a lot of training since then with referees who've become more conscious of this and have been able to overcome these biases, which is fantastic. And the way they did that study was the authors determined the race of the individuals, both the referees and the players, and so that's other identified. So when you're thinking about discrimination, it is based on how others identify you, typically, right? So I think that whole topic is one that researchers in general should be aware of when they're using census data versus others. So just my general overall thoughts. I know that Deborah, also, who was on the phone, got to read a lot of this and had some thoughts. I don't know if she's on the phone. Is Anita over there? Is she on the phone? If not, I'll read her thing for her. Deborah, can you hear us? Sounds like not. So I'll just read, she emailed it as well. So she had 3 questions. She says, my understanding is that in addition to the undercount being greater for population subgroups such as black males, it's also greater in cities where populations of subgroups are greater. In order to address the net undercount of black males, have you used spatial information such as applications of the DA estimates by MSA, metropolitan areas? Because some areas may have greater undercounts than others. And since many MSAs, at least those containing the biggest cities, are larger than many states by population size, and since state-specific estimates are going to be produced, perhaps some MSA-specific estimates would be useful to help understand particular issues with urban population estimates. That's one of her comments. 2, in terms of the DA method for the homeless population, I thought there were estimates of the homeless population available from USICH.gov. She sent a link that were administrative in nature and contained some age and gender specific information. So maybe something to look into. And lastly, she asked why not use the IRS database to estimate internal Puerto Rican migration. Some concerns that flight data would measure more residential mobility than migration per se.
Okay, yeah, I can address those. So we are looking to do a series of subnational DA estimates, state and county level DA estimates, but only for young children. And the reason why we don't do older cohorts, subnational estimates, is that we'd have to have some method of measuring migration across the life course, because remember, we're starting with births. So we know where someone's born. I was born in Idaho, for instance, but I've lived in quite a few states, and now I live in Maryland. So it'd be really hard to track me over all that time, and we don't have a good method to do that. So at this point, we have more confidence in the young children. We can produce, using IRS data that we use for domestic migration, we can produce estimates of their movement over that, at the most 4-year period. But for older age groups, it would be really hard. We're not based on a previous census. So for instance, population estimates, we're measuring migration just in a 10-year period at the most, but we couldn't do that over the life course. Also for the homeless population, so one thing that's really important is that we can only do coverage estimates by characteristics that are in the census. Also, we need to have administrative records or good, strong data for estimating that population. And because the census doesn't, completely identify the homeless population, you can see some of the operations are geared towards the homeless, but it's not like a question in the census. So we're not able to produce estimates for that population. And then finally, IRS data on Puerto Rico. It's my understanding that not everyone in Puerto Rico has to file. Is that correct? And so we haven't used those data in tracking migration between the island and the U.S. We've tended to use survey data, or now we're looking for more administrative sources with the airline data. And you're right, the airline data captures a lot. There's a lot of just tourism that are included in those data, but the net overall we think is a pretty good indication of the flow. Would you agree, Mario?
So I think that this is Mario Morazzi. And so Puerto Rico has its own treasury, and the Puerto Rico Treasury Department a couple of years ago began supplying some of its tax roll data to the Census Bureau for the population estimates program. So in principle, it could be used with the right permissions from both the Puerto Rico Treasury and the IRS department in terms of commingling and all that, which I'm not sure that's been approved. But I think what makes it hard for post-Maria migration is the dynamic, how quickly after a disaster people move, and how slow tax filings occur. One of the things we saw after the hurricane is people left and then they came back. And so I'm not sure that the tax data would actually capture that well, but.
That answer all three of her questions? I think it did. I can relook at them. I think so. Okay. Anyone else have? Okay. Joe.
Prison populations in the United States, is that something that, is that data that you're capturing? In other words, those are people are captured themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of their demography, is that analysis taking place? Because that's a highly relevant, those people are counted in the census and they're credited toward a, allocation of congressional seats and things of that nature. What are we doing with that population?
So I can't speak to what the Bureau is doing for that population in 2020, but for demographic analysis estimates, we don't have any separate estimates for the prison population. Again, we estimate the total population, the national level, and we really focus on age, because it's cohort measure, we focus on age, sex, our limited race groups, and also Hispanic origin, but not characteristics about like that they're in prison or that they're homeless.
So the Bureau of Justice Statistics would capture that sort of information, the DOJ, I assume.
Yeah, and again, I'm not the person to speak to that. Maybe Deb, who knows more about operations, would know.
Yeah, in terms of data collection during the census, we do that as part of our group quarters operation. So they're covered there, but what Eric does as a complement or a quality check isn't exactly the same, right?
One area that we're not capturing any longer, I suppose, not for this particular census, and it is the anecdotal information we have about populations in the United States who are not U.S. citizens. And when I was at Homeland Security, we used the number we used was 11 million people. And it's been 11 million people for the last 15, 20 years. And it's just something that seems to be relevant. I don't know how we capture it without creating, a dust storm. But anyway, it's just information that would be useful to schools and local communities to know in terms of population movement, what they can expect, what trends they could expect in terms of population movement, because we have a couple of 100,000 people coming across the southern border every month, and we don't know where they go exactly. And so just in terms of trying to make sure we're allocating enough funds for the states which have populations that are new and migratory, something I thought I would throw into the mix, not trying to create a controversy, but more or less wanting to see if there's some real way we can capture that, because it would help us with allocating congressional seats and things like that.
So I'm thinking about what your question actually is, because the Census Bureau does collect in the American Community Survey, we do collect citizen or non-citizen across the decade. That does not affect apportionment.
To the contrary, I think that the number of people in a geographic area, a state, for example, if there are 10 million people in California, 40 million people, and 10 million of those people are not citizens, they still are counted toward the allocation of congressional seats.
Mm-hmm.
So we're saying the same thing, perhaps.
Yes, I think we are.
Very good. Okay, thanks.
Maybe because it's like coffee break almost, yes. We are, but there are ongoing, we've talked a lot about 2020, but the American Community Survey, which has a lot of detailed data, and it does provide that I'll call it a nice update. It's certainly not the census,
I'm
but
not asking from any sort of political point of view, I was just asking the question. Thank you.
Tommy?
Tommy Roy, you know I'm not a member of this committee, and I try to not say much. Just for point of clarification, so it's a single race with demographic analysis, because I was thinking about the father rule. If you know the mother's race and the father's race, why not, if it's the same, assign that to the child, and if it's different, we have two races. But with demographic analysis, we only go with one race? Is that why we don't do something as simple as that?
So for some cohorts, we try to do multi-race. That's why we have the series that's black alone or in combination, or non-black alone or in combination. So we allow people there to be multiple race. And the way we can do that is we use distributions from the census. So we use distributions from 2010. We link parents within the same household with their child, and then we can see, if there's a father of a certain race and a mother of a different race, how was that child reported by those parents? And so we're able to use those distributions to assign race to aggregated birth records. Clear as mud?
Andrew.
Hi, Andrew Samwick. I was so happy to see this presentation. I sort of feel like I've been on the committee for years, and I've been looking for these alternative ways to sort of measure what the census measures. And here today we've heard about several of them, so they're all quite interesting. I had two questions, one of which is sort of just a suggestion. I was wondering if the overcount of 15 to 19-year-olds is due to college kids being counted in two places. And the second and more substantive question is, without saying anything about how important it is to be studying race and ethnicity and the like, I mean, the validation for the census really has to speak to the geography at the very least at the state level. And I don't know what your method would be now that you've diagnosed perceived undercounts by race and to some extent by age. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to just presume like a reweighting of the census based on where people from those underrepresented or overrepresented groups seem to be? And that doesn't seem adequate. And so I really, respecting how difficult it is to use your exact methodology and now have to track migration in the same way, I wonder if there aren't some hybrid methods that you could use where maybe you start with the 2010 or the 2010 subject to, the validation studies that were done about the 2010 decennial, and then use that combined with your methods of tracking births, deaths, immigration and emigration, and whatever mobility you can muster for just that decade to give us sort of a finer view of what this looks like at the subnational level.
Well, good questions. I appreciate those. First of all, you mentioned overcount, and you're right, it could be double counting of the college age. Also, it could be that we're underestimating international migration. So it could be either of those. We don't know exactly which, but we do see overcounts for those ages. As far as geography, so we're not able to go for the total population below the national level. It'd be really difficult, and we mentioned that and talked about it already. The post-enumeration survey does, though, and so those are really important estimates. You mentioned as far as adjusting, so we don't adjust the census for coverage, and that's been our policy for several decades. And as far as what you're describing, using the past census and looking at change since then, that's what we do with the official population estimates. But remember, that's based on the prior census as well. And so any difference you'd see between those estimates and the 2020 census, you'd have to remember to have coverage error from 2010 plus estimation error during the decade. So it's not as clear cut as you'd hope to have a county level estimate of coverage using the population estimates. And in fact, we do a big analysis at the end of the decade where we look at our population estimates and we compare them to the next census, the census that just happened. And when we do that, it's really to evaluate the estimates, not to evaluate the census, and we're clear about that. It's not a coverage evaluation. It's looking at our population estimates program how we did over the decade and ways that we can look to improve it. So in that analysis, census is truth, whereas when we're using the DA estimates to measure coverage, we say DA is truth, little t.
But yeah, basically what you described, Andrew, is what the annual estimates out of the population estimates program does. Starts with the decennial and then adds the administrative records. But I think there's going to be a lot more uses of administrative records going forward, and this is just one example. So, so stick around, Andrew. We're going to talk more about administrative records over the next couple of years. And Deborah apparently is on the phone. Is she on the phone?
Hi, sorry, many technical difficulties here. Eric, I guess I wanted to ask you and others a little bit about, and maybe this is not an answer for you to reply to now, but maybe at a future meeting, a little, and it's built on what Allison was saying about the relationship between administrative records approaches and the census approach. And I particularly am interested in the fact that there's not, one would lose flexibility in the geography if you, as one moves toward an administrative records approach. And so to the extent that not only the subpopulations, understanding total counts of subpopulations and the accuracy of capturing those counts, but also the sort of mix and match of different geographies. And I know that, the state-specific thing is really great, but again, coming back to, most of the U.S. lives in urban areas, and so that's another possible way. It's just a little out of the box from what's been done. And I guess I'd like to hear more in the future about how, if anybody's thinking about trying to, what we would lose if we, move more toward administrative records in this way. And a related question is simply and this is maybe beyond the demographic analysis stuff, but more toward the ACS stuff, but on whether things like the sisterhood method has been thought of to be used in the census questionnaires, in the survey questionnaires, that, for maybe, on the equivalent of sisterhood methods that are used in demography, but for hard to capture populations like the homeless or prison populations and others, or even remote populations. Okay, those are the end of my comments, and I will mute myself again. Thanks.
Okay, and those might be things that we'd save for a future conversation. Again, the subnational DA estimates, she mentioned administrative records, and the work that Tom and that David are doing that they talked about in the last session, I think that's really important for evaluations of the census in a different way than demographic analysis evaluates the census. So. Again, that's probably another conversation. And again, we can only produce estimates for the characteristics on the census form. And so we couldn't, again, do the prison population or the homeless population.
Yeah, we'll make sure we capture that. Deborah, if you can email it to me, then we can also put it in the written recommendations / questions. And then we have John.
John Chaika. I had questions about 3 areas. Whoever has the clicker, can you go to slide 116? Okay. One of the things that's really striking here is that for the 1970 through 90 censuses, children 5 to 9 had very comparable undercount to 0 to 4. And then there's a pretty dramatic split. And do you have any sense if this is methodological rather than real? I mean, I know that demographic analysis methods change every 10 years.
I don't get a sense of this from the methods because, for both those, for those periods and 2010, those estimates are coming almost entirely from the birth records. We have a lot of confidence in the birth records, and we have, even back to 1970, we have confidence in birth records. And this graph is for the total. We're not looking at race or Hispanic origin. And that's been our real struggle with the birth records, how to use them for demographic analysis. And so I guess that's the methodological challenge we have with them, I should say, not a struggle. But so here that we're reporting the total, I don't think it's a method thing. I've been part of the task force and research team that the Bureau's had focused on the undercount of young children. And, we found that oftentimes household structure, family complexity is related with the undercount of young children. And I've done research with Lori Schwede, who's here, and we've seen how from 2000 to 2010 and even later ACS data, household complexity has changed a lot in the United States. And so I think there are other factors besides methods that are driving that. But it is something that we could think about. I like how you pointed that out, and we should look into it.
And then with regard to the older population, you didn't say as much in your presentation as was in the paper. And there you talked about how you've got to use Medicare for the older population because the birth certificates are bad prior to that time. But then you mentioned the problem with not enough deaths in the Medicare data. And have you ruled out trying to link death certificates to the Medicare data to identify some dead among the supposedly living?
So that isn't something we've looked at. We are looking at a database that's housed here at the census that links the 2008 ACS records with death records so that we can see what kind of classification errors there could be on the death records. So we are pursuing that project, but that's an interesting idea to combine Medicare with death data.
And another option for death records, Social Security, who has more of an interest in finding the dead than Medicare because they're making payments. They have a file called the DM1, which stands for Death Master 1. I know it sounds like something out of Star Wars, but it's a file they provide to the IRS, who also has an interest in identifying deceased persons among filers. And that may be another option. It's SSN-based, and so it's not complete coverage, but it would be easier, I think, to link to Medicare data than the death certificates. Esther?
Do I go to the mic? You can come here or there.
And please state your name.
Esther Miller. So we get the Numinant file from the Social Security Administration, and we also get some of the death information from them all, a couple of different death places that we get the information from. So it's from Medicare, from SSA, and then the Death Master file also. So we are trying to incorporate that information.
Okay. And then the third has to do with differential privacy. Are you going to have to apply noise to your DA estimates, or are they going to stay pure?
So our plan right now is to compare our DA estimates with the data that don't have noise. But then for what we report,
Then
we'll have
apply
to
noise,
we'll have to do noise, and we're trying to figure out that process. So whether or not there's some way of doing kind of a dependent noise or something, but we'll do it on that end because we want to compare, apples to apples.
Right. So do we want you to do it.
Right, yeah, and we think that's important. So that's our plan right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to move on. So, is there another one? Oh, I'm sorry, Rochelle, please.
Rochelle Winkler. I just wanted to say that I'm really impressed with what you guys are doing and everything that I, when I was reading through the report, all of the critiques or like challenges that I could think of, you guys are ready for and you're thinking about and doing a great job with that. One question I have, I think I'm excited that you are going to try to produce state and county level estimates for the 0 to 4 population. Are you going to try to address migration, internal migration even? I mean, some kind of migration for that young age group, even though they're pretty young? And if so, how?
Yeah, so we're definitely looking at domestic migration for those cohorts because young children are actually pretty mobile. We found that in other research looking at why young children are hard to count. They do move around a lot. We see that they kind of settle once they start elementary school. But in that 0 to 4 period, they move quite a bit because they're with young parents often who are moving and they're at that stage of life. So we've produced a series of estimates of the 2010 of young children at the state and county level in 2010 as kind of a sort of a test case or simulation. And for that, we used IRS data, and we looked at, where there's a change in residence. And so we actually have quite a bit of migration in that series that we've been able to estimate.
Thank you very much, Eric and Allison and everyone, and I think we're going to take a 10 or 15-minute break. Which one?
Why don't we make it, well, people can, it won't be hard. Can can I give some instructions? Yeah, okay. So yes, we'll take a break, and what we're going to do after the break is start to write down our recommendations and our questions, right? And so just to be clear, Jeff is going to compile the recommendations about the update on the 2020. Juan Pablo is going to compile the recommendations about the Integrated Communications Program. Mario will do the Partnership Program. Jay is going to do the Plan to Evaluate 2020. Richelle is going to help me with the one we just did, Demographic Analysis, because I'm a little disabled. And so, yes, Kathy, you have a question? Oh, I was just going to say, so what I'm going to see if we can do is get the list of everybody's, anyway, you can go over to that person and tell them what you want them to write. That's typically how we do it. You can then, if you want to give Richelle some input, you can do that, and then go over to Jay if you want to, so you can do more than one. As necessary, we'll also get everybody's email addresses, so you can actually email written things to Juan Pablo or Mario, but probably best to actually go to the person if you can, and tell them so that we can write it up in one document. Did you want to suggest something else, Kathy?
Oh, yes, just on a style thing to save time.
Yeah.
Last time we just tried to keep everything like CSAC recommends, not like we or I, or just in cleanup time, it will help on the editing piece if we can all formulate things
Yes.
In the same way.
Yes, that's right. And we also usually at the beginning of each section like to say something positive about the presentation and the work, and because we do think their work is fantastic, and so we want to be sure to articulate that first. So you think about that. So yeah, feel free to take a break for 10 minutes, and then if each of those people can be back to start to compile information. Thank you. So as a verbal reminder, especially for new people, so actually, ideally, what you would do is if you have something to contribute to one of these sections, you would go over to that person. And because they might have something slightly different, or that way you have a little bit of a discussion. And then in the end, if you have to email something to them, that's great. But so start by going over to them. So Jeff is doing the update on the 2020. Juan Pablo is doing the communications. There is. Mario, who's standing up, is doing the partnership program. Jay is doing Evaluate 2020. And Rochelle is doing the demographic analysis. And I'm going to, as soon as Enid comes back, we'll see if we can, oh, she's in the back of the room. We'll see if we can get everybody's name and their email address as well. yours already? Yes. Okay. And Juan Pablo is going to email me his. So everybody's emailing them to me. Jay, I know, was incorporating one last recommendation from Deborah, who emailed it in. Thank you, Jay. And I think that covers everybody. So, excellent. There we go. I've got, and there's, okay, got that. So I've got from Juan Pablo, I've got from Rochelle, I've got from Jeff. And so, yes, I'm waiting for you, Mario. I mean, no rush, we've got 10 more minutes, but just so you know, to email it to me when it's ready. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, hey, that's all good. Love that. Easier for me. And Jay, you've got that last little bit. Excellent, and then we're good. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Tommy Wright, the meeting is ended. Thank you very much, everyone. I have to say that.